Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Marte, Councilmember Caban, Councilmember Morano, and I think that's it for now. So welcome, Commissioner Jessica Tisch and your team. Thank you to all for joining us today to answer our questions. Before I go any further, I'm going to invite Speaker Menon to share her opening remarks.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you, Chair Lee, for conducting all of these budget hearings, and I want to thank our Public Safety Chair, Chair Feliz, for your oversight of the Committee on Public Safety, and welcome Commissioner Tisch and everyone who is on your team who's here. So to keep New Yorkers safe, the NYPD has a planned budget of $6.6 billion that supports 35,379 uniform and 13,386 civilian personnel in fiscal year 2027. Today, we want to hear much more detail about whether and how the executive budget gives the police department the resources it needs to continue its efforts under your leadership. The department has overseen a recent period of significant decline in both murders and shootings in the city, which we are very pleased to see, but there are still some troubling increases in other major felony crime categories, like felony assaults hitting a 25-year high, as well as increases in reported rapes. Reported hate crimes have also been increasing. The proposed executive budget included new funding for the department, as well as transfers of funding from existing departments to create the Office of Community Safety. I'm interested in hearing what, if any, programs are being shifted from NYPD's purview to the new OCS, and if there are any changes to NYPD's community affairs work in anticipation of the new office's creation. The Council is also interested to hear how decisions about resources and staffing impact crime levels, particularly with recent NYPD announcements about the summer surge, the division of the Bronx into 2 patrol boroughs, and the introduction of 12-hour shifts for a majority of officers starting July 1st. As always, recruitment and retention of police officers is also a prime concern. These issues are important to drill down on because, of course, the ability to proactively respond to the city's public safety needs is determined in large part by the department's budget and the decisions on how to allocate resources. So we look forward to a very productive hearing, and we want to thank you once again for being here and for your commitment to our city. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Speaker. On May 12th, 2026, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY26 to FY30 with a proposed FY27 budget of $124.7 billion. The New York Police Department's proposed FY27 budget, as the Speaker mentioned, of $6.59 billion represents 5.3% of the administration's proposed FY27 budget in the executive plan, and this is a decrease of $110.9 million or 1.7% from the $6.7 billion originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. This decrease results from several actions, mostly from uniform and civilian PS accruals, vacancy reductions, and vehicle capitalization. As of April 26th, the NYPD's headcount was approximately 1,500 less than their FY26 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the admin to add units of appropriation for greater transparency into NYPD spending. In addition, we call on the administration and NYPD to utilize asset forfeiture dollars for eligible costs that expand your investigative resources before calling on city tax levy dollars. Although additional units of appropriation were not added to the executive plan, we hope the adopted budget will include them, and we look forward to exploring how asset forfeiture can be used in the future. And I now want to turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Chair Feliz, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Oswald Feliz, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety. I would like to welcome everyone to the fiscal year 2027 executive budget hearing, and I want to thank Speaker Menon and Chair Lee for joining us today. Today, we'll discuss the fiscal 2027 executive budget for the New York City Police Department to understand the administration's budget proposals for a department that plays a crucial role in public safety. I'm interested in learning about the changes in the NYPD's $6.59 billion budget and discussing issues related to headcount, overtime, state subway funding, school safety agents and crossing guards, technology to deter crime such as the use of drones, and much more. I would also like to explore the department's plans to ensure fan safety for big upcoming events like the World Cup and the NBA Finals. On the NYPD, we are thankful for the work and the sacrifices that police officers make every day to keep New Yorkers safe. Public safety, as we know, is a shared responsibility. We achieve it with good schools, good jobs, and opportunity. Police officers play an important role on this issue. They help ensure that residents can engage in these activities, work, school, and opportunity, without having to worry about their safety, and we're thankful for that. Their dedication to this city does not go unnoticed. Yesterday, for example, I saw a video of police officers in the Bronx in the 48th precinct running towards two individuals who had just engaged in gun violence. Police officers who ran towards danger and used technology such as drones to quickly apprehend them. That incident serves as an example of how a strong police presence and technology such as drones can ensure that there is fast accountability that helps deter crime. We also saw that same courage earlier this year when a police officer ran towards an ignited homemade explosive that was thrown to harm others at a protest. They risked their own lives without hesitation to keep others safe. Our communities are thankful for these police officers, and we're also better off because of their hard work and sacrifices. There are many important budget actions in this plan, and we hope to better understand them and the impact that they'll have on public safety. I look forward to productive conversations on what's going well, for example, shootings and murders being at record lows. We also look forward to discussing the areas that need attention, including the skyrocketing costs related to overtime. Skyrocketing costs that are still going as high as almost $1 billion, or specifically $955 million projected this fiscal year, according to a recent article by Political, but of course we'll hear the official numbers from the NYPD soon. I also want to thank our Public Safety Committee staff for their hard work. Our financial analysts, Owen Kotowski and Casey Leitsky, policy analyst Chad Benjamin, committee counsels Jeremy Whiteman and Josh Kingsley. I also want to thank my staff, my chief of staff, Esperanza Diaz, and my legislative director and many others who have joined today. And I would also like to welcome the NYPD leadership team. Welcome, Commissioner and team. We look forward to conversations today. I'm going to pass it back to Chair Lee now.
Thank you. Before we get started, wanted to take a moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division, especially Jack Story and Owen Kotowski for today's hearing, and of course our amazing committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, and Senior Advisor at the NSA. And as a reminder, for this year's budget hearing, we will take public testimony for all the agencies on Wednesday, June 10th, beginning at 9:30. So Wednesday, June 10th, 9:30 a.m. Please sign up for public testimony. It's going to be a long, fun day, so please join us. And now I will turn it over to committee counsel to swear in the witnesses.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth before the council members? Commissioner Tisch?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Kinsella? I do. Deputy Commissioner Gerber? I do. Deputy Commissioner Ryan? I do. Deputy Commissioner Crone? I do. And Chief LaPertrie? You may begin.
Good morning, Speaker Menon, Chair Felice, Chair Lee, and members of the City Council Committees on Public Safety and Finance. I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Police Department. I am joined at the table today by First Deputy Commissioner Tanya Kinsella, Chief of Department Mike LaPetrie, Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget Christine Ryan, Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters Michael Gerber, and Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives Alex Crone, as well as all other members of my executive staff seated here behind us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the NYPD's fiscal year 2027 executive budget. When I appeared before this council earlier this year, I said very clearly that the NYPD was focused on delivering results, driving down crime, restoring public confidence, strengthening accountability, and making this department more effective in every part of its work. Today, we can show real progress. The seeds that we planted in 2025 have taken root. I feel like the proud mother of 35,000 members of the New York City Police Department, so allow me a moment to brag about their fine work. For the first 5 months of the year, shooting incidents, shooting victims, and homicides are all at record lows. The same is true for the month of May for both shooting incidents and shooting victims. And burglaries in New York City are at their second lowest levels ever. Now, I am a data-driven person, so here is some more of it. Through the end of our last CompStat report on May 25th, major crime is down 6% citywide, murders are down 25%, shooting incidents are down 8%, and shooting victims are down 10%. So far this year, NYPD officers have taken nearly 2,000 guns off of our streets. Robbery is down 11%, burglaries are down 19%, grand larceny is down nearly 5%, auto theft is down 11%, and retail theft is down more than 19%, and that progress is evident across the city. Retail theft is down nearly 30% in Brooklyn South, 26% in Queens North, 14% in Manhattan South, 14% in Brooklyn North, 3% in the Bronx, and 10% in Queens South. In public housing, New York City is experiencing its safest start to the year on record, with major crime down there 10%. Murders in public housing are down 43%. Shooting incidents are down 24%. Shooting victims are down 30%. Robberies are down 24%. And burglaries are down 19%. In the transit system, major crime is slightly below last year's level, and last year was already the safest year in the subway outside of the pandemic era since 2009. And unprovoked misdemeanor assaults in transit, importantly, are down 26% this year. In our school zones, school crime complaints have dropped 15% compared to last year, and school arrests have decreased 4.8% compared to last year. And in our parks, major crime is down 20%, with 95% of parks recording no major crime. Hate crimes in the city are down 5.4%, while arrests are up 8%. And nowhere is our precision strategy having a clearer impact than in the borough of the Bronx, which is leading the city in crime reductions. In the Bronx, major crime is down 11%, murders are down 10%, shooting incidents are down 7%, and shooting victims are down 8%. Gun arrests in the Bronx increased 23% since last year. Auto theft in the Bronx is down nearly 28%, and the progress is not limited to crime reductions. After experiencing a hiring crisis, we are also seeing a resurgence in policing as a profession in New York City. The department outpaced uniform attrition in calendar year 2025 with 4,115 hires compared to 3,357 separations. And we are continuing to outpace attrition year to date in 2026 with 1,084 hires compared to 896 separations. Actual attrition is down 4.7% this year compared to last year. We're also putting more officers where New Yorkers need them most. As of April 30th, patrol strength, including precincts and field training units, is up 5.9% compared to the same point last year. And year to date, in fiscal year 2026, answering delays at the 911 call center are down 84% compared to the same period last year. Our overtime management discipline is also producing measurable results. In calendar year 2025, overtime spending decreased 12.4%, or $143.6 million lower than in calendar year 2024. And in the current fiscal year, overtime spending decreased 10%, $83.8 million lower than the previous fiscal year. That is the progress that we are seeing. Lower crime, stronger operations, tighter management, and a department that is increasingly aligned around performance, accountability, and public trust. That is the overall picture, but numbers alone do not tell the full story of what it takes to manage the NYPD. In March, when I appeared before you, I addressed several issues in detail, including hate crimes, our newly formed units, record hiring numbers, the Bronx Borough split, our new in-service training model, immigration enforcement, and federal funding. I will not rehash each of those topics today in my testimony in the interest of time, but my team and I are prepared to answer any questions that you may have on those important topics. However, Before we do so, I want to address two areas that warrant specific attention. First is our review of our narcotics operations, and then the extraordinary operational demands facing the NYPD this summer. So first, our narcotics review. Our cops are asked to do an impossible and dangerous job. They are called into situations that are messy and complicated and fraught with emotion, regularly outside of their control. As police commissioner, I am proud of the work that our cops are doing. The vast majority of the men and women of the NYPD carry out this work professionally, lawfully, and under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Officers are asked to make fast decisions in unpredictable situations while following detailed legal standards and department procedures. Sometimes those situations require the use of force. When they do, there will be scrutiny, there will be criticism, and there should be serious review of those incidents. And my position has been consistent. When officers act within the law and consistent with department policy, they will have my full support. When they don't, like what happened during a recent incident involving our Brooklyn narcotics team, there will be consequences. In that case, the officers involved were immediately placed on modified duty, and they were stripped of their guns and their shields. At the same time, maintaining public trust requires us to confront problems directly when we fall short of our standards. That incident raised serious concerns about supervision, about compliance, and adherence to department procedures. As a result, we made sweeping personnel changes within narcotics. More broadly, we launched a full review of narcotics operations across this department. That 90-day review includes policies, procedures, equipment, compliance systems, and supervisory oversight, because accountability cannot be situational. It has to be built into the structure of the department itself. There will be critique, there will be accountability, and there will be changes. Next, I want to turn to the summer ahead, because the next few months will place extraordinary demands on this department. And with this year marking the 25th anniversary of September 11th, we are all reminded of reality that the NYPD knows better than most, that New York City is not only a global hub, it is a global target. What begins overseas often finds its way here, and that truth shapes how we staff, how we train, how we deploy, and how we build partnerships well beyond city limits. I began my career building out the NYPD's counterterrorism capabilities. And in my 18 years in government, I have not seen a threat environment quite like this one, where multiple vectors are all active at the same time and where developments abroad can have immediate consequences here at home. Last year alone, NYPD investigations led to more than 100 arrests connected to foreign terrorist organizations, domestic extremists, lone actors, and other serious threats. Those cases spanned 8 foreign countries and 9 U.S. states. And we saw that global threat strike close to home just weeks ago, when the NYPD and our federal partners helped disrupt an alleged terror plot targeting a Manhattan synagogue. The defendant, a commander for Kataib Hezbollah, based and apprehended abroad, was allegedly connected to approximately 18 attacks and attempted attacks across Europe and Canada since hostilities began in Iran on February 28th. This includes explosives detonated outside synagogues and Jewish schools, arson attacks targeting Jewish institutions, and the stabbing of Jewish victims in London, one of them an American citizen. He allegedly tried to bring that campaign here to New York City, sending identifying information about a Manhattan synagogue to someone that he believed would help carry out an attack involving arson or explosives, but he was actually communicating with an undercover law enforcement officer. The attack never happened because the threat was identified, monitored, and controlled through the extraordinary work of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and the men and women of the New York City Police Department. We saw it again in March, when 2 men came to Manhattan with improvised explosive devices at a protest on the Upper East Side of Gracie Mansion. They lit and threw those devices near a crowd with the apparent intent to harm innocent people. NYPD officers ran toward that threat, arrested them at the scene, and helped prevent a far more serious attack. Those cases are part of a broader threat environment as conflict involving Iran continues to reverberate across the region, and as the world continues to deal with the aftermath of October 7th, tensions remain high. We have already seen those tensions translate into violence, including here in the United States, carried out by individuals acting quickly and with limited coordination. And as rhetoric from state actors, proxy groups, and online networks escalates, it has the potential to drive action. That reality matters here in New York City. And it matters especially as we prepare for an unprecedented series of major and overlapping events this summer: the World Cup, Sail 250, the NBA Finals, and the 250th anniversary of our country. Any one of those events on its own would be a major operation in New York City. Taken together, they place extraordinary demands on the New York City Police Department. That's why we have been preparing aggressively. The NYPD will deploy thousands of officers each day across the city to secure these events. That demand will be especially intense from July 1st through July 7th, when several of these events will overlap and the operational footprint will be at its highest. During this time, our officers will be working 12-hour tours to accommodate operational needs, and we are temporarily reassigning hundreds of officers from administrative roles back into the field to support summer deployments. This uniquely busy period will lead to an increase in overtime spend. However, the increase does not change our overtime management plan or our priority to ensure the safety of all New Yorkers while being a responsible fiscal steward. And all of that comes on top of the full daily workload of the NYPD. We do not stop answering 911 calls because there is a major event. We do not stop investigating shootings and robberies and burglaries or other cases. We do not stop patrolling neighborhoods, subways, or public housing. That is the reality of policing in New York City in a summer like this. The extraordinary and the everyday have to be handled at the same time, and this department is preparing to do both. Now, turning to the mayor's executive budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year. In totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2027 expense budget is $6.59 billion, the vast majority of which, or 91%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 9% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, which include costs for technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. As part of the executive budget, $38 million was added to fiscal year 27 and annually in the baseline to support the department's new enhanced in-service training program to ensure critical training is provided regularly and consistently across key areas. Funding of $2.8 million was added in FY27 and $17.2 million added in the baseline to enable the department to upgrade to TASER 10. This upgrade will allow for more precision and improved effectiveness when deploying this less than lethal device. In addition to the operating budget, the department's 10-year capital budget is $1.86 billion for fiscal years 26 through 35. For the first time, the capital budget now includes funding for police emergency response vehicles. Thank God. This is the result of a critical change to state local finance law, included in the state budget, to allow for the capitalization of emergency response vehicles, both marked and unmarked. Capitalization allows police emergency response vehicle fleet costs to be spread over their full useful life, a 5-year period, avoiding a single-year budget impact. Furthermore, capitalization shields the purchase of police emergency response vehicles, which are critical for public safety, from the impacts of expense budget cuts, freeing up limited expense funds to be used for other needs. NYPD, like all agencies, was asked to identify savings as part of the executive budget. The savings plan for the department for the executive budget included $65 million in savings in FY26, $184 million in savings for FY27, and approximately $80 million in savings annually on the baseline. These savings were achieved as a result of city-funded overtime reductions, uniform and civilian accruals, vehicle capitalization, IT license capitalization, and telecommunications savings. The savings included civilian vacancy reductions as a result of vacancy reduction targets that were issued by OMB. As a result of these targets, the department's civilian budgeted headcount was cut by 517 positions. This civilian budgeted headcount reduction is comprised of a cut of 67 police communication technician vacancies, 264 school safety agent vacancies, and 186 non-safety civilian vacancies across numerous other civilian titles. Annually, the department receives, on average, just over $192 million in federal funding, the majority of which is from the Department of Homeland Security. This year's federal Homeland Security grant funding has been cut by 40% from federal fiscal year 2024 levels, with the NYPD anticipated to receive only $53 million. In addition, as a result of new terms and conditions placed on certain federal grants, particularly related to civil immigration enforcement, there are numerous grants for which the department either didn't receive funding or was advised by the law department that we would be unable to comply, and therefore no applications were submitted. Specifically, the NYPD did not receive any FY25 port security funds, despite the department receiving funds in prior years and submitting an application for $6.56 million. There were 15 additional federal grants that the NYPD had to forego based on the required certification language. The maximum potential award amounts ranged from $200,000 to $6.25 million. We cannot overstate the gravity of this. It is not bureaucratic inconvenience. It is a direct threat to the NYPD's ability to maintain and enhance critical counterterrorism and intelligence operations in New York City, the most visible terror target in the United States. People are alive today because of these grants. We must never lose sight of that. The time to act is now, and I will not stop pressing this issue until the federal government restores the funding and the resources that we need to keep New Yorkers safe. The through line of this testimony is simple. The NYPD is delivering results, and we are building the capacity to sustain them. Crime is down across the city. Violence is falling. Public housing, transit, schools in the Bronx are all seeing enormous progress. At the same time, we are strengthening training and improving accountability, managing overtime more effectively, hiring more officers, modernizing our tools, and preparing for a threat environment unlike anything the city has faced in years. That work requires a budget that reflects the full weight of what this department is being asked to do. The men and women of the NYPD carry that responsibility every day on patrol, in our subways, in our schools, at protests, at major events, in counterterrorism operations, and in every neighborhood. We are proud of the progress that we've made, but progress has to be protected and sustained. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My staff and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to pass on to Speaker Menon.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. And I know we've got a number of different questions, so I look forward to the dialogue on this. So first of all, NYPD's current actual uniform headcount of 34,497 is 1.5% less than the budgeted headcount of 35,025. Since the last time you appeared before us for the budget hearing, it's clear that the department has made progress in filling vacancies and hiring new officers, and we commend you for that. How do you think about the connection between the department's staffing level and the progress the NYPD has made to drive down murders and shootings?
So first, just some background on the headcount of the department. Actually, in this budget, the NYPD has received 580 new police officer positions, bringing our budgeted headcount up to 35,555. And so that is something to be celebrated, and that is something that we appreciate deeply, especially in a time of general need to cut. And I will also say we have a hiring plan this year that should get us to our budgeted headcount of 35,555 by the end of this year. So last year was our most aggressive year in hiring on record, and we are keeping our foot on the gas this year, and we plan to do a significant amount of hiring. Last year, we actually ended the year with 800 more police officers than we had over the previous 3 years. So, point is, the size of the department has been growing over the past year and will continue to grow this year meaningfully, and that is a very good thing for all New Yorkers because, to answer your specific question, the number of police officers we have is directly related to our progress driving down shooting incidents and shooting victims in this city. Shootings are one crime that you can really deploy for. We know where the vast majority of shootings in New York City occur. We know what times of day they occur at. And so our plan, the reason we have been able to drive down shootings so far is we deploy officers in those neighborhoods, on those streets, at those times. And that plan has worked to, with tremendous historic success. So most of the officers who are working on those streets in our zones, we call them, are actually the new officers that we hired last year. They spend their first 18 months in the department learning those neighborhoods, learning those streets, learning police work, and they have done an extraordinary job driving shootings down.
Okay, so we've seen the work on that note that the department is doing to decrease shootings in the city, including getting guns off the street and the corresponding drop in murders. However, there's also been a troubling increase in other major felony crime categories, like felony assaults hitting a 25-year high, as mentioned before. Other major felony crimes are also above pre-pandemic levels. Last October, when you created the Domestic Violence Unit, the department stated domestic violence has remained a consistent driver of overall felony assaults, accounting for nearly 40% of these crimes citywide. So with the increased funding and creation of the new Domestic Violence Unit, have you seen progress in driving down the concerning rates of felony assaults that are domestic incidents? And to that end, what has worked and what hasn't worked?
So just to level set here, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have seen extraordinary crime declines in most crime categories in New York City over the past 2 years, but particularly this year. You are correct that rape is one area where we have seen that continue to go up, and we can discuss the reasons for that. Felony assault, as of the last CompStat report, is basically flat compared to last year, but you are correct that that is an area where we have not seen the same types of crime declines as we have seen, for example, with shootings and burglaries and robberies and grand larceny. So the increase in felony assaults, if you go back, let's say the last 6 years, because that's when that's the period where it's really exploded, has been driven by 3 main things. The first, as you mentioned, is domestic violence. The second is assaults on police officers. And the third is assaults on other public employees, for example, MTA workers. Attacks on other public employees are up 200% in that time. Attacks on police officers are up 100% in that time. And attacks on and DV is up, Chief, is it 100% in that time? 50%. DV is up 50% in that time. So those are the 3 main categories where you're seeing huge increases in felony assaults over the past 6 years. For DV specifically, to address what we were seeing last year, at the end of the last year, the NYPD did a major reorganization of our domestic violence operations, basically to streamline things. We know that domestic violence is a recidivist crime, and it's horrifying to be the victim of crime in your home, in your personal space. And so by streamlining things, we had a number of goals, but among them to create a victim-centered approach where we weren't having multiple different officers asking victims the same questions, streamlining the experience for victims and hoping that we can do a better job working with victims to actually deliver consequences for offenders. I am confident that that reorganization was the right thing to do. The other big change that occurred in the department as part of this DV reorganization is we created a special dedicated DV warrants squad for DV misdemeanors, where we have teams of people whose only job it is every day to go out and find offenders wanted for DV misdemeanors. So the hope is, through all of this, to drive consequences for DV crimes and in that way bring the level of DV down.
Okay, moving on to hate crimes. One concern I have is that hate crimes have jumped this quarter from 128 from the first quarter of 2025 to 148 over the first quarter of 2026. And ComStat shows the increase as well. So what do you account for the increase in hate crimes?
Let me give you the numbers, more recent numbers for hate crimes. This is as of the end of last month, so it doesn't include May. We'll report on May tomorrow. So as of April 30th, all hate crimes citywide are down 5.4% this year. Hate crimes against Jews, or anti-Semitic hate crimes, represent 56% of the total. Anti-Semitic hate crimes are down this year 8.4%, again, as of the end of April. In addition to that, and I think importantly, enforcement of hate crimes is up in New York City. So arrests for hate crimes in New York City this year are up 7.9%, and arrests for anti-Semitic hate crimes are up 10.3% this year.
And which metric are you using for the reporting of the anti-Semitic hate crimes? Because I know that was something we talked about.
Yeah, we have always used for that type of reporting confirmed hate crimes. So we have two types of reports that we issue: confirmed hate crimes and also reported hate crimes, which we started putting out publicly in March. And it has always been, when we talk about increases or decreases, we have always talked in New York City about confirmed hate crimes.
Okay, moving to the Office of Community Safety. The executive plan included transfers of funding from existing departments and new funding to create the Office of Community Safety. Have any programs shifted from the NYPD's purview to OCS?
No.
To what extent is NYPD engaged with the administration, and what specific roles and coordination will occur between NYPD and OCS?
Those conversations have not yet commenced.
So the administration's announcement of approximately $260 million for the creation of OCS, there have been no conversations with NYPD about the agency and who will be doing what?
Not at this time. I expect that those conversations will begin to occur, but as I mentioned before in response to the last question, no programmatic responsibility is being shifted from the NYPD to OCS at this time, and none that I know of going forward.
So in your view, so then what will the purview of OCS be?
The OCS has many different offices, some of which have existed in this city for a while, in other agencies that have all been consolidated. And I want to be clear, our work with those offices continues. And so that work certainly has not stopped, to the extent that the NYPD has worked with those offices in the past. That continues to this day. But we haven't had strategic conversations about what's going to shift from the NYPD to OCS, because nothing is planned at this time to be shifted.
So what about mental health calls?
So on mental health calls, as you know, the city has long had, I believe since the de Blasio administration, a program by the name of Be Heard, where you have mental health professionals working with EMTs to respond to 911 calls for service where you have an emotionally disturbed person who is both nonviolent and does not have any weapons. That program has existed for at least 5 years, and that work continues. Okay, so I know my other colleagues are probably going to have questions on this. I assume Chair Lee will as well. But it still remains unclear then what the relationship between NYPD and OCS is around mental health calls and some of the other programming. And as I mentioned, the city has long had a program by the name of Be Heard, where 911 calls for service are diverted away from police officers to EMTs and mental health professionals for them to respond. That program continues. I am not aware at this time of any changes to that program, but to the extent that there are, we'll certainly let you know.
Okay, got it, thank you. Okay, overtime. I know you mentioned overtime in your testimony. So overtime at the department has been a concern, obviously, for a significant number of years. In fiscal year '25, uniform overtime was budgeted at $477.5 million, but the NYPD spent $959.7 million. In fiscal year 2026, NYPD expects to spend $955 million on overtime pay for officers, according to recent reporting. The budgeted amount for fiscal year 2026 was initially $511.6 million, meaning the department is on pace to exceed its allotted amount by nearly 100%. The council, for many years, has continuously pushed the department and the administration to adjust the overtime budget to more accurately reflect spending, and the mayor's prelim plan included a baseline increase in overtime for the coming fiscal year, but nowhere near the average $1 billion spend per year. So could you provide us with year-to-date spending on uniform overtime and how this compares to last year's
Sure,
spending?
I have a few points on overtime, and then our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, who really knows this inside and
Okay,
out,
great.
will add anything I missed. First, NYPD overtime has never been realistically or appropriately accounted for in a preliminary budget. Meaning, the numbers that we get or that you see reflected in the first budget of the year, we know when that budget comes out that they are wildly unrealistic. This administration took steps in their first budget to correct that by adding a significant amount of funding in the last budget for NYPD overtime. That was a meaningful chunk of the problem. It did not address the entire problem, but is the first time we saw a meaningful attempt to reflect more realistic NYPD overtime numbers in the past 4 years. Second, if we take out the transit overtime program, which is net new and which the governor pays for, and we put overtime over the past 9 or 10 years in today's contract dollars, meaning cops are paid more, so overtime costs go up. In FY26, we are projected to be below average for the past 10 years. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. Other information on overtime. In calendar year 2025, as I testified, overtime spend was down 12.4%. It was $143.6 million less than calendar year 2024. In FY26, the first 3 quarters, overtime spend is down 10% compared to the same period in FY25. In FY26, our full year projection is $1.013 billion, which is $91 million less than FY25, correct, Christine?
Yes.
And the FY26 overtime spend is projected to be 6%, I said that, 6% less than the historical average.
Okay. Couple extra questions on that. So with increased initiatives for recruitment, can you explain how hiring to your full-time headcount would offset some of the overtime costs?
Well, look at what's going to happen this summer as an example, where we're going to have to move to 12-hour tours for at least 1 week. We expect it to be from July 1st to July 7th, and we may need to add additional days in closer to the World Cup finals. We are doing that because we will take everyone, we have 3 different tours each day. We're going to take the first platoon, the first tour and the third tour will cover all patrol operations. everything in the mid, meaning responding to 911 calls as an example, everyone who works in that middle tour will have to be deployed for, the Sail 250 and the World Cup, et cetera. So those 12-hour tours that we are forced to work July 1st to July 7th have a significant overtime impact on this department. So an example is an increased headcount would, I guess, offset that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Chair Lee, and I'll come back on second round. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry, just a clarification question. So the 35,555 officers that you were referring to, was that for FY27 or 28?
It's in the budget for FY28, but
Okay.
we expect to achieve that hiring at the end of this year, this calendar year.
Got it. Okay, so in the middle of FY27. Okay. You sort of went into this a little bit just now, but the plan for this, this is about overtime funding with the state subway funding. The plan includes some funding from the state for subway deployments, but not the full amount. Is that correct?
We do 5,000 hours a day of transit overtime, and we have been doing that. This is our second year of doing that. And my understanding is that the governor, the funds that the governor has provided pays for it, but Christine can add to that.
Okay, and if you could just note how much was received or how much is expected to be received?
Yeah, Christine will let you know.
Okay.
Yes, so we expect in total to receive $154 million from the state. Half of that is already reflected in the budget, and we're working very closely with the state for the other half. But as the commissioner said, it's currently covering an additional 5,000 hours per day in the transit system.
Okay, so that portion for the 5,000 hours will be covered by this funding for overtime?
Correct.
Okay. And the department has implemented overtime reduction plans in the last fiscal year, which kept FY25 uniform overtime spending relatively flat compared to FY24. So how do you utilize the state and city federal funding to offset the city funding for overtime, and how are reduction targets changed by changes the state and federal funding have made?
So it actually depends. We can't, if we're funded for the overtime, we can't supplant with federal or state funding. But
Got it.
generally, for example, with the subway overtime, it's a great example of the fact that we worked in concert with the state to determine this funding is going to be available to us. What are key things we can do with it? So the funding was sort of in concert with the increased deployments.
Okay. And at the preliminary budget hearing, you mentioned the city may not receive some of the federal funding this fiscal year, and can you update us on some of those numbers and what areas have been affected by the loss of funding?
So I'll just say today, no areas have been affected. As I testified in the preliminary budget, this will be a problem 2 years from now, because we are still today spending grant dollars from previous fiscal years. So I want to be clear with the council and with New Yorkers that this funding cut doesn't create an immediate threat, certainly not for the World Cup or this summer, but it does pose a sort of an existential threat 2 years from now, and it does need to be corrected. But as to the rest of that question, Christine?
Yeah.
So the cut for the Homeland Security grant funding is 40%. So we had expected we would get about 89, and we're getting only 53 of that. As the commissioner mentioned, the Port Security grant, which we've traditionally received, we did apply for that. We did not receive it. That's usually about 6.5 million. And then there were over a dozen smaller grants that we didn't apply for. We wouldn't have necessarily received funding for all of them, but they range from $200,000 to over $6 million. Cumulatively, had we gotten the maximum for all of them, it would have been about 19 million. And because of the existing terms of conditions and guidance from our legal and the law department, a determination was made that we could not make those certifications, therefore we could not apply. So as the commissioner said, we're able to work within our existing resources now to make sure there's no impact on security and safety, but if this continues, and we hope that it doesn't, there will be an impact further down the line.
And I'll add our bread and butter, where we get like the biggest amount of dollars for, from federal Homeland Security grants, is called the Homeland Security Grant Program. That was slashed to what we expect to be about $53 million. That is a 40% cut on that bread and butter grant for Homeland Security grant programs, things that fund our intelligence analysts, our counterterrorism deployments, our heavy weapons teams, our technology, our domain awareness system. That is the grant that we are most focused on. Earlier in the year, when then Secretary Noem announced these cuts, we were hopeful, based on some of the things that the president had said, that that funding would be restored. Unfortunately, now that it's time to get the funding, we have not seen that restoration. And our hope is that either somehow that money will find its way to New York City.
And what is Plan B if it doesn't, and what are contingency
My
plans?
opinion, I mean,
Yeah.
again, I said this is a problem not for this fiscal year, but
Right.
for like 1 or 2 fiscal years out. I don't see how New York City does without the capabilities that these grants fund. So either we get this corrected with the federal government, which I think needs to happen, or the city is going to have to pick up the tab. But from my perspective, cutting the intelligence analysts, cutting the domain awareness system, cutting the response autos that do shows of force in front of, for example, houses of worship, cutting those things are non-starters. So either the federal government pays up or the city's going to have to pick up the tab.
Right, okay. The executive plan includes savings of $9.3 million in FY26, and how does the savings work with overtime additions that were included in the preliminary plan?
So part of that savings actually did include uniform overtime savings of $19 million on the city side. The overall budget did include some additional federal funding. So we are still, as the commissioner indicated earlier, achieving savings year over year in overtime through our overtime management plan. The additional other savings were just PS accruals as well as capitalization of the vehicles, as the commissioner mentioned. And we had the civilian savings that were taken that resulted in headcount reductions as well.
Okay, thank you. For vehicle capitalization, exec plan includes savings of $103.7 million across FY27 to FY30 from utilizing capital funds instead of expense funds for vehicle costs. And could you explain what changes that allowed these vehicles to be capital eligible?
Yes, we are ecstatic about this because the NYPD's fleet over the past few years, the state of it has been disgraceful, with an unacceptable portion of the fleet being either out of service or beyond its useful life or close to beyond its useful life. These vehicles are crucial parts of our operation, and in my opinion, it is incumbent on the city and on this department to keep them refreshed. When previously they had not been capitally eligible, so we could only buy new vehicles with expense funding. And over the past 4 years, I think with the exception of last year, the city continually cut expense funding as part of expense reductions for NYPD fleets. So the NYPD bought like shockingly few vehicles several years in a row, which really takes its toll. We needed a change in state law to allow our fleet to be capitally eligible, both on the marked and unmarked side. We saw it as a no-brainer. We believed that our fleet met all of the requirements for capital eligibility in terms of, for example, the 5-year useful life, and we were thrilled to see in the governor's budget the change to that state law that allows our fleet to be capitally eligible. I just want to be clear, this is not just a good thing for this year, this is a good thing forever.
For future years, right? And then How does that change the procurement process, if at all, with the 82.6 million now for the purchase of the vehicles?
The procurement process will
Still the
remain
same?
unchanged. It's the same. We just obviously have to go through the certificate to proceed process
Right.
with OMB.
With
We've
OMB.
already commenced that process for next year, so we can get the orders in as quickly as possible to continue to replenish the fleet.
And I'll say, when I speak to our officers about things that management can improve for them, the fleet comes up almost every time.
Yeah, perfect. The plan included a similar change for IT license costs. Can you explain the change there?
Capital eligibility versus expense. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are just certain licenses. Licenses for IT tend to be an area where, depending on how long the license is going to last and actually what we're getting, there have been at certain times questions on whether or not certain licenses were capitally eligible or had to use operating funds. So working with our Information Technology Bureau, we took a closer look at the licenses and determined that there were more that could actually be part of the capitalization process, and that resulted in expense savings.
Perfect. And are there any other areas of cost that similar changes can be made to swap expense funding for capital, or you've all?
We always look at it. I mean, sometimes, unfortunately, because of inflation, things, the silver lining is they become more expensive, so they may
Yes.
have met all the other criteria, but not met the minimum dollar value. So we're always looking to see if we can capitalize. Obviously, we want to be, efficient and responsible with the capital funds as well, but you don't want, there's a reason why there's capital funding to cover things that have a long, useful life,
Right.
to pay them over time. So we
Right.
do maximize capitalization as much as possible.
Okay, perfect. And have you also looked at, I guess this is generally for overtime and other areas within NYPD, because I think I brought this up in the preliminary hearing, but looking at technology, IT, AI, those types of platforms to figure out timesheet updates, for example, that could help lower overtime or sort of improving the systems within NYPD.
So, I spent a lot of my career building IT systems at the department, and we are always interested in modernizing both our operational and administrative systems. I will say that we have been doing a lot of operational work in terms of IT development. We have a new 311 system for the department that's going to come out. That's coming out now-ish. We're digitizing the command log. We will look seriously at where we can put IT resources to update administrative systems as well. That's not a guarantee that it will be done, but I take the feedback and we will look for opportunities to do that.
Perfect. And in terms of the uniform civilian PS accruals, executive plan includes savings of 110.8 million in FY27. Our understanding is that these savings are usually taken from vacant salaries, and are you planning on not hiring additional? I know that you said the number of hires has increased, so wanted to know when you expect the next NYPD class and will be similar size as recent classes.
Oh, yeah. As I mentioned earlier, we are trying to end the year at our new authorized head count. So we're going to be hiring approximately, I think, just shy of 4,000 officers this year to get to that number based on our expected attrition. So, yeah, I mean,
I can speak to, and those accruals, those are not reflecting any delay in hiring. Essentially, as you can imagine, when you have a workforce of over 35,000 people, we make assumptions about looking at attrition, who's going to leave what salary, but over time, if more people with higher salaries leave for a certain period of time, or whatever the mix is in addition to differentials and things like that, it can add up quickly in terms of just adjustments to, this is what we assumed we were going to need to cover all the salaries for X number of people. Those same number of people can remain employed in terms of the assumption of who's coming on, but you have people at maybe higher levels leaving. It's a mix,
Right.
And you're off a little bit, and it allows for adjustment. Sometimes it unfortunately goes the other way, right? So this is just reflecting where we are right now.
Yeah, and so I'll add that if our assumptions are correct about how many resignations we'll see and how many retirements we will see this year, then we should end the year at the authorized headcount based on the hiring plan.
Okay.
And of course, with the council's help, raising the maximum age for which someone can take on the noble job of becoming a New York City police officer, so appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, the speaker had alluded to this question earlier, but I just kind of wanted to go a little bit further and to say, because as we know, the NGBV and a lot of the domestic violence work is now under OCS. And so I know that you had said that previously, you know, the work that you have done with those departments will continue. So
Yeah,
wanted
like
to
I just
know-
had a meeting with the commissioner of gender-based violence last week or the week before. So I want to be clear that all of that work with all of those officers with all of those offices, including on the executive level, commissioner to commissioner, that continues.
Okay, and also because I know that in order to report that, they have to go through, a lot of it is underreported because especially in communities of color, immigrant communities where there's different languages, cultural barriers, those types of things, are there folks within the precincts that would be able to appropriately help a lot of those folks that are more language specific? Aside language line, because I've thought about that.
Alex, do you want to answer that?
So part of creating the domestic violence investigators is really to have investigators whose sole job is investigating domestic violence. So that wasn't the case before. When you got a detective investigating a domestic violence crime, they could be investigating lots and lots of different crimes, so there was no specialization there. We do our best we can to put people in communities who are able to speak the languages.
Right.
And if we need to, of course, we can borrow from one precinct to another, or if there is a real need there, it does come up from time to time.
And the inspector, who is doing a brilliant job running our new domestic violence unit, can add to that answer.
Yeah, so in addition to just the officers there, we have the language line, but we also have crime victim advocates that work inside of the individual precincts. And we work closely with Family Justice Center, who has, you know, gender-based, not gender-based, but culturally specific organizations that we can always link our survivors to.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that you guys are all in communication. I know the precincts I overlap with are very great about working with the community groups.
One of the offices that we have the closest coordination to is the Office to End Gender-Based Violence.
Yeah.
They are involved in the development of our training, in the selection of and oversight of some of our closest partners, even people who work within our precincts. And so the coordination there has been and continues to be seamless.
Great. And my last question, and I'll pause, I have more, but I want to pass it off to the chair and other members. But in terms of the Be Heard, and it's more of a comment, but I have lots of thoughts on Be Heard, as I know Commissioner, Councilmember Caban has. But in terms of the coordination, I think that's always been the frustration, as well as the fact that it is hard to hire staff up for that, and it's more of FDNY EMS, which we'll go into later this afternoon. But just wanted to know, in general, for folks that are experiencing mental health crisis, I know that we have 988 now, which hopefully more
Yes.
people are utilizing.
Yes, people are using it.
Okay, and just wanted to know what the numbers look like there in terms of if a call comes in to you all in 911, and then how does that get transferred, referred? How successful are those transfers?
So you're talking specifically for 988, or are you talking about for Be Heard?
For both, yeah.
Okay, so let's start with 988 because I'm there on that page. Between program inception on April 14th of this year through April 30th. So all of my data here ends April 30th. So I guess for the first 16 days, 204 911 calls qualified for referral to 988 mental health resources. And then on Be Heard, let's see. All right, so at 911, we get about 4.3 million calls for service each year. Of those, the emotionally disturbed persons, nonviolent, no weapons, 85,793. So of the overall calls for service, approximately 2% are divertible to Be heard. Okay, now I'll give you the numbers for this year. So there were 17, so between January and April, first 4 months of the year, there were 17,961 calls where Be Heard was requested. Is that right? Was requested? Where Be Heard was requested. They responded to 1,411 of them, so that is 7.9% of the calls that they were requested to respond to.
Is that a lack of the teams that they have?
You have
Is
to
that
ask FDNY.
Okay, I'll definitely ask them, but
Point is, the 911, NYPD's role in this is the 911 call taker, who is an NYPD employee, determines that the call is eligible to be transferred, to be heard, and then it goes outside of the NYPD's universe.
okay, and then just let me ask it a different way. Have you seen that with the addition of Be Heard as well as 988, that there are more successful incidences that are being deferred out that have been successfully?
We don't see the outcomes of those calls. Right now, the diversion numbers are tiny compared to the overall volume and the overall need. So
Okay.
there are lots of opportunities to improve, even without changing the criteria. Meaning,
Right.
if the criteria remains emotionally disturbed person, nonviolent, no weapons, there is still a huge amount of room for Be Heard to respond to more calls.
Yeah. Okay, I will pause there and pass it over to Chair Felice. Oh, sorry, before I do that, I just want to say we've been joined by Councilmembers Ariola, Hanks, Brooks Powers, Deputy Speaker Williams, Councilmembers Dinowitz, Felder, Aviles, Majority Leader Abreu, Councilmembers Brewer, Ressler, Joseph, J. Sanchez, and Councilmember Mealy.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee. Wow, we have a full house today. We have almost enough members to hold a stated meeting and have quorum. So a few questions. I'll start my
Attract a
questions.
crowd.
I'll start my questions on the topic of large-scale events. As we know, we're 1 month away from the World Cup in July. With increased tourism coming to New York City for the FIFA World Cup, you issued a memo stating that officer shifts will be 12 hours from July 1st to July 7th. How exactly will this work? Are they expected to work 3 days per week for a total of 36 hours and then a half of a shift for 40 or 42 hours?
No, they will either work pre-tour or post-tour overtime. So importantly for our officers, during that week, we are not throwing out their chart. They will continue to work their standard 5 days a week, just with 4 hours added either to the beginning or to the end of their tour. And the chief of department is going to soon issue guidance to each bureau about how their 12-hour tours are going to work, meaning are they doing pre-tour or post-tour. Chief, do you have anything to add to that? Okay.
All right, so 5 days a week, 12-hour tours.
5 days a week, 12-hour tours, but in that time, we are doing things like canceling training. We are canceling all things that could otherwise be a drain on NYPD resources. We do not expect to be canceling their RDOs, their regular days off, as a practice. It may have to happen from time to time.
Is this going to apply to every police officer?
We're not going to cancel, for example, like if they have holiday picks, they're not going to have to work, when they were planning to be away. But it is going to apply to the vast majority of, well, I'd say the majority of police officers in the New York City Police Department for that week, and perhaps for a few days closer to the finals, will be asked to work 12-hour tours, and that is from the rank of police officer on up to chief. So it really affects everyone. It is not a decision that we took lightly or that I took lightly, but it is an absolute necessity for that week, given the number of things going on in the city.
Approximately how many police officers would this apply to? You said a vast majority. Would you say more than 80%? 80, 90 ballpark?
I don't want to give an actual percentage. What I can say is that the chief of department is going to issue guidance to each bureau, and once we have that guidance, we will let your office know what percentage it applied to.
How much overtime is projected for that week of the World Cup?
Can you give the numbers? Well, for the World Cup or the July 1st to July 7th? Because, like, remember, we've got July 4th, Sail 250, which is like the president's military parade in New York City, NBA Finals, World Cup, all as potentially Taylor Swift's wedding. I'm kidding. But all as overlapping events in New York City between June 11th and July 19th. Any one of those on their own would be a big deal in New York City. All of them taken together are unprecedented and are going to place unusual, and I would say historic, demands on the New York City Police Department. So Christine, can you go through the July 1st to July 7th, what that dollar value projection is, and then also for the World Cup specifically?
So these projections are preliminary, but for the July 1st through July 7th, our projection order of magnitude is that will cost between 35 to 42 million for that period overall for FIFA and Sail 250. So this entire time of all of these overlapping events, we believe overtime is projected at about 73 million. On top of that, obviously there's equipment that the department needs to make sure that we're able to keep everything safe, secure, and also manage the crowds. That's 12.4 million, and then there's 6.5 million for drone equipment. So in total, the estimate right now is $92 million. The good news is that the budget that you've all looked at already really accounts for, on the city side, about $50 million, and then there's another $21 million in federal funding. So there's $71 million that we're accounting for. All the federal funding's not quite reflected yet, but that does leave a shortfall of about 20 to 21 million, based on projections.
I will just add that the federal government / FIFA did not give us nearly enough money to cover the overtime bill on the New York City Police Department. Christine, how much did FIFA give us? $14 million?
So they gave us 14.6 for the overtime, toward overtime, and 6.5 for counter drone equipment. We are having conversations about potentially getting more, but that's not determined yet.
It's going to be a rough start to the fiscal year for our overtime. Just remember that for next year's overtime hearings.
We'll keep that in mind. Talk to us about the plan for fan safety at transit hubs and also watch parties.
The plans, okay. So with all of these major events that are going on in New York City, there will be other joyful events going on around them in New York City. All of those events will require a police presence. For example, NBA Finals watch parties, FIFA watch parties, people taking the subway, using mass transit, going to and from those watch parties. People going to the events themselves, meaning getting people from New York City to the World Cup is a whole to-do in and of itself that requires security. They're going usually mostly by bus or by rail, and there's a big screening component and security component there. So it would be an understatement to say that we have been planning. We have been aggressively planning for so many different things that are occurring this summer, not just the main events themselves, but all of the festivities surrounding those events. And remember, FIFA is an international name and therefore a target. And so we do not look at FIFA as just a normal event in New York City. Both the FIFA tournament and the events surrounding FIFA in New York City, the fan zones, the watch parties, those we all have to look at seriously through the counterterrorism lens.
Speaking about events, how will the NYPD work with federal and state authorities to ensure participants are safe getting to and from the events?
Hand in hand. The chief do you want to talk through the buses and the trains and how you're coordinating with partners on that?
Sure. So on the 8 game days at MetLife, we have identified 4 separate locations that over 200 buses will be starting in New Jersey, swept in New Jersey, with an NYPD present to make sure that they are swept properly. Those buses then come into New York City. Obviously, we're not able to park 200 buses in and around the 4 identified areas, so we will start with 45 buses at a time. That footprint at those locations start 12 hours prior to those buses being parked there. Obviously, those locations have to be swept by our counterterrorism team. They then have to be, the footprint has to stay there until the buses actually arrive. Those buses, each one of those buses, I've assigned 2 uniformed officers to, again, to continue to observe those buses, to make sure that, you know, they're safe, to go back into New Jersey. Again, very dynamic. The 42nd Street will be the street that we will be using, that will be closed to just bus and emergency vehicles going through the tunnel into New Jersey. As far as the rails, we have identified approximately, we think, upwards of 15,000 people to go through Penn Station, and then ultimately have to get screened by the NYPD to go, again, into New Jersey. So it's a huge undertaking. On top of doing all that, on the 8 game days, there will be numerous watch parties throughout New York City. And, you know, again, we've gone from 32 teams to 48 teams. We've gone from approximately 150 games to 200 games. Every game that is being played will be front and center in New York City. As far as the rails, working with our federal partners and Amtrak. So actually, next week, I will be chairing a meeting with the Northeast Corridor from Washington, D.C. up to and through New York City with Amtrak, MTA, and all our rail partners to make sure that, again, it's seamless, it's safe, and the federal government, the state government, and obviously the NYPD are working very, very close.
Thank you, Chief.
Speaking about the World Cup and also watch parties, there's been numerous articles which stated that public events, including World Cup watch parties on open streets and plazas and parks, will be scaled back due to NYPD concerns. Is it true? And if yes, can you talk to us about some of the concerns, and also is the plan or the hope to have police presence at every single watch party?
My understanding is that the mayor is going to announce a very robust set of watch parties for FIFA around all 5 boroughs, which will run the length of the tournament. We do have, that we know of, already announced the 5 FIFA fan zones that will be, 5 FIFA fan zones, 1 in each borough. So my hope and my expectation is that we are going to have a lot of festivities in New York City around the World Cup. Obviously, we want to celebrate. We need to celebrate safely. I already told you about the need to look at all things FIFA through a counterterrorism lens. That's what this department is doing. We don't have unlimited resources, and we also have a lot of other things that are occurring in New York City. You know, when a country hosts the World Cup or the Olympics, usually they cancel everything else going on in that city at that time. We didn't in New York City. We're having the Puerto Rican Day Parade. We're having lots of the Pride Parade. We are having many or nearly all of the standard large-scale events in New York City this summer that we would have in a summer with like none of these events going on, and so I would appreciate it if you could think about the demands on this department in that context. We would like to facilitate a lot. Perhaps we won't be able to facilitate everything, but there will be a lot of celebrating in New York City.
So absolutely, yes. And of course, we're expecting there to be a lot of requests for permits for watch parties in communities and et cetera. And
just
on
know
that
for
issue.
each one, for each city-sponsored one, the chief and Commissioner Weiner have to put together a full counterterrorism package, because again, that name FIFA comes with elevated threat.
Right, yes. And of course, there's a lot of agencies that play a role when it comes to issuing permits. NYPD plays a big role in reviewing and issuing them. What are factors that the NYPD will consider when determining whether to issue let's say a watch party on Fordham Road?
Whether we can do it safely, which means, does the footprint make sense? Can we secure it appropriately with blocker cars? Like, we don't want cars driving into these watch parties either on purpose or by accident. We don't want to we've seen vehicle ramming attacks across the city. Do we have the resources available to it? Like, for example, are there several other watch parties going on in the same precinct at the same time? So, I mean, the main thing is, are we able to ensure a responsible amount of security at the event?
What are areas that are more likely to receive an approval for a watch party? I'm sure doing a watch party at a park would be much easier to secure. You know, it's more difficult to.
Usually it is. That is true. Each permit application we review based on the specific details. So, how big is it? Where is it? Is it in a heavily trafficked area? Is it right near a subway station? Does it run right alongside a busy corridor where a vehicle can just come right up into it? Like, there are so many different factors that we look at. What else is going on in the city at the same time? I mean, everyone needs to remember, we have a day in New York City where we both have hopefully or potentially, an NBA Finals game in New York City and a World Cup game in the New York, New Jersey area. So we also have to look at what else is going on in the city that day.
All right, thank you for the information. So I'll ask some questions about the overtime issue, and then I know my colleagues have a lot of questions, so then I'll pause there. So can you repeat the numbers related to overtime, let's say for the last 7 years, the last 7 fiscal years? And for these questions, let's just focus on the fiscal years, because of course, calendar years are very different from fiscal years.
Sure. Fiscal year 26, the first 3 quarters, we are projected to be down 10% in overtime spend.
What about total, not just the first 3 quarters, total fiscal
Well,
year?
we're in the last quarter now.
Right, but projected for the last quarter
The
included.
projection is 1.013 billion, which is $91 million less than fiscal year 25, the same first 3 quarters. But for the first 3 which is $91 million less than fiscal year 25. So the full year projection is 1.013 billion, $91 million less than fiscal year 25. For the first 3 quarters that have been completed in fiscal year 26, we are down 10% in overtime compared to the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 25. And if you take out the transit overtime, which the governor pays for, and you put overtime spend in today's dollars, meaning in today's contract dollars, how much the cops are paid, the FY26 overtime spend is projected to be 6% lower than that historical average, going back to 2016.
And what has been the total overtime budget since, let's say, 2020, all of the fiscal years since 2020?
Yeah, I can get you that.
I have it here. It's this chart here, Christine, right?
Yep, those are the adjusted values, yep.
You go ahead.
Yeah. So going back to 2020, so if you look at, again, excluding the transit, it was $1 billion in fiscal year 2020.
Well, including the entire thing, transit, the entire overtime.
Well, with transit, there wasn't really much
There
transit
wasn't
that
transit
year,
in
so that was a billion for, like, billion. It was basically $1 billion in fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 22 was 576, but that was basically because of the pandemic, so that's really an outlier. Fiscal year 22 was 918. Fiscal year 23 was $1,047 million. Fiscal year 24 was $1,155 million, and fiscal year 25 was $1,120.
But fiscal year 25 is when transit started.
Correct.
And so if you take transit out, which the governor pays for, then fiscal year 25 is 954. And the projection for FY26 without transit is 862.
Correct.
So I know it's a big spend for overtime, but I just want to make sure that the members of this council understand that like if you look at historical spending totals, the numbers here seem more reasonable than they otherwise would.
Yeah, and that is my next question. Why are we still spending $1 billion in overtime? I mean, I know all of you continue to mention that the previous administration, there was an anything goes system. There were significant changes. If I could just finish. And there were also about 4,000 new police officers added last year, which exceeded attrition rates. So I'm just curious, why are we still in the ballpark of $1 billion? This is something that we don't see with any other agency.
Yeah, so the officers that were added last year, the reason we hired 4,000 of them is because 20 years ago, we had hired a huge number of officers. So we hired over 4,000 officers last year to make sure that we kept up with attrition. In fact, we beat attrition by a few hundred officers, which was a minor miracle. But I don't want to give the impression that we ended the year up 4,000 officers. We ended the year up several hundred officers, which is the first time we'd ended the year up for many years. At the same time, it is the case that before I got here, the department did not manage overtime in any meaningful way, and it, to me, looked like, when I showed up, an anything goes system, and the executive team here under the first step and the Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget's leadership have put in, I think, a very responsible overtime plan that has delivered meaningful results, a 10% decline in overtime in fiscal year 26 and a 12.4% decline in overtime in calendar year 25, and we will continue to do that. As to the question about why overtime is required, I think we need not look farther than what's going on this summer and the previous questions you just asked. Are we going to be able to have all of these watch parties? Are New Yorkers going to be able to celebrate? And the answer is, like, yeah, we're going to do a lot of celebrating, but that celebrating needs to be safe. And in order for it to be safe, we need to make sure that we have officers there and that we've thought through all of the security requirements. So for things, for example, like special events, that requires overtime. For protests, things that are like unexpected, that requires overtime. Sometimes, for example, like if we're seeing a gang war in the 4-4, and we say, oh, the officers on Saturday night, they usually end at, I'm making this up, at 1 in the morning or midnight, and we want them to stay on post till 2 in the morning because we want to make sure that we curb the gun violence. Those are examples of things that we would use overtime for.
Right, absolutely. And yes, this is, as we know, this is and will always be a very busy city. New York City will always have large-scale events, also sports events, parades, and et cetera. But I think the big, and of course, we need and appreciate the police presence at these events to make sure that people are safe. But the big question, or the big point here, is whether there's any measures that we can take so that we could have that police presence. Let's say, for example, by increasing headcount, and not have to continuously rely on $1 billion of overtime?
I do not believe having more officers this summer would definitely decrease the overtime, the need for overtime this summer for all of these special events, and in my opinion, could have an overall general effect on overtime, but those are budget decisions that the council needs to make in coordination with the mayor and his team. I am doing the best I can with the officers that we have, and I am very pleased that so far this year, in his first month, the mayor has given us over 500 additional officers budgeted for the New York City Police Department, 580.
Brief question on headcount. So the headcount is approximately 35,000. What percent of this 35,000 is patrol officers versus community affairs and any other units?
Oh, I have that. Hold on one second. Oh, here it is. Our patrol staffing, I'm very pleased to tell you, is 888 officers, as of April 30th this year, 888 officers over what it was the same time in 2025. So we have nearly 1,000 additional officers on patrol now if you compare April 30th of this year to April 30th of last year, and that our number right now, I believe, is 15,749. I want to be clear, those numbers include our evidence collection teams and our domestic violence units. So I'll just explain why. Historically, so last year and the year before and the year before that, forever, those two teams were part of our patrol services bureau. So they were included as part of the patrol headcount. They have been moved now to be under the detective bureau, but they perform the same functions that they performed when they were under patrol services. So I'm giving you an apples to apples comparison.
All right.
And the Bronx is up 250 officers. I know you care about
Thank you for that.
since last year.
Thank you so much for that. We'll take more if there's any.
You're about to get more. That's the great thing about all the hiring we did last year. Now, we do 18 months of training for these officers on the street. And as they hit that 18 months, they go into precincts where they're responding to 911 jobs. So every few months now, precincts across the city are going to see an influx of new police officers on patrol. And it is something now that we can enjoy for the next year and so long as our great hiring continues.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And we're absolutely seeing the results. I've been around a few incidents, and the police response has been at the speed of light. So that's something that we appreciate and we welcome. A few more questions about the issue of overtime. What are the top 3 things that lead to overtime? I'm sure large-scale events is going to be something big this year.
Large-scale events. Do you have that, Christine?
Yeah, so it's events, it's investigations, and then basically we have the other categories are roughly even with arrests, operational, crime reduction, and then of course we have our transit safety as well. But the 2 largest areas are investigations and the events.
All right, and just 2 more questions. I know we have a lot of colleagues who have signed up for questions. A few question about officer deployment. Approximately how many officers do we have for a large protest versus a smaller protest, also large-scale events, and also for parades, a smaller parade versus a larger parade? What's the ballpark of a lot of officers?
It really runs the gamut. It varies so much that it is hard to answer that question. Do you want to?
Sure, I can answer it. Let's just look at yesterday's parade. So yesterday's parade, and this is total uniform members, so I'm not separating our CT teams, I'm not separating our emergency service. We had over 3,000 officers that were assigned to that detail. And again, we look at security risks, we look at past incidents, not just in New York City, but across the world. And we also look at, how many participants we expect at those events. So a lot of times it could be hundreds of officers, but many times it could be thousands of officers.
And the same is true for protests. It just really depends on how many people are expected to go to the protest, where is the protest, what time of day, what else is going on, all of those factors.
If I may also just, the tiered system that we have in the protest element speaks to this as well, right? So it's everything that the chief of department was just saying, the police commissioner was saying. And then one thing that has been a product of the protest settlement is thinking through, okay, how many officers do we actually need to do this responsibly, appropriately, consistent with the settlement? And I think that's actually been a real benefit of the protest settlement.
All right, thank you for the information. Final question before I pass it on to colleagues. And on the issue of overtime, I'm sure there's a lot of ways that we could get to overtime. Let's say a police officer has to work a few additional hours after their shift. They can also do overtime during their, as they say, RDOs, during the regular day off. They're off and they're called to work. What percentage of overtime hours are worked by officers already working versus those that are during their RDOs they're supposed to be off?
We're going to have to get that to you. We don't have that data right here, but I think that we can get that number for you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to pause here. We could get that. I know you have your team here. We could get that during my next round. That would be great.
I don't think we're going to be able to get that in the next round. The Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget will get it over to your office, but she's got to do a little work to get that number out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So we have Deputy Speaker followed by Councilmember Caban.
Hello, Commissioner. Just a quick question about something you said in your testimony around hate crimes. You had mentioned that it was down 5.4%, but we saw some reports that show a jump to 11.8%, and that rapes are also up. So just wanted to know if you could explain like the differences between like your testimony and some reports that we saw that says.
Yes, the reports that you saw referenced the first quarter of the numbers at the end of the first quarter of the year, so January, February, March. The numbers that I gave account for April as well. And so it changed. Hate crime is a terrible thing, but these are small-ish numbers compared to overall crime. So a few crimes can make a big difference in terms of up or down.
Thank you. Just turning questions to the racial equity plans that you put forward. I've been asking all city agencies about their racial equity plans, especially during budget hearings, because we hope that budget allocations are being appropriated to fulfill some of the goals. So one of the goals of the NYPD is to enhance the hiring process by removing unnecessary barriers, bringing greater transparency to decisions, and ensuring qualified candidates are not excluded by the system. This is listed as a short-term goal to be completed by 2026. Has the department done a review in the past of the hiring process? What was the outcome of this review? And is any funding in this budget going towards recruitment and hiring?
So there have been many reviews of the hiring process, but not one that particularly looks at equity. So the hiring panel is convening over a period of about 100 days. It met earlier last month in the initial meeting. It's a collection of experts, academic experts, community members, really across the board to give us their best thoughts on how to improve that process. So we had our initial kickoff. We should have our next meeting, I think, in just a couple of weeks. And then we'll have a final meeting at the end, and those where the recommendations will come out of. There's no funding allocated just for the study. That's just being done with in-house staff.
And just to answer the last part of the question, a lot of the success that we have had in hiring over the past year and a half has been driven by our fraternal organizations. So those fraternal organizations going out into their communities, educating people about the work of police officers. We, a year ago at this time, we couldn't find enough candidates to take the job. We had our actual head count was well below the budgeted head count, and I give the work of those fraternal organizations a lot of credit for the work that they have done getting people interested in the job.
Thank you. Another goal is to increase representation in leadership positions and specialized units by 2028. Which units currently have the lowest levels of diversity?
I have to get back to you. We can get back to you with the diversity by unit.
Okay. Just turning over to some district-specific questions. So I appreciate the Q teams. I visited each Q team in my district. We love them. But some of the things that I see Chief Obi here, specifically around truck parking and making sure that these precincts have the resources to remove trucks and address a lot of the overnight commercial vehicle parking in residential neighborhoods. So just wanted to know specifically about her division and the budget there and how you...
Which division?
The Chief Obi.
Oh, Chief Obe's.
division.
So what I want to say on that is I think the paradigm that this department has used forever on towing makes no sense. And the precincts that have heavy towing needs should probably have tow trucks assigned to them and people trained in how to use them assigned there as well. That is what makes sense for me. You know, council members always want to give us funding for strategic things, and I think that if we can reorganize appropriately, that might be a great new way to address some of the acute towing problems that we are seeing in specific precincts, including in your district.
Yes, I love that idea. And I know like all of us in Southeast Queens would definitely allocate, I hear sound effects
So we'll have-
to our
let's have-
precincts because we do try to support them. Like I know.
Let's have conversations
Okay.
about how we can make that reality. I think that that will be more meaningful than talking about how much money is assigned to the Transportation Bureau, but Christine has that for you.
$212 million.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just on a final note, just to add, in your district, since we met with you, the work still continues. On 10 dates, we wrote 259 summonses, 51 tows so far, and 51 boots also. So the work will continue.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question about my favorite division in the police department, which is the Community Affairs Division. I would love to see every year I ask for an increase because there are like amazing community affairs officers. One precinct, they're doing a whole dance recital, you know, and they do the best that they can. They raise money inside of the police department. They externally ask for resources. But I feel like when I think of like community policing and what we all want to see from the police department, I feel like this is like the unit that does that work. And I feel like they just don't, I would love to see them have more money. You know, the game truck breaks down, the rock wall, there's only like one rock wall. Would love to see a rock wall in each bureau. I mean, this is just my yearly, please give more money to the
Noted.
Community Affairs Division.
I hear you on that. I will say that one thing that we have done, and this was at the request and advice, on the advice of virtually every precinct CO that I've spoken to. For 4 years, the community affairs officers were not assigned to their precincts. They were reassigned to a centralized community affairs bureau, which basically meant that the precinct CO lost his or her basically right-hand person, but particularly definitely the right-hand person for dealing directly with the community, because that person no longer reported to him and her. As of January this year, I was very pleased to reassign community affairs officers back to their specific precincts, and I think that that has and will continue to go a long way. There are still many community affairs officers that are centrally assigned under the Community Affairs Bureau, but I think restoring that function under patrol has led to some very positive outcomes, and I am getting positive feedback on that, both from many of your colleagues, but just as importantly, many precinct COs that I speak to.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Banks, and we'll go with Councilmember Caban, followed by Wong.
Thank you. As always, I have lots of questions, so I'm going to ask that y'all be as succinct as possible. I'm going to start with just some money numbers. Can you tell me FY26 to date, the money spent on the quality of life division, and if you could break that down to like money spent on the Q teams, QStat, and then just the projected budget for FY27 for those?
Christine has that for you.
So I'm actually have to get back to you because I don't have it broken back by each bureau by spend to date, so I will get back to you on that.
Okay, that would be really helpful. Are you tracking complaints and civil suits based on that particular division's enforcement?
Like CCRB complaints?
And civil suits.
And
Yeah.
what?
And civil suits, yeah.
Civil suits.
So the question is, do we sort of have like a separate tracking system by division? I mean, we certainly can pull that data. There's data that we can get, but I don't think that we're tracking it sort of day to day, sort of by division.
Okay, so I want to move on to different questions. I think the request is, can you pull the data on that and provide it to the council in terms of the complaints and civil suits coming out of
Yes.
quality of life enforcement?
For sure.
Great, thank you.
Out of the quality of life division.
Quality of life division, yes. Commissioner, what evidence does the NYPD have that increased arrests for low-level offenses improve public safety outcomes?
To be clear, we are not looking to make increased arrests for low-level offenses. We give our officers a huge amount of discretion. Discretion starts with engagement. The quality of life division was certainly not created to gin the number of low-level arrests.
Well, Commissioner, that's not my question.
Just
No, but that's not my question, so I just want to redirect for a second. What evidence does the NYPD, because we have in prior hearings where you have testified and others.
I don't have evidence of it because that is not a stated goal, so I wouldn't look at that. The stated goal of the quality of life division is to address the explosion of quality of life complaints that we have seen across every precinct and every district in this city.
And as a partner in public safety, what evidence do you have that addressing broken windows offenses, low-level offenses, improves public safety outcomes?
I told you I am not interested in going back to broken windows policing where you look to make you look for a low-level thing to find a higher-level thing.
So I will say that the theory.
What I'm looking to do is address, can I just finish? You can have more time. What I'm looking to do.
Can I, Chair? Is that cool? The Commissioner's offering me more time.
Maybe like another minute, and then we'll go around. We'll definitely put you for round two.
What I am looking to do is address the explosion of 311 complaints that we have seen across every community in the city. And those complaints differ community to community.
Thank you. So what I want to say about this here is that either our goal has to be improve public safety outcomes or answer 311, be the one to answer certain 311 complaints simply because you get them. And what I think is important for us to analyze here is that there has been a 20-year meta-study analysis that debunks the relationship between disorder crime and using resources for broken windows policing generally. It was disproved, and even though you're saying it's not a stated goal, we have seen the Data Collaborative for Justice over a 4-year span from 21 to 24, so a sharp upsurge in arrests for low-level charges. A Gothamist article talked about a 3,000% increase in arrests for lying down or taking up more than one seat on the subway, and that at this point in the year, court cases for that offense in particular are already exceeding the pace of last year. So those things don't make sense to me in terms of either you're improving public safety or doing the things, if you're data-driven, to improve public safety, or just going to answer 311 calls simply to answer them and not improve public safety. But I want to ask this, and then I'll go to a second round with my questions. What is the total annual cost to taxpayers of processing low-level arrests through the criminal legal system compared to issuing summonses or utilizing diversion programs, while pointing out that maybe one way to reduce overtime is to stop dragging people through the system for taking up 2 seats on the subway?
We can get you information about the budget for our Criminal Justice Bureau, which is where we would spend money on processing arrests. Is that fair, Chris? Can you do that?
Yeah, so specifically the ask would be the cost to taxpayers of processing low-level arrests compared to the cost if those were through issuing summonses or utilizing some other diversion program. So, thank you.
Council member, I would say if we're talking about low-level offenses, the vast majority of the time, if we make an arrest for something that is otherwise summonsable, it will be for one of two reasons. Either we cannot properly identify the person, making them ineligible for summons, because then the summons means nothing, or there is another warrant that is outstanding that they haven't responded to for some other crime. I will say that the unidentifiable is about 6.6% of those, so the vast majority of the time, it is that person is wanted on an open warrant for some other crime.
So vast majority, can you give a percentage to that? How many of those are, if it were talking vast majority is well over 50%, which I don't know that that's accurate.
Alex can tell you.
So in transit, when we do have to make an arrest, again, it is, as the commissioner stated, it's 6.6% of the time. That's because we were not able to properly identify. The remainder of all the arrests are either because the person has a warrant and we have a legal obligation to bring them back to court, or they're being arrested for a higher level offense in addition to that low level.
You're saying that those are the only two other reasons?
Correct.
Okay, can I follow up on this?
Unidentifiable, wanted on a warrant, and third, being wanted or
If you are being arrested for a higher level crime.
in addition to the lower level crime.
Okay, one more follow-up, and then we got to move on.
Well, it's not one, I have a line of questions, but just responding to that, because I have
Council
different
member, we can sit together and, as long as you want, and go through any questions that you have on this.
Sure, I know we have to, but I actually think that there's a lot of value in not just doing it sitting in a meeting, but doing it in an open hearing with the public so that they know how their money is being spent and what outcomes they're getting or not getting and what we should be able to expect. I will pass it off to you, but I have a second round just specifically on that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Wong, followed by Councilmember Ariola.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Commissioner and the men and women of the NYPD for testifying today. Before my questions, I want to recognize some excellent work by the NYPD. Last week, my office with Councilmember Ariola's office and community members became aware of social media posts promoting a planned takeover at the Atlas Mall. We immediately shared that information with the NYPD. Queens Borough Chief Russell Green and Captain Rios took the intelligence seriously and acted quickly, deploying a significant police presence around the mall. For a few hours, the Atlas Mall looked very well secure. That deterrence worked, and the takeover never materialized. When organizers began directing participants towards Middle Village Playground in my district, my office again alerted the NYPD. Officers responded quickly and prevented any disruption before it could occur. And because of proactive policing, nothing happened. That's exactly what residents expect and deserve. I also want to thank Inspector Wong of the 110th Precinct for his work addressing quality of life concerns, including issues surrounding the Amadeus nightclub, illegal car meetups, loud music, and other persistent neighborhood complaints. I also want to thank Captain Fennessy of the 112th Precinct for addressing recent anti-Semitic vandalism affecting the communities in my district and Councilmember Shulman's district. I appreciate the work these commanders are doing to keep our neighborhood safe, address quality of life concerns before they become larger problems, and maintain confidence in public safety. With that, I have a few questions. Is there a department policy against publicly disclosing precinct by precinct staffing levels? And if so, what is the rationale? Because my constituents regularly ask about these figures, and they look and look, and there's nowhere to be published.
So the way the City Council set up the law, we have various disclosure obligations, wide range of staffing data that we are required to disclose, except to the extent that it will endanger public safety or endanger our officers. And so we, as you know, we provide a very wide range of data regarding staffing and deployment. However, as it gets more and more granular, more and more specific, we do get more and more concerned about the safety aspect of this. If bad actors know precisely how we have staffed at a very granular level, that allows them to make strategic or tactical decisions that can be incredibly dangerous for the public or for our officers. So that's the balance that we're constantly striking. I do want to emphasize that the City Council set up the law in this way. That is maximum transparency consistent with public safety and the safety of the officers.
Which is why we tend, when we talk about publicly about staffing numbers or report publicly on staffing numbers, to do it on the borough level. But when you have asked in the past, and your colleagues have asked in the past about your staffing numbers, about concerns about staffing, we are very transparent with you in those discussions, take the feedback, and then assign officers accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Recently, as the temperature gets warmer, we have a big problem about dirt bikes and ATVs driven on the streets and in parks in my district. Question, is it legal to operate a dirt bike or ATV on a public street or in a park? Even as for minors or adults?
An ATV, no, it is not.
What about for dirt bikes? Okay, thank you.
If it's an unregistered dirt bike, no, it cannot. It cannot be on a New York City street.
I see. Oh, thank you. Chair, I would like to have more questions for round two.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for always coming fully prepared and for testifying with full transparency and clarity.
Thank you.
We really do appreciate that. Many of us here want to see the NYPD get more resources than I'm hearing you saying we're getting, so that's what we're here for. As far as numbers, you had them categorized by borough and how crime has decreased by borough, especially retail crimes in specific boroughs. Do you have that drilled down as far as council districts? Because oftentimes we get calls in our council offices that says, well, we can't even live here anymore, we're ready to go. But we want to be able to tell them, like,
Your
in our
staffing numbers
district.
by council district?
Right, how
That's a good
major.
idea. I don't think we have that available now, but that would be, I think, high enough level that it wouldn't be at the precinct level. That's actually a really good idea about how to get more granular than just borough.
Right.
And we can try to provide that.
Yeah, so this way we can fight back any narrative that says, crime is out of control, because I love the Q teams, I love our community affairs officers. I agree that we need more heavy toes. I'm so happy that you're open to that, in some of our areas. The other thing is, you said that a lot of your funding comes from federal grants, and you're going to continue to fight to get those federal grants, but there is some language that precludes you from being able to apply for those federal grants, and I can only imagine that that includes working fully with federal law enforcement agencies.
A lot of it is a lot of the problematic language for us conflicts with the sanctuary city law.
Correct. So how will you manage that or navigate that when there is a conflict there, because you certainly need that funding?
So there's two separate things going on. The first are the grants, which tend to be the much smaller grants. They do not represent a majority of the counterterrorism grant funding we get, where we have that conflict with sanctuary city law and we are not eligible to apply. The more meaningful chunk of money is not about eligibility, a conflict between sanctuary city law and eligibility requirements. It's the Department of Homeland Security's allocation levels to New York State, which were dramatically cut under Secretary Noem, and we were hopeful that the president would overrule. Unfortunately, we have not seen those dollars yet for federal fiscal year 25.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Joseph, followed by Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioner. Always good to see you. I'm right here.
Hello.
Hello. Correct me if I'm wrong. Youth arrests for major felonies have increased in each of the last fiscal years. At the same time, major felony crimes in schools relatively flat over the period. How can we improve those stats? You know how I feel about that. And what other agencies and programs can NYPD reach out, believe would be great partners?
Hold on, I have two people. He's explaining to me the first part of your question. Okay, sorry. What's the second part of the question?
How are you working with other agencies to make sure we're bringing down the numbers among young people that we're seeing in these cases?
Alex is going to answer the first part of the question.
After he
whispering
explained the
answer
question,
in
all
my
right.
ear.
So I can answer the first part. Sorry, there's lots of different things going on at once. All right, so arrests in schools are actually down. So this year they're down 4.8%. So we're seeing both less crime and less arrests in schools at the same time.
But how are you also working in collaboration with schools? For example, I knew before there was a division working on school. There was a drone for subway surfing. We lost a young person at 14 years old to subway surfing. The last hearing that I had here with Transportation, NYPD, and New York City Public Schools as interagency, these are conversations that all agencies should be having. So where are we on that in terms of collaboration and working on all of things?
Collaboration with DOE. I hope if you ask them, they will say the same thing. But from our perspective, the collaboration with DOE specifically has never been better. I'll let Tanya speak about the work that we're doing with DOE, and then I want to speak a little bit about the work we're doing with them with subway surfing. Go ahead.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good.
So we take arrests. We work with our DOE partners really well.
Oh, you facilitated that whole thing. You were at the first meeting.
Yes, 65% of incidents that occur in schools now are mitigated by DOE. We meet with our DOE partners on a monthly basis. We also meet with the advocates on a quarterly basis to try to work with the advocates in DOE so we don't have to arrest and have DOE take on more of the incidents.
So you're working interagency, so you're working with Project Pivot, who's on the ground,
Yes,
which is
yes.
the cure violence groups they have in schools.
Yes,
and
351 schools Project Pivot is in. We provide support in those schools during the times that Project Pivot is going on.
Okay, in your crisis intervention team training, the numbers hours for uniformed members in communication skills, de-escalation, and behavior and restorative justice, of course.
So we have approximately 3,384 personnel trained.
In de-escalation,
Yes.
restorative justice. We've received a couple of calls around your metal detectors are not working at schools and students are being late. How are you addressing that?
So we know of 3 incidents that occurred this year thus far. But the school safety executive leadership responded and spoke to all 3 principals. We have now have a in-house training of our agents to help mitigate if a scanner breaks within 30 minutes. We have agents rectifying the issue, and as well as now there's a direct notification and investigation done once we are aware that a school is late because of scanning issues or personnel issues.
Based on the feedback that you've given me about this specific thing in the past, I am pleased to tell you that we have ordered 40 new scanners to replace some of the old equipment that we have because it is not acceptable to be late for a school because of scanning.
And we received 10 of those scanners on last Friday.
Okay, good. And what's the timeline to put them in place for them, or are they already in place?
We're working on that now with a deal. We're working with Mark and our executives and school safety to procure where exactly they're going to go or replace.
This council had passed the bill for 988 to be in New York City public schools. How many calls do you get from young people? Do you track that?
We would not have that data. That data, you should need to ask 988, the people who run that, because all we do is transfer the call, so we don't collect the demographic.
And how many mental health related calls where this training would be applicable if you were to do it? You can get back to me on that.
Mental health related 911 calls?
Yes.
We can get you the number of mental health 911 calls.
Yeah.
I know that
Thank-
in the first 15 days, 204 calls were transferred to 988, but that is nowhere near the total number. You're asking for the total number of any EDP call we get.
And as my colleague had mentioned earlier, it'd be great to look at the breakdowns per council district in order for us to work better with you, probably provide more resources and provide more
We will
support.
get that to you.
Thank you. Chair, I'll come around my second round.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Joseph. So it is 12:10. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. 12:10, so we'll see everybody at 12:15. Thank you so much.
We talked to Brian.
And please, just 5 minutes. It is 12:10. I'll see everybody at 12:15. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good.
Hi.
Yeah. No. We covered one. We have a 1 o'clock stop.
I don't.
Joe, the low-level transit bus, they're 50% of convicted felons, right?
42%. I have all the data. You want it? You want me to do it?
Let me get it.
Okay. I'll hand it to you right now.
I'm in the city council here. That's perfect.
It's a little too focused. It's really good.
I know.
Okay, I think we're going to get started.
Everyone, please find your seats. We're getting ready to resume the hearing. Thank you. Please find your seats.
I'm a polar bear.
Sorry. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to resume with Councilmember Hanks and then Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you, everyone. Commissioner Tisch. So I'd just like to circle back to the Office of Community Safety, and just for the record, can we kind of, whatever you know, give a list of existing programs under OCS, if there is?
I do not have that list.
Oh, you don't have the, okay. So as a holistic structure, it's still, quite vague what this is. Does NYPD have any idea of what they would want to partner with or need support with, or any gaps that would help define this OCS group?
As I mentioned, we do a tremendous amount of work with a lot of the offices that have been moved under OCS. The Office to End Gender-Based Violence is a shining example of that partnership, and that work continues. Look, I think the mental health crisis in New York City is definitely an issue that affects the New York City Police Department profoundly. And so I would look forward to working with the Office of Community Safety to understand ideas that they have for addressing it.
Thank you so much. I'll have a line of questioning that's a bit more local. So the Borough Patrol Staten Island is funded at $103.2 million in the FY27 executive plan, down by $7.9 million from the $111 million of FY26 adopted level. Primarily in the 20th precinct headquarters at 78 Richmond Terrace in St. George, with parts in the 121st. Why does the Borough Patrol Staten Island fall $7.9 million below FY26 adopted level in the executive plan, and what does it mean for authorized officer counts at the 120 and the 121 precincts?
So, as I mentioned, we did a reorganization of department resources last year to streamline, for example, our response to domestic violence, and also to make our evidence collection teams work more closely with our crime scene unit. And so in doing that, we moved those two units from under the Patrol Services Bureau to the Detective Bureau. Those movements happened across the entire department, and they certainly did not take resources away from community members. It just looks on paper like we've taken resources out of patrol, but those functions still remain, just assigned under a different command code.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. I first want to thank you, Patrick Gordon, Ryan, for bringing the team back out when we unfortunately lost 18-year-old Brandon Figueroa at sea in Rockaway. It was meaningful. The mother was definitely appreciative. I'm hopeful that the body that came ashore yesterday is Brandon's body, but we know that PD is still maintaining regular communication with us, so thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I also want to thank Chief Obie and her division for the work that they've been doing, including Police Officer Marion Manick, who has been amazing since your visit to Southeast Queens regarding the illegal truck parking in Southeast Queens. It has been tremendous, so thank you for that.
That makes me so happy to hear.
And then I'm going to just ask you 3 questions. If I need to repeat anything, let me know. So first, Southeast Queens has seen a surge in gun violence in the last few months, including the tragic shooting of 15-year-old Jaden Pierre in the Deputy Speaker's district, which is a neighboring district to mine. As summer approaches and our youth are out of school, how is NYPD prepared to prevent these types of tragic shootings from happening in the first place? Often these violent outbursts are the result of organized takeovers that spread on social media. I'm curious to know how the NYPD is detecting these social media trends and getting ahead of potentially violent incidents, and how NYPD is communicating to the local precincts when viral social media trends pop up in specific geographies.
Sorry, I'm not smart enough to remember all of these. Can we do them one at a time?
Well, because of the interest of time.
Okay. So say them, and then you'll help
I'll
me.
repeat whatever I need to.
Yeah.
So from the end of December 24 to October 25, NYC admitted on average 49 more people to jail each month than it discharged, increasing the jail population by around 500 people. As we approach the transition to borough-based jails, our city must work to reduce the incarcerated population. I wanted to know how NYPD specifically is working with Department of Corrections, MOCJ, the DAs, and other agencies to work towards a common ground and ensure we can successfully close Rikers. So just wanting to know that coordination is happening there. And lastly, we have consistently heard from community members and local precincts that police officers are not aware of local laws regarding the truck routes, truck idling, and other trucking-related matters. The result is that there is no consistent enforcement against trucks breaking the laws. What steps is NYPD taking to ensure that all police officers are trained on this issue and able to enforce traffic laws against trucks that are not compliant? And I'll give you an example. We did a walkthrough with DOT, and there was a truck that was idling on Springfield Boulevard, and we had a local officer there as well, but it was clear that it was not clear in terms of how long that truck was able to legally idle in that location.
Okay, I'll start with that one first, and then you have to remind me about the other ones.
Sorry,
If there is a precinct where we have to do specific refresher training on specific laws, like truck idling laws, we are very happy to do that and to do that quickly. So my team can connect with you to understand like what the very specific issue is, and you have my commitment that those officers in that command will be refreshed in those issues. You asked, I think your second to last question, I'm working backwards here, was about Rikers, and I'll just be blunt. The NYPD does not think in terms of the size of the correction population or the Rikers population. That is a matter specifically for the Department of Correction. We don't enjoy arresting people, but we will take action when there is a crime committed. And so my hope and my expectation is that the city will account for that in their planning for correction capacity.
And just to clarify, because I think we're in alignment and not necessarily wanting people who should be in custody to be in custody, it's more in terms of looking at the low-level offenses that I think you mentioned earlier that could be a summons, for example, but understanding that coordination, because we're seeing an increase in the arrests that are happening, and we're not seeing that revolving door for those that may be instances where there could be summonses or at low level in a sense.
We allow our officers to use discretion. Where you are seeing increases in arrests, like where you're seeing arrests for something that would otherwise be summonsable, is generally in three areas. One, the person cannot be properly identified, which is out of the officer's control. If the person cannot provide ID or the department cannot properly identify them, they are not eligible for a summons. Doesn't matter how low the offense is, and if they are able to provide it, oftentimes they are. Second is if they are wanted on an open warrant that they themselves have not responded to and are required by law to respond to, and we come across them for a low-level thing, we will arrest them and return them to, they need to be returned to court to deal with that open warrant. So I just don't want their, I reject the narrative that the NYPD is on a spree of arresting people for low-level offenses when the actual data shows otherwise.
Thank you. And just going back to the first one, it was more centered around the takeovers and the social media efforts that I know PD has technology, and they are viewing different social medias to try to stay up to speed with what's happening with the young people, but wanting to know what that coordination with the local precinct looks like so that we can be more proactive in responding to it.
The chief is gonna take this one, but I just wanna say, social media is driving right now two big things that I know are of particular concern to many of you here. Car meets and teen takeovers, which are exploding across the country, and I expect only to get more intense as school lets out. We monitor social media for both of those things, but your question is specifically about teen takeovers, and the chief will let you know how we approach those and how we coordinate with the local precincts on them.
Good afternoon. So actually, the local precinct is the first line of defense when it comes to monitoring social media. We have field intelligence officers assigned to all 78 precincts across New York City, our housing PSAs, and also our transit PAs. We do have a centralized social media team out of our detective bureau, but also out of our intelligence bureau. But it starts with the local precinct. So if a field intelligence officer is monitoring social media in the 101 in Far Rockaway, he or she, through our ECMS system, will share that intelligence, not just locally, but citywide. And we, again, we're very good at knowing the platforms that we need to look at, but that's real time. Like, that's real time. We don't wait. That gets sent out immediately, and everybody is always working together. And we've gotten very, very good with the car meets and also the teen takeovers with sharing that intelligence, right? One of the four principles actually two out of the four principles of CompStat is timely and accurate intelligence and rapid deployment. And that's a staple of the New York City Police Department.
And I just want to add on your last question. I'm sorry, I lost the forest through the trees, threw me off for a second. Low-level arrests don't end up in Rikers. You end up in Rikers for a felony. So low-level arrests are not driving the Rikers population.
So not everyone at Rikers are there for a felony. I know Councilmember Caban is going to probably dig more into this later, so I'm not going to take up more of the committee's time on it. I do want to thank you for your responses and just make a plug for the 101 precinct in terms of capital needs, because that precinct right now is highly dilapidated and under-resourced as well. But thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councilmember Felder, versus Councilmember, and next we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Ressler. Okay, Councilmember Felder, go ahead.
I apologize because I'm going to be leaving for implant, not in the brain, in the teeth. So I'm sorry, but I don't want you to answer my questions first. But if somebody could call or let me know afterwards, I'd be very happy. So first of all, I want to thank your colleague here who spent hours at the hearings on anti-Semitism, listening to questions and answering them. I've never, ever been at a hearing when someone didn't say once, at least when I was awake, didn't say once, "I'll get back to you." He answered.
Fabulous.
He answered every single question.
Fabulous.
I never
But that's
saw
what
that
we
in my
try to do.
life.
We try
I
to
never
answer
saw
your
that in my
questions.
life. I think there's something wrong with him. I think you should check it out. Yeah. Okay. Well, in terms of my questions, if you could just, if somebody could let me know. Number one, I'd like to know in terms of the community policing, if somebody could let me know if there's a particular person that's assigned to the district. I don't know how exactly it works. I'd like to know who that person is so that I could call.
We'll get you in touch with the community affairs officers in your precincts.
Yeah, if somebody could, yeah, that would, yeah. But I asked you not to answer my question.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so if you could please listen, yeah, please. The other thing is that for years ago, they used to have a program where they had officers, for example, that looked not great, but looked like me, for example, policing, you know, were actually cops walking around that looked like Orthodox Jews. You know, I think that the concept, when they publicized it, that alone was helpful. I'm curious why that has not been used in terms of fighting anti-Semitism. That's 2, 3. There, years ago, I don't know how many, I think it's about 15 years ago, they installed certain cameras on top of the lights to fight crime. I don't know if those cameras are operational or not. And finally, when I was in the Senate about 5 years ago, I sponsored a bill to actually have insurance and licenses and other things, you know, on certain bicycles, even regular bicycles. And I've seen some talk about it, and I'd like to know what the you know, whether the police department, you know, has any opinions on it. And I thank you very, very much for everything that you're doing.
Thank you so much, Council Member. At your request, we will get back to you in writing on all of those things.
I thank you.
But I don't want that held against us in terms of our live response rate for this hearing. Because I could have answered all of that right here and now.
I'm not listening to you because I make the jokes. You're not. It's my show, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
I wish I had Simca Felder's sense of humor. I do want to thank Central Park Precinct 2-4 and 2-0, Simca. Those three I want to thank. Retail theft is an issue. And in one situation, the Duane Reade put in full-time security, and they have zero theft. But the nearby Duane Reade is now still overwhelmed with security problems because they don't have one, and then thefts. I didn't know how much time or effort or money you put into the idea of retail theft, and if you think the numbers are going down or up.
Retail theft numbers in New York City are going down, like way down, and it is wonderful to see. It's been happening over the past 2 years, and Chief LePetri will tell you all about it.
Thank you.
But specifically Manhattan North.
So as far as retail theft, as the commissioner said, this year we've seen a 19% reduction in retail theft in New York City across all 5 boroughs. When you look at the 5 boroughs, geographic boroughs, it's led by Staten Island at 41%, followed by Queens at about 21%, and Manhattan at about 20%. What I'm really proud of is the men and women, both on the patrol side and the investigative side, when it comes to clearance rate, which means you commit a shoplift and you get arrested. So just 4 years ago, actually 3 years ago, that clearance rate was about 41% of the time we made an arrest with a shoplifting complaint. This year, it's over 51%, and that includes low-level shoplifting crimes. So again, I thank the detectives that have a very high caseload to take on those petty larceny cases. They've done a phenomenal job. We've used the tweak in the state law as our friend, meaning the aggregate amount of merchandise that somebody steals from a particular store, whether it be a CVS on 51st Street or a CVS on 55th Street. We're able to aggregate that. And again, it's built off of recidivism, right?
Okay, all right, I hear you.
And we've done very, very well with that. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're doing
Yeah,
well.
okay. Warehouses. So I went to the DCAS warehouse in Queens. It's large. It has lots of extra space. So my question is, how many warehouses does NYPD have? I've been in the cannabis warehouse. There's a lot of cannabis in there. And I just was wondering how many warehouses you have, what the cost is, can you reduce?
So we're actually actively working right now on ideally consolidating some of our warehouses, including the warehouse you're referencing.
The cannabis one.
There are other things there as well, but yes,
Yes,
there
I've been
is
through it.
cannabis at that facility. Unfortunately, we did have funding before 2020 to do a full consolidated property clerk, which would have taken care of this. That funding doesn't exist, so we're trying to be creative now and look at properties in some of the outer boroughs where we think we may be able to get out of some of the leases that are problematic.
Can you update us on that? I know you had a fire in one too in Brooklyn.
Yes.
So can you update us on warehouses? I do believe that around the city, all agencies can be consolidating, not just PD, and I think it would save some money.
I think that's a great idea, and we are working closely with DCAS, so I think the best thing would be for us to put together for you an update on what we're doing with DCAS to address the warehouse needs, with exactly the goal you're saying, to have it be more state-of-the-art so we don't have issues, and then also to consolidate so that we reduce the footprint.
Thank you. Toe pound, always my question. No one in Manhattan, is that a problem? Are you ever going to find a toe pound in the borough of Manhattan?
It continues to be, unfortunately, the same challenge that we had in
the
past. It's just it's unfortunately just the cost of real estate in Manhattan is really challenging. We've had a few sites where we thought we might be able to have a somewhat smaller footprint, but still have something so that people didn't have to travel quite as far if they were booted or other things like that with their car. Unfortunately, those have fallen through, but we do continue to look with DCAS to see if we can restore a footprint to Manhattan.
Okay, just because I had the same question since Cuomo closed Pier 76. That was quite a few years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And then what, NYCHA, the Bureau in getting any more money, less money in terms of PSA, that is a really important division of NYPD. And the reason I ask is I love NYCHA, I love the residents. I strongly believe that if we were to focus on NYCHA, not just you, but in a holistic way, you'd have far fewer issues.
So I am very proud to tell you that in NYCHA specifically, New York City is having its safest start to the year on record, with major crime there down 10%, murders down 43%, shooting incidents down 24%, shooting victims down 30%, robberies down 24%, and burglaries down 19%. The crime story in NYCHA this year, or the crime picture in NYCHA this year, is vastly improved from last year. NYCHA and the Bronx are the two places where we are seeing the largest crime reductions, and I give a tremendous—
It was the highest to start with, though.
I give a tremendous amount of— yes, absolutely, and I give a tremendous amount of credit to the Chief of Department and the Chief of Crime Control Strategies on their precision policing, which is focusing additional resources where the violent crime occurs. And sometimes you can put a strategy in place and don't see results. In this one, they put the strategy in place and they are driving real results.
What else is needed for NYCHA?
Oh, we could have a very long conversation about that, but I think in terms of policing resources, you are seeing very good outcomes. There's obviously a lot more work that can be done. I think a lot of it is on the social services side, but from policing at this time, we feel like we have the right strategy in place and the right resources to deliver results.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Banks.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee and Chair Felice. Appreciate both of your leadership. And Commissioner, it's always good to see you.
Good to see you.
I disagree with you on a number of issues, but I appreciate your competence and the integrity that you've returned to the department, and think that a number of things are moving in a positive direction, and I want to credit you for that. I also just want to take a moment to shout out Chief Obey and her XO, Chief O'Sullivan, who have been really responsive to some of the issues that we face in the 8-4, and I'm really grateful for that. They've made a real effort, and it's been very much appreciated. So I just want to take a moment to say something nice before I give you a hard time. Troubled by your response to Councilmember Brooks Powers' comments, questions around incarceration. Just to put a finer point on it, we're about 3 years away from the opening of the Brooklyn jail. We have twice as many people incarcerated in Rikers right now from Brooklyn as what that jail can accommodate. We need an all-hands approach from the police department, from the Department of Correction, from the courts, and from a whole lot of other stakeholders, including the council, to work together to drive down incarceration in New York City. And I'd hope that you'd be a partner in that effort so that we can reduce unnecessary incarceration, reduce the amount of time that people are incarcerated, all working together as much as possible to achieve the smaller and safer vision of what Closed Rikers is about.
Understood.
I was also deeply troubled by the data you shared around Be Heard. So I'll just walk through the data that I think I heard, and you can correct me if I said something.
I got to get it out.
You get it out. I'll talk while you get it out.
Okay.
So 4.3 million calls to 911 annually. You said that in the first 4 months of this year, only 17,961 of the calls you received were appropriate for Be Heard. Is that right?
Hold on.
Yeah, Alex says
yes, that is correct.
So that's about 54,000 calls annually. So 54,000 calls out of 4.3 million is that 1.2% of calls into 911 are appropriate for Be Heard, according to the police department's view.
So the total number of non-violent, non-weapon calls
EDP.
for emotionally disturbed persons in 2024 was 85,793. So we believe that if you say that that's going to be constant every year, or the percentage is about 2% of 911 calls for service under the current criteria.
Right, so I had you at 1.2 based on the first 4 months of this year. You're saying in 24 it was a little higher, but in that range. So firstly, I just think for this administration that's taking a different approach, that we want to invest in alternative responses for nonviolent situations, saying that 1 to 2% of our calls is appropriate for Be Heard, I think is unfortunate. But even more troubling, which is not on your plate, is that for 97% of the calls year to date, just 1,411 out of the 17,961 calls that were appropriate for Be Heard, according to you, just 2.6% of those calls were actually responded to by Be Heard. So
I have 1,411 out of 17,961. 7.9% from January 1st to April
That's right.
30th.
So to put a finer point on all of that, that is 0.01% of calls that Be Heard is responding to. 0.01% of calls. That is so small, it's a rounding error, it's negligible. Does the program even exist? We're spending gosh knows how many hundreds of millions of dollars on this program. It was functioning at some point. It doesn't seem like it's even functioning today. So we have some questions for the fire department and health and hospitals for why Be Heard is essentially irrelevant. I think that of the lowest of low-hanging fruit in the vision of what the Office of Community Safety can be, and eventually the Department of Community Safety, to my colleagues, was that nicely done? Thank you, Nan. We got a co-sponsor in the room. This is the lowest of low-hanging fruit, and it's an embarrassment. Well, I'll do round two because I talk too much. Brooklyn Central booking has been a serious problem. I'm grateful that your team has finally confirmed for us this morning that we'll get a tour. We've seen too many fatalities and serious issues there. And in round two, I'd like to dig in more on response time. So thank you, chairs.
Thank you. We'll add you to round two. And we, huh? Oh, no, not yet. And then now we have Councilmember Banks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you, Commissioner, and to your team. Pentrack, the Pentrack. We still have concerns and frustrations around the Penn track. If we can get an update for the 42nd Council District as to what's going on, and obviously with the warmer weather that is approaching, well, it's here already, residents constantly complain about the Penn track. And I know there's been ongoing stuff, operations back there, but it would be a great idea if you kept the community updated as to what was being done. Obviously not the sensitive stuff, but at least let the community know the progress that is being made, or if any progress is being made, as opposed to continually see the visual we always see, and that's sex workers walking the streets back there. And also, let me finish, the issue, you know, there's been multiple social media videos that have been made about the Penn track, ongoing, and, you know, this has continued to put a blight, or it attempts to put a blight on the 42nd Council District. But if residents are hearing and seeing PD is working on their behest as far as to try to solve this issue, I think that would go a long way with helping out as far as on the PR side or communicating to the community. So if we can get an update, I greatly appreciate that.
The Chief of Department will answer the question.
Sure. So obviously, Chris, you know, many years
Yes.
in New York.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. To, you know, dealing with the Pennsylvania track, you know, in and around that Linden Boulevard area. You're right, it is stubborn, and it is somewhat frustrating in that, you know, with the change in the law and a class action lawsuit that happened years ago, it has hurt our local enforcement, meaning, you know, the precincts aren't really able to deal with the actual prostitution, John situation. But our vice enforcement unit consistently hits the Penn track, as does our human trafficking team in and around some of those stubborn hotels, motels, 100 Jersey, things of that nature. I've also tasked the precinct commander to put a plan in place to deal with low-level crime in and around those hotels along the Penn track, meaning the quality of life issues that we do see that facilitate some of the violence when it comes to, you know, the prostitution. But I will tell you, it is the #1 location in the city of New York when it comes to enforcement by our specialty units, namely Vice and the human trafficking side on Vice.
I know there was efforts up in Roosevelt also, so if we can get the same type of attention, that would definitely, I know it made an impact in that particular district, I believe, from what I've heard. So if we can get that same type of attention, I'll greatly appreciate it. And the last thing pertaining to the 75th precinct, now you know I represent close to 4 commands and for the city council, but particularly for the 75th precinct, it's been a long held a complaint or frustration knowing that the 75th precinct is probably one of the largest commands throughout the entire city. When will we be able to get an opportunity to split that command? You know, on the southern part of the district, we had a major increase in population with the housing that's being built on that side. And I believe it's long time needed for the 75th to be split. I mean, it goes all the way from Starrett City, all the way into on Jamaica, up in Sandy's district. The residents want that. So
You don't need to tell the Chief of Department that he is a former CO.
I know he's
of the
well.
7-5.
I had a great relationship with him when he was the former, so he understands that. We just need to see action.
Yeah.
We need to see something done pertaining to that particular issue, because this goes back over 20, 30 years. The need to have the command split, even if it's some type of satellite that was put on the southern side, like in the Gateway area, it will go a long way.
I'll just answer very, very quickly. Just like the police commissioner talks about the Bronx getting the most resources as far as now 2 patrol boroughs, by far the 7-5 gets the most resources in all of Brooklyn North, other than some precincts in the Bronx. And again, you know, I had the most RMPs, I had the most cops, I had the most cameras, I had the most Argus cameras. So, pointed, it is a large command with a lot going on, but that's why we put, you know, D.I. Hines there has a lot of experience.
D.I. Hines is doing a pretty
being
good
in
job.
East New York, and he's going to do a phenomenal job.
And I will just ask Christine to speak about the process to create a new precinct. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we look at that, we take into account, obviously, all the factors in the precinct, the crime, the population, everything that you mentioned, but there's also obviously the real estate element of it. The most recent newly built precinct, the 116, was $108 million. So right now, we don't have funding for a new precinct, but if that were to move forward, we would need those resources and work to.
I'm so happy to continue conversation.
We look forward to having a sidebar conversation on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, talking about capital and going into that theme, so looking at the capital plan, it appears to be heavily front-loaded with $432.9 million planned in the current fiscal year, and then it drops to about $16.4 million in FY29. And we know that capital plans are generally front-loaded, and there are some large capital projects wrapping up in the next few years. Could you generally explain some of the big projects happening in the next few years that drive some of these changes, and also give some context on the planning of projects?
Yes, so part of the reason that it's so front-loaded is, as you mentioned, large projects. So one is, as we mentioned earlier, the infusion of capital funding now for vehicles, so that there's a significant amount of funding early in the plan so that we can jumpstart continuing to replace those vehicles. And also, our largest single project is also in the early years of the plan, which is Rodman's Neck. So we're working on that, which should be done by the summer of '28. So those are the two biggest things, and then the others are spread out more throughout the plan. What we do when we plan our capital budget, it changes with each financial plan because we take a look at where we are in the construction process,
right,
and whether or not we have CPs yet, and obviously with the procurement
the
of
drawing's
contracts.
been done, and
exactly.
right.
So things tend to shift. Certain things we will push out, but then at the same time, OMB works very well with us, and they're very flexible. If something's moving more quickly, or we have a need earlier than it's reflected in the capital plan, we will look to accelerate those funds.
Okay, perfect. And then for asset forfeiture funding, which I mentioned earlier in the statement, preliminary budget response, council called upon NYPD to utilize the asset forfeiture dollars for eligible costs that expand the investigative resources before calling on city tax levy dollars. So how much asset forfeiture has NYPD used over the course of this fiscal year, and what are the costs associated with it?
So right now, we have a balance of about $52 million in asset forfeiture. Of that, and sometimes it's just the timing of how it's drawn down, of that, 28 million, apologies, 38 million has already been accounted for, so there's 14 million balance. So I completely understand the perspective of you utilize this first instead of using city funds. We work very closely to establish what is eligible for asset forfeiture. There are very strict guidelines on the uses of asset forfeiture, and the things we utilize it for are things that are really critical to the department. We use it for lab supplies and equipment. We use it for critical training for our officers and travel to and from that training, as well as supplies and equipment and initiatives tied to investigations. So those are the types of things where if we weren't using this money, we would then have to use city funds.
Right.
So most of it is actually already accounted for, and then we'll go forward and replenish those items
Right,
I
as they
just
go.
listed. So if,
Okay.
if not for using it there, we are in fact not just trying to hold it to do something, it's just supplementing the normal things that we would utilize our
Right.
city funds for as well.
Okay, perfect. And then the deputy speaker had to leave, but she wanted me to ask this question. Another goal of going back to I think the racial equity plan. Another goal of NYPD's in the preliminary racial equity plan is to quantify, track, and analyze racial disparities in stops, frisks, and searches in an effort to reduce those disparities. This is listed as a medium-term goal to be completed by 2028. Do you have any data on stop and frisk from data collected from the How Many Stops Act that the council passed?
So with regard to the How Many Stops Act, as part of that law, we put out data with regard to level 1, level 2, and level 3,
right,
and level 3 encounters. So that data is put out. I believe it's quarterly.
I have the data. So investigative encounters 2025, full year. Level 1, 2 million plus. Level 2, 31,159. Level 3, 26,405. For context perspective, that number was 680,000 in 2011.
Which one, level 3?
Yes.
Okay, 680.
So we went from 680,000 level 3 stops in 2011 to 26,405 level 3 stops in 2025.
Got it.
And this year, so far, we have about 16% less or fewer stops, level 3 stops.
Okay, level 3, okay. Okay, and how will the training initiative goals affect this aspect of the department's work, and how will this review inform you of the relevant units and commands for retraining?
Yeah, so we've created something called the Racial Disparities Review Committee. And that's something, it's part of the plan, it's also something we're doing with the monitor, right? So there's actually, the monitor team are quite involved, and obviously don't want to speak for the monitor. But what we're doing is we are looking at data, doing that in a very deliberate way and thoughtful way, working off of a model that the monitors team used and sort of further developing that out ourselves. And in looking at that, to the extent you have outlier commands, we want to understand what's happening, what's driving disparities, and just really in part to understand it, but then if there are disparities that we can't account for, making sure we can address them. So we're looking at department level data, right, the department as a whole and trends over time, but then also we want to understand what's happening in any outlier commands.
Okay, great. And then how do you track that data? Is it by borough? Is it by precinct?
So again, we're sort of developing kind of an internal model, building off of the monitors team's work. And we have both sort of in-house talent, people we've hired to work on this. We also have some external help as well. And then again, sort of that model is still being built out. We're not there yet. This is a very complicated process, right? It's going to play out over time. But in doing that, we're looking at department level data. We can look, ultimately, we'll be able to look at borough level, command level data as well. Okay. We're not, again, but this is very much a process that's going to play out over many months.
Great. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll pass it to Chair Felice.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee. A few more questions on overtime, and then we'll move on to other issues. And trust me, I wish I did not have to spend this much time talking about overtime, but obviously a big part of the budget, overtime. To what extent do you think increasing headcount can potentially decrease overtime?
Again, there are trade-offs, so I can't answer that question specifically. It certainly, if we had a larger headcount, it certainly would bring down the overtime budget this summer for the special events, meaning we wouldn't have to go to the 12-hour tours. But in other cases, like, it wouldn't make a dent. So, for example, if we needed an officer to work 2 extra hours for, in a zone, larger headcount wouldn't get rid of it. And oftentimes it's said that more headcount, more overtime. I don't necessarily believe that to be true because I believe if you responsibly manage overtime, you can avoid that.
What would you say are the top 3 things that would have to happen in an ideal world for us to be able to make the dent on the issue of overtime that I think we all want to make?
I think we have made a dent on the issue of overtime. I think the data that I provided earlier, calendar year 2025, overtime down 12.4%. Fiscal year 2026, the first 3 quarters, overtime down 10%, and the fact that the fiscal year 26 overtime spend is projected to be 6% lower than the historical average going back to 2016 if you put it in today's dollars and if you exclude the transit program that the governor is funding. When we think about overtime, yes, the numbers go up, and that's because the cops rightfully get paid more, and so that increases overtime spend.
All right, moving on to school safety agents and school crossing guards. Can you give us the new budgeted headcount for school safety agents and crossing guards?
Yes, I can. Okay. School safety agents were cut by 264 positions to 3,651. Does someone have school crossing guards in front of them? If not, I can get it here.
Yes.
Hold on, I have it. Do you have it? Okay. School, I don't see it here.
So we just recently hired a 94 in May, so that leaves us with 31 vacancies. The allocated budget is 2,309.
Christine, do you have the specific numbers for school safety agents? Sorry, for school crossing guards?
So I have 2,309 for the allocation. We just hired a class of 94 in May, so that leaves us with 31 vacancies.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Yep. All right. Can you tell us how the current head count compares to the head count for the last 5 years for school safety agents and school crossing guards?
Down, but we will get you those specific numbers. I don't have it by year here. I just have this year.
And I know we're reducing the school safety agents by 264. Do you think what we have right now is enough?
No.
And if not, why the cut?
I was disappointed about that cut, although I understood it because those were vacant positions. My hope had been to hire up to our previous authorized head count, and we were looking at a number of different ways to gin interest in taking that test and to have basically more people interested in becoming school safety agents. And the reason we weren't up to head count is because we didn't have enough, quote, qualified candidates. So we were looking at a number of factors, including looking at some of the physical requirements to become school safety agents, which seemed to be, to my mind, out of line with what the job requires. So I was hoping to make progress increasing the number of school safety agents before this cut occurred, but I do understand that it occurred because those positions were vacant at the time.
All right, moving on to ghost cars. So as we know, there's a lot of different agencies that are involved when it comes to enforcing rules related to ghost car, fake paper plates, and et cetera. And I know there's been some changes. The sanitation department is playing a bigger role. Can you talk to us about the different agencies and the different processes and roles that each play, including the NYPD?
Sure. The sanitation department addresses vehicles that are derelict. So they are below some certain dollar value, some dollar value. And the sanitation department, and they're just sitting on the streets. And the sanitation department has the authority to get rid of them themselves. The police department has a lot going on with ghost cars and non-derelict vehicles, and Chief Obey can talk to you about some of our enforcement there.
Okay, so with Ghost Blade operations, it's an interagency interagency initiative. So it's not just done in a silo, just the NYPD. We work very closely with our law enforcement partners, typically along bridges and tunnels. So New York State Police, MTA, the NYPD, PAPD. Year to date, we've had about 19 joint operations and resulted in 291 arrests, 12,000 plus summonses issued, and 1,278 vehicles seized. In your district, I know that there were some concerns. That work continues along Fordham Road and some of the locations that you gave us. I don't have that specifically. I'll get back to you on that, but the work we do is totally separate from what sanitation does. We work along bridges and tunnels, and it's a multi-agency effort.
Right, yeah. So about 2 years ago, a while back, had a hearing on the issue of ghost cars, and we were told that the NYPD didn't have enough space to tow or to be able to properly enforce the rules on the issue of ghost cars. Is that still the case? I know you've been working on getting new towing space.
So it's totally separate. I know that's what a council member always talks about, but this is totally separate. So as a result of the multi-agency efforts that we have with the other law enforcement agencies, the storage is not an issue for us at all because we tap into the MTA and the TBTA. They have ample space when it comes to storage, so we don't suffer from that problem. It's separate from that other type of work.
Okay, good. All right, drones. So as I mentioned in my opening statement, saw a fascinating video yesterday. Individuals in the Bronx had engaged in gun violence. The local precinct used the drone to basically make sure that they were able to make sure they were apprehended quickly. And we're thankful for those officers who were running towards two individuals who had just engaged in gun violence and also still had loaded weapons. So curious, and I know if you can't share this information for public safety related reasons, all fine, understood. But can you talk to us about the use of drones? Does every precinct have one, or is it some of the cars?
So the chief of department is going to answer a lot of the specifics to your question, and our use of drones is amazing. I would just like to say up front that I would like to expand the department's use of drones. We do not have drones at every precinct, and I believe we should have drones at every precinct. As the drone management in the city is currently set up, the funding and the overall management of drone expansion is currently at the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications. And I believe, given that the NYPD is the biggest user of drones and there are such incredible opportunities to use that technology to drive public safety, that we should be in control of our own destiny in terms of expanding our drone program. But the chief will tell you about how great it is.
Sure. So obviously, I'm not going to get into specific precincts on where our drones are being launched. So we have three areas in Brooklyn, one area in the Bronx, and one area in northern Manhattan. Each contains 2 docks, which can obviously fly 2 drones. So the drone can only go out for a specific amount of time, comes back, and we'll put up the second drone. We've done approximately 5,000 flights this year alone. About 4,000 of those 5,000 are drones as first responders. Our response time when we put up a drone to the actual 911 call is less than 3 minutes. It's about 2.5 minutes. The success stories that you're talking about, I can specifically talk about the one you're talking about on May 24th, when yes, there was a response to a shots fired, and yes, we did grab 2 different individuals with pistols. So it's highly successful. I agree with the police commissioner. We're looking to obviously explore and expand our drones. In addition to the 4,000 first responder flights that we've done this year, there's another 1,000 that we used for either missings, beach drone activity, parades, things of that nature. So we are up and running, and it has been a great tool for us so far.
Chair, I apologize. I just found the information you were looking for on school crossing guards. I just want to make sure that it's in line with what the chief had previously said. So as of May 13th, we employ 2,290 school crossing guards, including 2,211 level 1s and 79 level 2s. The budgeted headcount for school crossing guards is 2,309, which breaks out to 2,219 level 1s and 90 level 2s.
All right, thank you for that data. Just curious on the issue of technology and drones. In what cases do we use drones? And they're more effective for many reasons. They're cheaper, which means you could purchase more. They're faster. If you have more, you could have them in different locations. In what cases do we use drones versus helicopters? I'm sure every New Yorker has heard of those helicopters when there's a serious incident.
So, look, we obviously know the price difference, right, between the fuel and things of that nature. I will say this: when we can put up a drone, that drone's going up. There are restrictions, and also the infrastructure sometimes, or I should say, tight locations, things of that nature. Yeah, we're able to use that drone in between buildings. Our emergency service unit uses it tactically for barricaded perpetrators, and we have approximately 80 drones, and I'm telling you, we use it as much as we can.
Good. The executive plan included $6.5 million for drone-based grant. How do you plan on utilizing this funding? And also, can you talk to us about the new developments? I know you've been working with the federal government to have more authority to be able to take down drones, which is...
Yes, we got $6.5 million from the federal government to use to buy drone mitigation equipment. We have spent that money and purchased the equipment. We also have members of our counterterrorism team trained on using that equipment and trained with the FBI specifically on drone mitigation. So for the first time at the World Cup this year and events in New York City surrounding the World Cup, the NYPD will be working directly with our federal partners with our own equipment and our own personnel on drone mitigation. And I will say that is a very important first step. As for doing it beyond the World Cup, beyond that special event, it is still hazy, and I am not at this time certain how it will work. We are looking forward to the Department of Justice putting out guidelines for state and local agencies about how they will be setting up our authority to mitigate drones generally.
All right. So the TASER 10 upgrade. So the plan includes increased funding to move to the newer TASER 10. It's an upgraded and safer TASER with, to my understanding, it has more range, reduced volt capacity, and much more. When will all officers have this new TASER? And actually, will all officers have the new TASER? Or will
So
it be,
ESU has already been completely trained, which is wonderful, and we anticipate completing the training for all other officers by the end of 2027, although those plans are preliminary at this time.
A few questions about recent incidents. So recently, I think it was the Gothamist, reported a woman who was in NYPD custody, and you tell me if the reporting is incorrect in any way. A woman in NYPD custody gave birth while in handcuffs, and according to the Gothamist article, she was arrested on a low-level charge, something that could have potentially been a desk appearance ticket. She was 9 months pregnant, and gave birth while in custody. Can you comment and provide any details on this?
That young woman, she was arrested for trespass, and we were unable to give her a disappearance ticket because she was wanted. She had a warrant, an open warrant, and she did not give birth in cuffs. She was uncuffed by the time she gave birth.
Right, yeah, and I know there was a dispute on that on the article, but she gave birth in the courthouse.
Yes.
Hold on. I will say, we had, if I recall correctly, and I wish that I knew that this was going to come up, I would have brought the specifics of that incident, but my recollection is that she was brought to the hospital and was released from the hospital and put back in our custody.
Yes.
Okay.
And what was the open warrant for? And also, what's the policy when it comes to people or individuals who might be pregnant or have medical?
Yeah, so Chair, what we will do is we will follow up with you in writing about both the particulars of what occurred, and we can also provide you with any applicable policies. We did not come prepared today to talk about the specifics of this.
The Chief of Department can speak about the policies, but what I don't want to do is talk in an open forum about a specific individual and a specific case. So go ahead with the policy.
So the policy is to bring that individual to the hospital, which the policy was followed. The hospital then released that individual back to our custody.
Okay, and what was the open warrant for?
Again, I don't want to discuss a specific individual's case in an open setting like this.
Okay. So a few final questions. I know earlier you mentioned there's a new precinct in the borough of Queens. What are factors that you take into consideration when determining whether to build a new precinct? I'm only asking
Lots
because
of
I know
things.
a few precincts in the Bronx are.
Lots of things. The geographical size of the precinct, response times, 911 calls, 311 calls, crime conditions. There is a lot that goes into it.
Okay. All right, and last but not least, we've obviously made a lot of progress on the issue of safety. As we know, crime is down for the most part, shootings, murders, and et cetera. What would you say are the top 3 things that have helped us get there? Police presence, technology, I'm sure also. In your opinion, what would be 3 things that stand out on that?
Could have listed one more and you would have answered the question yourself. You were doing great. I give a lot of credit to the Chief of Department and the Chief of Crime Control's precision policing strategies, not just the zones. What happens is when we see a crime problem, we look at the data and we come up with a very specific data-driven response to it. We have, for example, one response based on the data that we saw to retail theft. Retail theft is down. Another data-driven strategy to burglaries. Burglaries we saw come down. Same thing for shooting incidents and shooting victims. So I would say largely it has been precision policing, which to my mind is data-driven strategies to address specific types of crime that we see. Second, I agree with you. The technology has been extremely helpful in our efforts. And third, and I think most importantly, our cops are doing incredible work. They are out there every day. They are engaged. They are carrying out the strategies that we have given them with a lot of nobility and a lot of professionalism. And without their work, we would not see any of the reductions that we are enjoying today. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final question is on the unsafe use of mobility devices. As we know, mobility devices such as e-bikes, scooters, mopeds, they're good. You could easily move around. They reduce traffic. They also reduce air pollution versus, for example, using cars. But we have seen people use them in an unsafe way. And of course, very complex issue. It could be super difficult to enforce the rules. You stop them, they could easily take off, and it's difficult to, engage in a high vehicle pursuit. And also, they could obviously move much faster than other cars and enter areas that cars can't enter. Do you think the reckless use of these items are a problem? And if yes, what's the policy on this?
So yes, I think it's a problem, and I think that the data bears it out. I want to be clear that for reckless driving of these, smaller mobility devices, we still today can issue criminal summonses for that, and we continue to issue criminal summonses for reckless use of e-bikes and scooters. But for other offenses, like, for example, speeding or running a red light, things that come just short of recklessness, or the legal definition of recklessness, we have reverted from issuing C summonses to issuing B summonses based on conversations with City Hall.
All right, thank you for the information. I know my colleagues have a second round of questions, so I'll pause here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Caban, followed by Wong.
Thank you. For my questions, I just want to address a couple things. The woman who gave birth in cuffs in the courthouse in Brooklyn, and I'm going to say that because the cuffs were taken off when the baby was crowning, and any mother will tell you that labor and birth is much more and much longer than those final few moments of when your baby crowns and is actually born. So I would suggest that whoever's giving y'all that line, whoever's working on the PR spin, rethink that one, because that is a terrible answer. I'm emotional, just like I can't believe that was the answer that was given. I did want to correct the record. I know that there was a It was testified to that the jail population on Rikers consisted of everybody being there on felonies. I just want to say that as of yesterday, the population was 6,652 people, 5,652 of which are pretrial, meaning that they are not proven guilty of anything and they are simply there because they cannot afford their bail. 397 of them are there on misdemeanors. 154 of them are there on technical holds. 7 are there on violations, not crimes. Those are not felonies. So I think that's important to have on the record.
Just if I can
And,
just add,
well, no, that's not a question. I'm stating that for the record. I'm going to ask my question now. So I also wanted to follow up on my first round of questioning around sort of the summonses and the arrests. It was stated that there were 3 categories, right? The no ID, which was 6% of those processed arrests, and then the other 2 categories were if they had open warrants, and then the third category was if they were potentially going to be charged with a higher offense. So I wanted to hone in on those second and third categories. That second one, if they had open warrants, how much of the time were those open warrants for other summonses or low-level offenses?
I don't have that data with me, but if someone is wanted on an open warrant, it is our responsibility to turn them on it.
Well, okay, so I'm going to say that under the law, under CPL 150-20, actually, it says that a DAT is discretionary where there is an open warrant. It's actually the patrol guide, not the law, that suggests it's mandatory to take people through a custodial arrest. In fact, under the law, it would have to be a felony open warrant to make custodial appearance mandatory. So that's why I want to know what the percentage of non-ID arrests include felony charges.
Councilmember, just one point on that. I think it's important. Of course, you're right about 150-20, but here's the thing. If we have someone who we encounter, we know the person has an open warrant, and we just let that person go, we do not return them on that warrant, and that person then goes and commits another crime, hurts somebody, after we let the person go on an open warrant, right? We are responsible for what happened. It is a massive liability for the department and for the city. We cannot do that.
I will tell you that in my experience as a public defender representing people in court, oftentimes when somebody came through, when they got a summons for sleeping on the subway, for an open container, their open warrant was overwhelmingly usually for another sleeping on the subway or an open container, not that they were some crazy threat to our safety. So I think that context is important when people are trying to understand actually what it means when somebody has a warrant, actually what it means when we're spending millions of dollars of resources to police people over these issues while not increasing safety but exacerbating existing problems. So I want to go into that third area of the higher offenses that may be charged. So let's say somebody is under CPL 150-20 eligible for an appearance ticket or a desk appearance ticket, and of those higher offenses that you're using the discretion to process, how many of those are for still under the category of low-level offense, like, for example, a theft of service? So, like, how many, or the percentage of those that you're tracking in that third category are actually other low-level offenses?
We will get you that information.
Okay. Can I ask a few more questions?
Can we go to round 3? Is that okay?
What's up? Okay.
I promise, Tiffany, I'm sorry. I'll come back to you.
What's up?
I'm going to come back to you.
I can't hear you.
I'm going to come back.
Okay, great. Thank you. As long as you promise to come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wong, followed by Council.
This is going on a long time. I'm gonna excuse the executive staff, and the people testifying will stay, but we have a lot going on this summer, and I just can't have them staying here all afternoon.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Wong, followed by Joseph.
Okay, thank you, Chairs. Commissioner, auxiliary police officers were previously promised bullet-resistant vests after the 2007 murders of auxiliary officers Pacarero and Marshalik, with the city committing $3.3 million for vest purchases and recurring support for new members. My question is there a recurring baseline budget item in FY27 for auxiliary police equipment? because I looked and looked, I just don't see it. So my question is there such an item, and that includes vests, radios, and other safety gear?
Deputy Commissioner Ryan will answer that question.
Thank you.
So we did include the request for the equipment for the auxiliary officers as part of our executive budget new needs. It was not funded. We will continue to make that request of the Office of Management.
Okay.
Budget.
Thank you. My next question is, Commissioner, I marched in the Israel Israel Day Parade yesterday, and I want to commend the NYPD for the strong security presence along the route. The police were visible, proactive, and engaged, and the event proceeded without any significant issues. I saw a substantial deployment that included patrol officers, the Strategic Response Group, counterterrorism personnel, and other specialized resources work together to maintain order and ensure public safety. Given some of the large demonstrations we have seen in recent years that have resulted in disorder, property damage, blocked roadways, or arrests, does the success of Sunday's deployment demonstrate the value of a stronger preventive posture, and should the department be utilizing that model more frequently at large-scale protests and demonstrations?
Well, our response to protests and First Amendment activity is governed generally by a settlement agreement entered into a few years ago in the Adams administration, but we look at each event based on the unique circumstances of it, and we design appropriate security packages accordingly.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Joseph, then Brewer.
Thank you, chairs. I have a question around YCO. How many youth coordinators do you have within the NYPD?
Hold on. Here we go. I got it. What is it? Can you just answer?
It's approximately 200.
No, we have the exact number.
200?
177?
Yep.
177, thank you. How many officers that are now YCO have pending investigation of abuse and use of force?
We will get you that number.
Thank you. How many young people have YCO arrested or given summons to in the current and last year? And what are the majority charges filed or summon types given to these young people?
We will have to get that specific enforcement data to you because I don't have enforcement broken out by type of officer.
If I could just give a general statement.
Go ahead, give me general, and then I would love to see a breakdown.
Yes, ma'am. The arrests of juveniles is at its highest level for serious crime, and we are at our lowest level for low-level crime.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you'll send me a breakdown of what that looks like?
Yes.
And what are we doing as NYPD and other agencies to combat young people?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Ressler.
Thank you. Also on the youth officers, it's more for me coordination because the young people leave the high school. Unfortunately, there's a lot of morning smoking, lunch smoking, after school smoking, et cetera, in the neighborhood. And the youth officers get stuck with this responsibility, although I think it's more the Department of Education that should be out there talking to the young people. So I've actually tried to get some officers, some people from DOE to go out, et cetera. So my question to you is, because people in the neighborhood complain, understandably, on their stoop, in their community gardens, and so on. So I guess my question is, what is the coordination between, even though we work at it at the precinct level, I think DOE should be doing more. So I'm just wondering, at what point do you say to DOE enough? I mean, this is more of a policy issue than a numbers issue, but it is creating a lot of havoc unnecessarily. I'm just wondering what you think should be the policy there.
Do you have a thought on this?
Yeah. So I'll just give you general terms again.
No, I appreciate it. It's pretty constant.
So we had revamped our juvenile crime strategies desk to take that, what you're talking about, and make it front and center. And we just had a meeting chaired by the director that oversees the juvenile crime strategies desk, who's an ex-prosecutor, with all the stakeholders when it comes to juvenile crime, DOE, ACS, Obviously, the prosecutors, not only on the family court side, corp counsel side, but on the DA's side, on the youth part side, juvenile probation. It was an outstanding meeting. It was an all-day meeting. I actually went and spoke. So we are really, really trying to focus on the two sides. The at-risk side, where that is not what we're looking to do as far as arrests. We're looking to visit that family. We call them youths at risk. And then, unfortunately, on the other side, when it comes to violent crime, there has to be consequences. There has to be consequences.
I just like to be kept up to date for how we can work on it together because it's
Yes.
constant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ressler, followed by Banks.
I timed that well. Thank you very much to the chairs. Thank you again, Commissioner. So the last time I raised this with you, I appreciated that, unlike your predecessors, you acknowledged that response times are not where you'd like them to be and are a serious issue, and you're working to improve them. And, we've continued to see, I think in the most recent MMR, end-to-end response times were 14 minutes and 6 seconds, up from 10 minutes prior to the pandemic. And most importantly to me, the critical crimes in progress, end-to-end, we're looking at 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Prior to the pandemic, 6 minutes and 44 seconds. And the times prior to the pandemic had been very consistently in that 6-minute plus range. We're now looking at something that's much higher. There has been some improvement, but we still have a ways to go. Commissioner, what's the plan to address this?
I think it's hiring up to head count. We need to get the number of people. For too many years, the department had authorized head count and then did nothing with it, meaning didn't hire people to fill those vacancies. And those same people say that it's terrible that we haven't hired 5,000 additional officers. Okay. Separately, I am confident that we are going to see the fruits of our hiring of these 4,000 additional officers come to bear starting next fiscal year, when they will be in precincts responding to 911 calls for service. Right now, all of these new rookie officers are doing their first year, 18 months of training on foot posts, but they are not in precincts responding to 911 calls for service. And starting in June, we are going to be moving the first tranche of them into those assignments. So I hope to start to see 911 response time come down as a result.
I appreciate that, and you've expressed this to me before, that you think that will make a difference. We saw the end-to-end response times increase by 40+% from pre-pandemic to now. They're slightly down from the worst points in the Adams administration, but still not in a good place. We didn't see a 40% modification in headcount. We saw a single-digit percentage modification in headcount. So could you just help me understand, why have things changed so dramatically? Chief, you want to jump in here?
Yes, so unfortunately, the commissioner hit it when she said lowest level of shootings, murders, but unfortunately, crime is still up 25% from pre-pandemic, which means we're responding to a lot more violent crime than we had in the past, meaning those complainants, the reports that the officers take, they take a lot of time. They take it all starts with a field investigation, and we want good customer service. I want the best of the best customer service. That's what I demand. That's what the police commissioner demands. So a 25% increase in crime from pre-pandemic means that we are responding to a lot more serious crime, which takes more time to deal with that complaint.
I would love to dig in with you further to better understand those trends and what you're seeing and how that is impacting response times.
If I could just make one real example.
Please.
Let's take
I have 25
let's take
seconds.
Grand
I do
Larceny
wanna
Water,
squeeze
up
one more question.
175% from pre-pandemic. That takes a lot of time. Alarm on a car, a lot of paperwork.
No, I understand what you're saying. I get it. I would love to dig in with you, though, and understand where those trends are happening, what types of issues, and what we can do to mitigate them. The last thing I just want to ask, and this is a pet peeve of mine, we have I think, global international retailer. I won't shout them out here, but they're from Canada. They're based in our district. They kind of famously have policies that around no chase, no intervention policy when people steal from them. And so, in one of my precincts, 3 or 4 commanding officers in a row have made the same staffing decision where they station 2 cops outside of this business all day, every day. And as I understand it, it's for CompStat purposes, that it's to try to reduce the crime that's coming from that business, to drive down. And it's just like, for me, I would much rather have those 2 cops in the heart of downtown Brooklyn rather than standing outside of this business, keeping the whole neighborhood safe, rather than doing the bidding, basically working for free.
Well, officers should not be doing, if you're implying that they're doing like private detail.
I'm not. I mean, I think they're functioning as a private detail, but I think that the reason that 3 or 4 commanding officers in a row, so I'm not throwing any specific commanding officer under the bus, that they've stationed them outside of this business is because the business has a no chase, no intervention policy on thefts. And so to reduce the number of thefts, so their crime stat numbers aren't bad, they just keep 2 of the officers in front of this freaking store every
The
day.
department will talk to you about that.
So they should not be stationary in front of a store. They momentarily for, an amount of time.
All day,
I
every day.
understand.
And you know the business. 'Cause
I know exactly.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Some people here might have athletic clothes from
It should be at least a block foot post where those officers walk up and down the block. There are times that they're going to stop.
Inside a mall.
I understand. Albee Square Mall. I'm very well versed on it. With, the CompStat message that you sent, I will tell you this. The message from myself, the chief of department, and all the executives is you do not run your command for CompStat. If you run your command for CompStat, you will no longer be a commander. It's a process, and the process is at the right place, but I understand your concerns.
I love CompStat. I'm not here to criticize CompStat. I just think that when we're managing toward it, we have problems. I appreciate your comments, and I hope you look into this issue involving this corporation that you know well across the city, because I can't imagine I'm the only one who sees it.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I know we're past the Commissioner's hard stop time, so we look forward to hearing, we'll get the rest of members' questions to you and look forward to getting those responses back. And
Thank
just
you.
want to say thank you to all of you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the data.
Let's take the front 2 rows. This row or this row? These 2. Let's just take as many steps as we can. As many what? Check under there too. I'm taking in the bottom.
Yeah. So, 2 o'clock. I'm Mike, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
With the union.
2507 or?
Yeah, 2507.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dahlia. I work on the IGA team.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan. I'm also IGA.
We all work for Jason.
You work for Jason?
Yeah.
All right. The real people doing the work. Got it.
Exactly. So Jason supports you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. This has everybody's name except for Paul. So let's just get Paul's name. Do you know what Paul is?
Yeah, he's the, I think associate. Either assistant or associate. We just need a second. Hey, Councilmember Brewer.
Okay, are you guys ready? Good on your end? Commissioner, you're good on your end? Okay. Do I just go? All right. Okay. I don't think I need it. Okay, I'll do this just in case. Okay, so good afternoon and welcome to the second FY27 executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on the Fire Department of New York. Councilmember Linda Lee, and I am pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember and Chair of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, Joanne Ariola. Today we have been joined by Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Palladino, Councilmember Banks, and I believe that's it. Okay, so welcome to our amazing FDNY Commissioner and you and your team, and thank you all for joining us today to answer any questions. On May 12th, 2026, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY27 to FY30 with a proposed FY27 budget of $124.7 billion. The FDNY's proposed FY27 budget of $2.67 billion represents 2.1% of the administration's proposed FY27 budget in the executive plan, and this is an increase of $23.8 million or 9.9% from the $2.65 billion originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions: increased fire prevention staffing, funding 14 new fire inspectors, 84 additional civilian staffing, and an increase of approximately $92 million in EMS projected revenue. As of April 26, FDNY's headcount was 562 positions less than their fiscal 26 budgeted headcount. In the council's preliminary budget response, we called on the mayor to add $28 million to FDNY in revenue estimates in two areas: the foreign fire insurance tax and fire prevention liens. In addition, we called on the administration to address the chronic pay disparity for emergency medical service workers, chronic overtime spending, and the ongoing EMS staffing crisis impairing the city's response time. We were pleased to see that our requests for the revenue reestimates were included in the plan, but the issues surrounding pay parity remains to be solved. EMS workers respond to the same life-threatening emergencies as their firefighting colleagues, yet continue to earn significantly less, not just compared to FDNY firefighters, but compared to EMS personnel in virtually every other major city in the country. The result is an attrition crisis averaging nearly 8.3% annually, leaving the department perpetually understaffed. The council proposed $50 million in baseline funding to begin closing this gap, and the executive budget does not include this investment. I look forward to hearing from the commissioner on when New York City's EMS workforce can expect to be compensated in a manner that reflects the value of the work that they do. And now I want to turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Joanne Ariola, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon and welcome to the fiscal year 2027 executive budget hearing for the New York City Fire Department. I am Councilmember Joanne Ariola, and I am chair of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management. Today, this committee is holding a hearing for one reason, and that is to get answers. We are here to understand whether this budget truly reflects the needs of the brave men and women of the FDNY, and whether the promises that have been made to firefighters, EMS personnel, and the people of the city of New York are being fulfilled. Among the issues we'll examine today are EMS pay increases, the long overdue implementation of the fifth firefighter, and the status of critical infrastructure improvements throughout the department. For years, our EMS members have been asked to do more with less. They answer hundreds of thousands of calls annually, provide life-saving medical care under extraordinary circumstances, and serve in an indispensable part of our emergency response system. Yet they continue to be compensated at levels that fail to reflect the value of their work. We need answers about what steps are being taken to achieve fair pay for these workers, and how this administration intends to recruit and retain the next generation of EMS professionals. We will also once again discuss the need for the fifth firefighter on engine companies, which, as we all know, is not a luxury. It is a safety issue. Every second matters in a fire, and every firefighter deserves the staffing levels necessary to perform their duties safely and effectively. The question before us is simple. What concrete steps are being taken to move this initiative forward? And finally, we must address the condition of the department's facilities. In 2025, the FDNY publicly stated that approximately $940 million had been allocated for capital improvement to firehouses and related infrastructure. Yet, as we review the city's financial plans, many of these projects appear to have been pushed further and further into the out years, in some cases extending through 2035. New Yorkers deserve to know why. Our firefighters are willingly putting their lives on the line every day. They run into burning buildings while others are running out. They work through natural disasters, emergencies, and tragedies without hesitation. They never ask for anything and rarely complain about the conditions they are left with at the firehouse. At the very least this city can do is ensure they return to firehouses that are safe, modern, and fit for the men and women who serve there. No firefighter should be forced to eat, sleep, work in facilities plagued by leaking roofs, apparatus floors ready to collapse, and deteriorating conditions because of long-delayed repairs. Deferred maintenance is not merely a budget issue. It is a quality of life issue, a moral issue, and ultimately a public safety issue. Today, this committee expects clear answers, clear timelines, and clear commitments. The FDNY is the most respected department in the world. The fire department, EMTs, paramedics, and civilian personnel who serve this city deserve an administration that keeps their promises. I would like to thank our committee staff for their hard work. Financial analyst Tanvir Singh, Assistant Director Jack Story, Committee Counsel Josh Kingsley, Policy Analyst Will Hongash, and my amazing Chief of Staff Phyllis Incerillo. I would like to welcome and thank Commissioner Bonsignor and our firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, and the department's civilian staff for the work that you do. I look forward to a candid and productive discussion, and I thank the Commissioner and the department for the leadership and for appearing here before us today. I would now turn back to Committee Counsel for swearing in.
Okay, just really quickly before we get started, I just wanted to remind folks that we have the executive, all of the hearings for public testimony on Wednesday, June 10th, beginning at 9:30. So Wednesday, beginning June 10th at 9:30, we are going to have an all-day long festival for public testimony. So if you have folks that you know want to sign up, please make sure that they do. And with that, I will send it over to our committee counsel for swearing in.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Bonsignor?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Flynn?
I do.
Chief Esposito?
I do.
Chief Miano?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Kristoff?
I do.
Chief Woods?
I do.
Chief Corral? And Assistant Commissioner Dukakis?
I do.
And Assistant Commissioner Nunan?
I do.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Ariola and members, and Chair Lee, and members of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee. My name is Lillian Bonsignor, and I'm pleased to appear before you today to discuss the executive budget for the Fire Department. I am joined by First Deputy Commissioner Daniel Flynn, Chief of Department John Esposito, Chief of EMS Paul Miano, Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget Lizette Kristoff, Chief of Fire Operations Kevin Woods, Chief of Fire Prevention Thomas Correo, Associate Commissioner of Workforce Development Nafisa Noonan, and Assistant Commissioner for Facilities Paul DeRakis. This coming Wednesday is FDNY Medal Day, which is an event that we hold each year on the steps of City Hall to recognize the life-saving efforts of the FDNY members. Before we get into the dollars and cents of the fiscal year 2027 budget, I'd like to briefly highlight the way the fire department funding translates into a tangible, real-world services. Among this year's medal recipients will be firefighter John Palmer from Ladder 144. In the early mornings of September 12, 2025, Ladder 144 responded second due to a reported fire in a two-story flat roof private dwelling in College Point. When they arrived at the fire, a woman said her father was trapped inside. Firefighter Palmer and the inside team masked up and made their way into the second floor, where they were met with high heat and zero visibility. At the top of the stairs, they encountered a locked apartment door, which was difficult to force, given the fire conditions and the size of the landing. Working with a fellow member of Ladder 144, firefighter Palmer was able to force the door open and begin a search inside the apartment. He located an inward opening door and found an unconscious 65-year-old man laying on his back on the floor of what firefighter Palmer determined was a bathroom. Working with firefighter Rafael Hernandez, they were able to remove the unresponsive man to the exterior landing, where he was passed off to others and received emergency medical care outside that building. For saving a life under extraordinarily challenging circumstances, firefighter Palmer will be receiving the probationary firefighter Thomas A. Wiley Medal. A second medal recipient this year is EMS Deputy Chief Joseph Nocerino. Chief Nocerino was on his way to work one early morning last December when he spotted smoke and diverted his route to investigate. In the Coney Island section of Brooklyn, he discovered a home engulfed in flames. After calling in the incident and requesting resources to the scene, he entered the building, braving the smoke and the flames to alert building occupants. After clearing the first and second floor, he closed the interior door to slow the spread of fire. Upon arrival of fire units, Chief Nocerino provided information to the members to assist in attacking the fire, and then coordinated an 18-unit EMS response, organizing a variety of specialized personnel and ensuring the civilians he had evacuated received appropriate care. For risking his own safety to rescue members of the public, he will be receiving the Chief Ulysses Grant Leadership Medal. In addition to firefighter Palmer and Chief Nocerino, 50 of their firefighting and EMS colleagues will be receiving medals for their heroic acts of bravery. As to the numbers themselves, I'm pleased to report that Mayor Mamdani's executive budget provides the fire department with an expansion of resources in several areas. It calls for a significant civilian headcount restoration, providing $748,000 in fiscal year 26 and approximately $9 million in fiscal year 27. This funding amounts to 84 individuals, and we anticipate that it will go towards bolstering several units, including facilities maintenance, information technology, and procurement. The fire department will also receive an increase in headcount within the Bureau of Fire Prevention. As part of the Streamlining Procedures to Expedite Equitable Development Speed Task Force, the department will receive $1.3 million in fiscal year 26 and out years to hire 11 staff members for the Fire Alarm Plan Review and Inspection Unit, and 3 staff members for the Emergency Planning and Preparedness Group. These additions will help the units process plan applications, speed up inspections, and help the Bureau more efficiently process requests from members of the public who are looking to open a new business, renovate an existing business, or build new facilities. The budget also includes a restoration to the fire department and the expansion of the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, known as Be Heard. This program is part of New York City's commitment to use a health-centered approach to individuals experiencing mental health crisis. The budget reverses the previous administration's decision to transfer funding away from the fire department and provides funding of nearly $2 million in fiscal year 26 and approximately $4.8 million in fiscal year 27, $6 million in fiscal year 28, and $6.7 million in fiscal year 29 and out. The mayor's executive budget also includes numerous smaller adjustments to technical initiatives. This includes additional funding for motor fuel, heating fuel, utilities, and lease adjustments. On the capital side, we also received a new need of $24.3 million to support 6 roofs and waterproofing projects, and $6.75 million in fiscal year 27 to support the purchase of 15 emergency response vehicles. In addition to new capital funding, we also received accelerations of out-year capital in the upcoming 2 years of the capital plan to enable the department to move forward on critical projects and purchases, including $16 million across fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28 to replace emergency support vehicles, $11.7 million in fiscal year 27 to expand fleet maintenance capacity, $1.7 million in fiscal year 27, and $10.1 million in fiscal year 28 for multi-component renovations at EMS Station 4, $10.5 million in fiscal year 27 to replace the apparatus floor at Engine Company 163, and $6.8 million in fiscal year 27 to replace our air compressor at the Mass Services Unit. When I was here for the department's preliminary budget hearing, we spoke about the department's savings plan and our determination to save taxpayer money without negatively affecting fire or EMS operations. I am gratified that the mayor's executive budget accomplishes this by creating 3 areas of savings that do not affect operations or negatively impact fire department members. The first initiative increases EMS revenue by enabling the department to collect payment for treatment in place. Under existing practice, if an ambulance responded to a medical call, provided treatment, stabilized the patient, but the patient ultimately decided to refuse transportation to the hospital, the department was entirely unable to bill for that care. However, Medicaid will soon begin reimbursing emergency medical service providers for the provision of care without transport, and the fire department will begin collecting payment for treatment in place and seeing the benefits of this practice. The second component of the department's savings plan is a periodic increase in EMS ambulance fees. Ambulance rates are adjusted every few years based on the actual cost of operating EMS. These rates were last adjusted about 3 years ago. The current rate proposal reflects cost updates experienced since that time. This includes a variety of increases in costs borne by the department, including but not limited to spending on auto parts, maintenance staff, IT support staff, and maintenance agreements, costs associated with purchase of vehicles, and EMS labor costs. We understand that these costs may present a challenge for some patients, and we have programs for self-pay patients who are unable to pay their bill. This includes a charity care program as well as a settlement program. Finally, the third savings initiative achieved savings of approximately $800,000 in fiscal year 26 and $2.2 million in fiscal year 27, and out through renegotiation of our telecommunication contracts. We achieved this savings by finding efficiencies and reducing costs. As a mayoral agency, we strive to be good stewards of municipal funding, providing the best possible service to the public and not spending unnecessarily. With this savings plan, we believe that we've achieved the appropriate balance. I want to thank Chair Ariola for your ongoing assistance and support. I've now met with many of the members of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee, and I've had a chance to see many of you in your own districts and learn about the different needs and priorities of the neighborhoods you represent. Our efforts to protect New Yorkers are strengthened when we coordinate with our government partners, and we have the recent upward trend, as we have the recent upward trends of fatal fires in the Bronx. I am encouraged by the passion and enthusiasm of this committee, and I have confidence that we will achieve great gains by working together. I am pleased that this executive budget provides funding that expands our operations, restores critical personnel who support and carry out those operations. This budget will enhance the fire department service of the public, both from a regulatory and preventative standpoint, as well as from a critical life-saving emergency standpoint. We have achieved savings without harming our ability to carry out our mission of protecting life and property, and we strive to provide the best possible service to the people of New York. I would be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Great, thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember, did I say Banks already? I'll say you again just in case. De La Rosa, Councilmember Vilas, Jay Sanchez, Ressler, and Maloney. Did I miss anyone? Oh, I already mentioned Councilmember Palladino. Okay, all right. So I'm going to focus mostly on three areas. First one being Be Heard. As former chair of the Mental Health Committee and as a social worker myself, this is a very, very important program. And I know that there seemed to be some back and forth, obviously, with it being with you all and then with DOHMH and now back to FDNY. And so just wondering a few questions around the budget with this. I remember when the program first came out, they had budgeted about 50 million, and then in the first year, I think it was about 22 million or so that they had actually utilized. And so wanting to get a sense of where things are at with the executive budget in Be Heard. So I believe they transferred the funding, which grew from 1.98 million in FY26 to 6.7 million in the out years, with headcount expanding from 44 to 84 positions. What specifically prompted the transfer? Was it driven by performance issues, management? Was it just better put under FDNY? Did it make more sense to have it with EMS? And how are those being addressed?
Thank you for your question. So Be Heard is a very important program. Obviously, it's one of these programs that really take a combination of people, and they do a very difficult job for a community that needs specific help. And we were happy to get it back. So in the previous administration, the idea was to have this unit transferred to H&H Health and Hospitals. And when I came back, we were able to have these conversations around the best fit for it, and we were able to have it sent back to the FDNY. And we're excited about that. We think it's a tremendous program, and it's got huge potential.
Definitely.
So as far as the budget pertaining to Be Heard, I'm going to pass this over to Commissioner Kristoff to talk about the numbers for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you had the numbers right in terms of what was added back into our budget. I think earlier you referenced these larger numbers that had been in the budget before. Part of that has to do with a differential that EMS members get for taking mental health training. And so the numbers that you just stated in exec don't include that differential, because that differential stayed in our budget even when that transfer had happened to H&H. So currently all EMS members, once they've completed the training, are eligible for the differential.
Okay, which I've actually attended the training before, and it's very, very comprehensive. And it's great to see how the social workers, EMS, H&H staff are all sort of working together on that. Were there any service gaps or disruptions to Be Heard operations during the transition period, and how were those being addressed?
There were no disruptions throughout. At one point, the unit was actually starting to disband, but when we came back in, we took it back, and we're building it back to where it was before. So we continued to run Be Heard units throughout this conversation about where it was going to land.
Okay, and I know that in the beginning, especially when the program first started up, and as you alluded to, this is a very niche sort of program that deals with very underserved communities. And so Just wanting to know, how has it been in terms of staffing up and getting enough teams that are able to appropriately meet the needs of the folks that need this help on the ground? Because I know that it was tough in the beginning to recruit folks to take on this work, and so just wanted to hear if you had any updates on that. And in terms of also from 44 to 84 positions, do you anticipate any issues there in terms of staffing up?
Yeah, I'll turn this over to our Chief of EMS Operations, Paul Miano, to talk you through the operational portion.
How are you? As the commissioner previously stated, we were preparing to disband Be Heard, but without any service gaps. But that did mean we did start to send some units, some members out into the field, into other positions. Since Commissioner coming back and taking back Be Heard to the fire department, we have rehired those members back into Be Heard, and our staffing remains consistent. And again, Be Heard, we don't just pick people to go to Be Heard; it's an application process. So whenever we put out a posting for it, we get people who want to be a part of the unit. It's something that our members feel very passionate about, so they apply to be a part of the unit. And as we have those postings and we're able to have those trainings that you attended, we're going to fill all of those spots that we had originally started to put people out into the field for.
Okay, so no anticipation of having issues filling that position. Hopefully, like as you mentioned, I get that it's a volunteer application process, so no anticipation, and I
don't believe so. We have a lot of people who are members of EMS who feel very passionately about that program.
Perfect. Okay. And can you break down the titles? How many are clinicians, EMS co-responders, and how many are administrative or supervisory?
So right now we have a total of 62 fire department EMS members assigned to Be Heard. The majority of them are our EMTs, and we do have sergeants and lieutenants also assigned. So that's going to be 28 sergeants, and combination of 28 sergeants and lieutenants that we have assigned to Be Heard, and it's 34 EMTs that are assigned to Be Heard.
Okay, 34 EMTs. And what's the total cost now of Be Heard program, inclusive of all the funding sources, not just the transferred city-funded portion shown in the executive budget?
So for the current year, fiscal 26, it's about $4 million when you add the two components. That's just the fire department piece. So the social workers, for example,
Right.
are actually part of the health and hospital
H&H,
budget.
right.
Yes, so you don't see that part in our budget numbers.
Right. Okay. And do you know what that total budget is overall, if you could remind?
I don't
Between
know
the
what the
different
H&H
agencies?
budget piece is.
Okay. And the capital plan includes 1.1 million for 20 Type 2 ambulances for Be Heard in FY32. Why is that vehicle acquisition so far out in the plan, and are their current Be Heard units adequate in the interim?
The Be Heard unit has received, the ambulances in the Be Heard unit, or the vehicles that they use, are custom for Be Heard, and they are fairly new. So I, without knowing the exact cycle of replacement, the ones that they are in are not, they're not very old ambulances or vehicles.
Okay, which is, basically why you're saying it's probably that far out in FY32, because the current vehicles are adequate?
Yeah.
Okay. And then just in terms of the geographic coverage, does the funding in the executive budget bring the program to a point where it can operate in all 5 boroughs on a 24/7 basis?
It's only set to run the 18 floors, right?
So there is additional funding in the out years, as you mentioned. The funding does grow. We're currently in conversations with our interagency partners about potential expansion plans going forward.
Okay, and how many boroughs does it currently cover? Is it all 5 right now?
4.
It's 4 right now.
Okay.
No,
What's the
it's
one?
Staten Island.
Oh, okay, we got to figure that one out too. And what percentage of mental health related 911 calls? We just had the NYPD commissioner right before this, and so just one of the questions I'd asked was, what are some of the numbers in terms of 911 that's been appropriately referred to the Be Heard program. If you could give us some of those numbers, that'd be great.
So I have numbers for fiscal year 25 and year-to-date for 26. I don't have them in percentages, though. I just have them as numbers. So Be Heard responses have been, in fiscal year 25, Be Heard responses were 9,638. Be Heard arrived on scene to 8,201 of those. And Be Heard treated on scene with no transport to the hospital, 1,670. So before I get into fiscal year-to-date of 2026, I just want to, the reason why Be Heard was called for 9,638, but only arrived on scene for 8,201, is because as we get, there's a very strict criteria that we send Be Heard units to, and as our dispatchers talk to the caller more, as they get more information, they may no longer fall under that criteria. So that's why those numbers are different. Fiscal year 26 to date, Be Heard has had responses of 7,297. They've arrived on scene to 6,233, and they treated with no transport to 1,400.
Okay, great. And I don't know if this is a question that folks know the answer to, because I know that the Mayor's Office of Community Safety is still sort of being thought through, but I know that I saw that OCMH, which technically oversees Be Heard, was also in that department. And so I'm just kind of curious if you know how that's going to look in terms of coordination of services.
I think this is going to develop out. We're very excited to work with this new Community of Safety, Office of Community Safety, to scale up and move things around. But FDNY is going to be a key component to running Be Heard.
Okay, great. And then before I pass it on to Chair Ariola, just wanted to ask a couple questions on EMS pay parity, which we know has been an unresolved issue for many, many years. And so EMS pay parity, how does FDNY currently define pay parity for EMS personnel, and what is the benchmark being used for comparison?
So right now, I think what you're going to hear a lot is pay parity in comparison to our firefighters.
Okay.
So that is not something that we have defined. This is something that has just been a matter of conversation between OLR, OMB, the EMS unions, but that's how we understand it to be defined.
And do you agree with that assessment, that it should be at the same level as firefighters, or are you all internally thinking of a different benchmark?
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, my position is this, and I've been pretty verbal about supporting EMS pay parity, and I do think it's one of those things that need to happen sooner rather than later, and I do hope that that is something that happens. But what I'm looking for is a way to have EMS be an actual destination, a profession, you know, some place they can come and stay, raise their families on the job that they're doing, and enjoy the life-saving work that they do. And my position as the commissioner really surrounds us by, you know, being able to provide EMS services to New York City for the coming decades. That's what we want. We want to have a robust, sustainable EMS system. So as far as the details go of what that's going to look like, that I would have to defer to OLR. I don't have a seat at that table. The conversation that I'm driving really is about the safety of our city and being able to continue our services.
Okay, great. And how does the EMS compensation in New York City compare to other large municipalities across the country? Are you seeing, and where do we fall in that?
EMS across the country is experiencing this problem, and they're experiencing a very serious recruitment and retention problem. It used to be that New York City could kind of, you know, get away with it. We had a lot of people who wanted to come to EMS, so we weren't we weren't experiencing it the same way as the rest of the country was, but we are no longer there. So now New York City is also experiencing difficulty in recruiting and retaining these incredibly talented and skilled professionals who save lives for a living. So, you know, this is a conversation that the entire country is having, and I hope that New York is going to lead the way in this conversation.
Yeah, agree. And if you were to estimate, what's the total annual cost if we were to achieve full pay parity for EMS personnel? Is there what would be the total cost, and is there any portion that is included in the executive budget?
I think this is something that has to be worked out through OMB and OLR. I don't have a number as to what that's going to cost because it hasn't been determined what it's going to look like. So I would defer to them.
Okay, and if you do have any estimates that come up, if you could let us know, that'd be great. And is there a formal commitment from the administration in terms of a timeline for when these conversations are going to happen, take place, and hopefully get settled?
It's my understanding that the unions and OLR are starting their process of negotiation as far as their contract goes. So I'm expecting that those conversations will be part of those conversations that should be happening now.
Okay.
Or very soon, hopefully.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to pause there and hand it off to Chair Ariola. Oh, but quickly, we've been also joined by Deputy Speaker Williams, Councilmember Hudson, and Purina Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. So just 2 points, just to piggyback off your questions. We were talking about a rise in headcount, and there's been a rise in headcount with EMS. Is there a plan to increase headcount on ambulances?
I'm sorry, is there like
Is there a
increase in
plan to
EMS?
put another EMS person on ambulances? They've been asking for a third person.
Oh, we have not had that discussion, not with me anyway, so I'm certainly happy to have those discussions, but this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay, and also when it was brought to our attention about that there would be an increase in EMS charges when an ambulance goes to a call, that a portion of that additional money that would be gained would be considered when the mayor's office was discussing pay raises, if not parity, for EMS workers, that was supposed to be incorporated into what, and I think you and I had that conversation, that would be incorporated into why the ambulance fees were being raised.
You want to talk about 16?
So the ambulance rate increases do reflect an increase in EMS salaries, but based on the civilian pattern. So we've incorporated a 16.1% increase in salaries based on what they would have gotten, if they were following the civilian pattern.
So then there has been some discussion regarding an increase in their salaries, if you're saying 16.1%.
Yeah, that's the civilian pattern that all of the civilian unions had received.
And you're saying that conversation is being started with their unions? Okay, so the executive budget projects significant new EMS revenue annually, beginning in FY27, yet FY26 actual revenue came in well below the out-year projection against a substantial total department cost. This gap raises fundamental questions about whether EMS transport is a net revenue generator or a net cost to the city, and whether the financial plan revenues projections are realistic. The committee wants to understand the state of the ambulance fleet and whether staffing is adequate to meet that demand. That being said, the executive budget projects $92 million in new EMS revenue annually beginning in FY27. Yet FY26 actually came in at approximately $254.5 million against a total department cost of $400.8 million. Does the department consider EMS ambulance transport to be a revenue-generating operation or a net cost to the city? And can you walk through the full revenue cost or the revenue cost picture?
Yes. So EMS services are definitely a net cost to the city. They do not generate revenue beyond their costs. In fact, historically, EMS revenue has covered about a third of the all-in cost of operating EMS. So whenever we look at setting rates, we're looking at the total cost. That's including not just the direct payroll for the EMTs and paramedics staffing the ambulances. It's also including the fringe cost associated with that personnel. It's including the OTPS cost of the medical equipment, the supplies that they use, rent on any leased EMS stations. It includes debt service for the purchase of ambulances, for the IT systems like the CAD system that are used to support 911 operations, renovations at EMS stations, and it includes a proportional amount of support staff at the fire department that support EMS services. So like the mechanics that help repair the ambulances, the IT personnel that work on those 911 systems, the HR people that help hire the EMTs. Now, there are sort of 3 different adjustments to EMS revenue being made in the executive budget, one of which is the $92 million that's been referenced a few times. That $92 million is actually not an increase in EMS revenue. It is a decrease in EMS revenue and an increase in city funds. So that was related to a Medicaid supplemental payment program that the city had incorporated into our EMS revenue targets. Many of our transports are for Medicaid patients. Medicaid pays according to their own fee schedule, which is much, much lower than what our actual costs are. There is a program that several other states have been able to get in place, referred to as certified public expenditures, where you can essentially show Medicaid that your costs are much greater than their rates, and they will make a supplemental payment. That has to go through a state Medicaid plan amendment process, and we actually have 2 spas in coordination with New York State that have been pending for over 5 years now, and back and forth with the Federal Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. That hasn't been approved yet, and you've seen this in prior years where that revenue has been taken down 1 year at a time. This plan includes a significant adjustment to take down most of that revenue in the baseline. The plans are still pending, so it's possible it may get approved, probably at a much lower amount than we thought initially, but that's why you see that adjustment. And that's being replaced 1-for-1 with city tax levy dollars, so there's no negative impact to EMS operations from that program not going through. The other 2 adjustments are our savings initiatives. So we have treatment in place, which is $10.1 million up, mostly because of Medicaid revenue. Now that one, in contrast to the CPE that I was just talking about, that SPA, the state Medicaid plan amendment, has already been approved by the federal government. So we feel much more confident with that. That was approved fairly recently, back in February, and that is mostly what is supporting that 10.1. Then we have another $24.6 million, and that is tied to the increase in EMS rates. But when you look at all of those adjustments and you compare what the EMS revenue targets were as of the preliminary budget to now, overall, the EMS revenue target is going down because of that large $92 million adjustment.
Right, okay, so if the $92 million number is not correct, right, or not exactly
It's the
correct.
other way around.
Could
so
be.
It's
Right.
not revenue going up, it's revenue going down.
Okay.
City dollars going up.
Okay, so then what is the department's total EMS revenue for FY27, and how does that compare to the total cost of running EMS? What are the actual numbers?
So the FY27 EMS revenue target is $343.7 million. And that is still substantially short of the all-in cost of operating EMS, which is in excess of $900 million.
Okay. And so you're also saying, all right, so the executive budget projects $400.5 million in total EMS revenue in the out years. Is that correct?
No, so that number, 400.5, was what it was as of the preliminary budget. As of the executive budget, it is now 343.7 million.
So it went down. Okay. And so the FY26 came, that was actually 254.5 million. So what accounts for the difference? What do you think is the major reason for the difference and why it decreased? Is it because the 92 million is not incremental and it was actually
So
a negative?
So the 92 million was taken down. So that helps explain part of the difference between the 400 and the 343. And then the two things going up are the 10.1 for treatment in place and the 24.6 tied to increasing ambulance rates.
Okay, so we're still not working with real numbers, and we're working on what ifs. And how are we supposed to really put a budget plan together when there's not any tangible number so far? Okay, so I'm going to switch to fleet capacity. What is the current size of the FDNY ambulance fleet, and how many units are out of service at any given time due to maintenance or age, and what is the average age of the fleet?
So there are about 600 ambulances in the field. The number is a little bit higher than that if you include specialty ambulances and ambulances used in training. The average out of service is about 30%, but our number of ambulances reflects the fact that we need that level of spares available. The average age is about 2 years. So we aim to replace our ambulances when they're 5 to 6 years old, and so they're fairly young.
And is that done regularly?
Yes, there was a delay around the pandemic because of manufacturing delays, but we have since caught up.
Okay, and if the FDNY increased the number of active ambulances, would transport revenue increase proportionally, or are there just other constraints such as staffing or call volume that would limit that impact?
So call volume would definitely limit the impact. So we think that the demand side of that equation is fairly constant. The number of people calling 911 for a medical emergency isn't likely to change if we have more or fewer ambulances. How we estimate the revenue impact of adding a tour depends a little bit on the situation. So in instances where we're replacing a tour that was operated by a voluntary hospital, which has certainly happened many times over the last few years, we can estimate the full revenue impact of that because basically supply is staying the same. We're just replacing who is operating that tour. If we were adding tours to the system to improve response time, say, the revenue impact would be less. There would still be one, but it would sort of redistribute where those patients are going. We're only 2/3 of the system. The other 1/3 is the voluntary hospitals. So if we were adding additional tours to increase the total number, we would anticipate that we would proportionally pick up more tours.
Okay, do you believe that you have enough EMS head count on staff available now for the units? And are they fully operational at capacity? And if not, what is the shortfall?
So we're definitely not fully staffed. So we're under our budgeted headcount. Right now for EMS, our budgeted headcount is 4,540, and we are at 4,250. So we're 290 under budgeted headcount. And we expect to lose another 500 plus EMS personnel over the next 4 firefighter classes.
Okay. All right, the executive budget projects savings beginning in FY27 through higher federal and state ambulance reimbursement rates, correct? What specific rate changes are driving this projection, and how have those rates been formally adopted by the relevant state and federal agencies, or are they still pending as well?
So there are the two. So treatment in place, which supports 10.1 million of the revenue increase, has been approved. So New York State had a Medicaid state plan amendment that they had submitted to federal CMS, and that was approved back in February. New York State has only recently distributed guidance on how to proceed with the technical details of billing for that, but that is all set, and we anticipate that proceeding shortly. The second one is raising our EMS rates. So EMS rates are something that we can set on our own that doesn't require state or federal approval. It goes through the city's rulemaking process. And so we have gone through that process. We had our initial public notice, we had our public hearing, and the final rule was published in the city record just last week, which is well on time for the rates to be effective July 1st.
Okay, so a lot of it relies on a lot of like unpaid transports, billing, and collections. Let's talk about that. Approximately 20% of FDNY transports go unpaid. Would that be correct?
There are about 18% of our transports that are self-pay, folks who are uninsured. And some of those folks do pay, but generally at much lower amounts than our billed rates.
And there would be roughly 10% where FDNY cannot submit a bill at all due to incomplete patient information such as unknown addresses, John and Jane Doe cases, and returned mail. What steps is the department taking to improve billing documentation and reduce the unbillable share?
So there is regular training that is provided to EMS staff on documentation. So names and addresses are very important to our follow-up options. We use an outside billing vendor, additionally, that can use that patient information to do automatic sweeps against insurance information. And we share information with hospitals. So we have agreements with H&H and with Greater New York Hospital Association that allow for sharing of patient insurance information to facilitate our reimbursement.
Okay, so the Medicaid fee-for-service transports that are not billed directly but are reimbursed through the Health and Hospital Subsidy, how is that reimbursement calculated, and does it cover the full cost of those transports, or does it leave a structural gap that the city absorbs?
So it doesn't fully cover the cost. That calculation has historically been based on the Health and Hospitals inpatient Medicaid discharge rate. It sort of harkens back to when we were a part of Health and Hospitals. And so it was part of just their general Medicaid reimbursement. What we were hoping would replace that is CPE, the Certified Public Expenditure Process I was referring to. If that Medicaid state plan amendment gets approved and we can move forward with CPE, it would replace that. So instead of getting that additional payment through H&H, we would bill directly for Medicaid fee-for-service patients, and then we would get a supplemental payment based on our CPE analysis. That would come a lot closer to our costs than the current model.
So then if you take into account the rate increase, the unbillable share of transports, Medicaid reimbursement shortfalls, and the cost of EMS operations, do you think that EMS ambulance transport will be revenue positive with this new additional cost and fee in place?
No, so I think ultimately ambulance services are still going to be a net cost to the city, even if we were getting reimbursement on every single transport. Fundamentally, the vast majority of our transports are for Medicaid and Medicare patients, and Medicaid and Medicare pay according to their own fee schedule, not our rates, and it is generally much lower.
All right, and this is my last question before I'll kick it to my members of the panel. Is there any plan to invest in improved building infrastructure, additional documentation staff, or outreach to uninsured patients? And what would the return on that investment look like in terms of increased collections, and has the department modeled that scenario?
So I think the most important piece of this is the documentation that's done by the EMS crew. It's very difficult for anyone, after that initial incident to replicate that sort of critical basic patient information gathering that needs to happen at that point. If we have identifying information for the patient and an address, we can follow up. So, we have insurance database information we can check. We have those information sharing agreements that I referenced with hospitals that allow us to follow up. And if we don't get insurance information, we can send a bill to the patient. The most common call back after receiving a bill is patients calling in to give us their insurance information. So really, it's that first step that is the most critical, which we continue to stress to ambulance crews, that documentation is really important. The other thing that would really have an impact is changes to Medicaid and Medicare rates that would come closer to covering our costs.
Okay. All right, so we've discussed Be Heard and EMS, and I'm sure my colleagues have plenty of questions of their own. So we're going to begin with Deputy Speaker Williams, then Councilmember Brewer, and Councilmember Banks.
Thank you. Hi. I've been asking questions of all city agencies regarding the racial equity plans that you guys submitted. So it says that the department is using internal data and a Deloitte study to identify recruitment strategies for EMT and firefighter candidates from underrepresented backgrounds. What funding is included in the FY27 exec budget to support that work?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, I just want to know if any funding for this fiscal year is going towards identifying recruitment strategies for EMT and firefighter candidates. You all reported that you're using internal data in a Deloitte study.
Sure, thank you. Definitely for the Deloitte study, there will be a review of our most recent firefighter campaign, which we will begin hiring for in October. So there's an after-action analysis happening with that. They will review some of our attrition mitigation programs that we run throughout the onboarding for our firefighter candidates. They'll be looking at our PRB, Personnel Review Board. So there's quite a bit of analysis that will be included in the Deloitte research.
Okay, and is that reflected in the FY27 budget, like your recruitment efforts?
Our recruitment, yeah.
So the Deloitte study that we're talking about is reflected in our FY26 budget. And so that was part of an OTPS adjustment that we got as part of the preliminary budget. I'm confirming the exact dollar amount.
Okay, so there's no specific dollar amount for this fiscal year for recruitment?
There is absolutely, well, we have our budget for.
And I guess why you find that answer. Another question I have is, does FDNY, will you assess factors contributing to hiring, promotion, and retention of EMTs and firefighters across applicant demographics by the end of 2026? That was something that you stated that you would do. So just wanted to know if you had any information on what disparities the department has already identified and what corrective actions are under consideration.
In terms of corrective actions, we did quite a bit of an analysis for the 23-24 campaign, and we came up with a pretty sound blueprint that we used to work through the most recent campaign. I'm sorry, previous campaign for the 23-24 campaign. It's already 26. And a lot of what we found was that we needed to focus a bit more not on just recruiting more people in general. We wanted to focus more on our reachable test takers. Specifically for our firefighter titles, it's a very competitive title. And just, recruiting blindly and not focusing on where we're finding people that are actually able to pass the exam at a score that's reachable was essential to us. And so what we did find in some of our preliminary findings is that the outcome of the exam seems to be a bit more favorable than the goals that we set for the blueprint. So that we're pretty happy about that. So our focus now is just making sure that we are providing attrition mitigation programs to make sure that the targeted audiences that we focused on reaching are able to pass the physical exam, make it through the hiring process, pair with mentors and all the programs that we offer to make sure that they make it through the process successfully.
Okay. Also, in your plan, you stated that the department will continue assigning probationary firefighters who reside in New York City to divisions where they live whenever operationally feasible. What is the rationale behind this initiative, and how does FDNY believe it improves community trust or service delivery?
So that is what we consider the home division rule, where probies that live in the city are given the option to be assigned to a fire company in the division in which they reside, and that was part of our settlement with the court more than 10 years ago. There are times when, due to the staffing levels, that it's not operationally feasible, and then they would be placed in a division, one of the divisions closer, which does not happen commonly. Most of the time, if they request the home division, they are granted the home division.
Okay, just quickly, two more quick questions. I want to talk about gender-related facility needs. So how frequently are borough commanders reviewing gender-related facility needs, and is there a centralized tracking system for unresolved issues? I know in some previous hearings that was a big complaint. just start, making sure you have facilities for women.
I'm sorry, what was the second part of that?
How frequently are borough commanders reviewing gender-related facility needs, and is there a centralized tracking system for unresolved issues?
So twice a year, the borough commanders have the mixed gender meetings where all the female firefighters are invited to come in and sit down with the borough commander and bring up any issues. And for any facilities-related problems, there is this resource center, the central reporting system, to track them. So yes, they are tracked.
Okay, last question. Long-term racial equity goal included analyzing EMS response times alongside neighborhood demographics to identify racial disparities in emergency response. Has the department already identified disparities in medical emergency response times across neighborhoods? So you all said that you were going to do that, so I'm just following up on what you guys said.
I would say that we consistently, routinely monitor call volume in all areas of the city. And as call volume is increasing in certain areas, in those areas, we redeploy units into those areas to be able to address the calls that the call volume that we see. That could include, running extra units in that area. It could also, as we look at the city as a whole, it could include just taking in that moment units from other parts of the city which are not as busy and relocating them for a period of time into that area until we're able to get a handle on the amount of calls that are happening in that specific area.
Okay, just to clarify though, the question was like, have you identified any disparities based off of geographical location? But we can continue later.
Okay, great. Oh, did you want to?
Just to answer or give you a little bit of more clarity on the budget you asked for, the recruitment budget. For fiscal year 26, our budget was about 7,000, and I think we are on par. Sorry, 7 million. Sorry, 7 million. Sorry. We spent 14 million the previous campaign and 12 the fiscal year before that, and a lot of that is tied to the campaign that we're in. So for the fire campaign, we do ramp up quite a bit more. There's a lot of overtime spend, and there's also a lot of money that we spend on advertising. So it does fluctuate, but 7 million for fiscal year 26, and we anticipate about around that same amount for fiscal year 27. Thanks.
Okay, great. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Banks.
Thank you very much, and thanks Jason for all he's always 24/7, 7 days a week, even when he's on vacation. So I just want to say thank you to Jason. Fire prevention has always been something that I can see in the executive budget you got more, but in the past it's always been underfunded. And so I just want to know, with more funding, more staffing, what do you expect to do? Obviously the Bronx is of concern, but in general a concern. I don't quite understand why there are so many more fires. Maybe you do. I know that I was instrumental in the beginning of the lithium-ion batteries, trying to work with your previous commissioners to get the stores to stop selling them. Of course, Amazon continued to sell them. So I don't know if they're lithium-ion or something else, but how are you going to approach this prevention? You have great officers out at every street fair, et cetera, but it doesn't seem to be sinking in.
So we do know that there has been a significant increase in serious fires in the Bronx this year.
But elsewhere too, I think, not just the Bronx.
In the Bronx and Queens, we've seen a significant increase over last year. And we're looking at and reviewing all of the fires, especially not just the serious ones, but the fatal fires, and trying to find what is in common with them. Aside from that the majority of them are in buildings with a single stairway, we haven't found a common denominator yet. The causes of the fires are separate, although the predominant cause of fires in the Bronx and throughout the city is related to the electrical system, either in the building or extension cords or power strips or an appliance cord. We continue with the education outreach, the messaging where we're getting out there about closing the door. We know that was very effective with the lithium-ion battery issues, and we thank you for your support and championing that effort. and we saw great results with that. So we're gonna keep, pushing that and getting the word out. When there is a fatal fire, we do send education teams to that neighborhood, to that building, to get the word out. We continue with the smoke detector distribution. Anybody that needs it, we'll go out and install it.
Okay, it seems, all right, I appreciate it. I just think that seems to be the number one concern. Hydrants being blocked, is that something that is improving? I notice on my blocks, I can't believe it, people actually leave their car unattended at a hydrant. And I don't know, I mean,
We
is it?
continue to see that. We work with the police department for enforcement. When it does impede our operations at a serious fire, we'll have our fire prevention folks issue a criminal court summons, and have the car towed, which results in thousands of dollars of fine. But I agree, it's an issue that we're seeing across the city that we did not historically see.
Okay, so I guess, I mean, I'm just saying that should be a major, not just by you, but by the mayor, an education campaign, like, do social media on that as you do on other topics, because I see it all the time. I don't think people understand that it's illegal or they're just not paying any attention. The other thing I had a question about was just, again, I hear what you're saying about the ambulance transportation fee. So what you're saying is if somebody doesn't have insurance, then, and they're self-pay, but they can't pay, then they can get support. Is that what you're trying to say? Do people do that?
People do. So there's a phone number on every ambulance bill for our billing vendors call center, and they can call and talk through the options there. But there is a charity care program that's based on the same household size and income guidelines that Health and Hospitals uses.
All right, and then response time for ambulances. What is it generally? Up, down, in between? How is it going? And I appreciate your support for parity strongly.
And we appreciate your support as well. And just to your training comment, I've met with many of you, and we've talked about strategies on how to get messaging out, because the real success is not having a fire to begin with. The real success is not going into cardiac arrest from the beginning. So when we prevent those things, that's where the real life-saving work is. So I appreciate all of you spending time with me talking about different ways to get your constituency on message as to what they can do to keep themselves safe. Response times, as we've seen, they can fluctuate, but we have seen that response times are going up. And this is quite honestly why I'm coming out so loudly for EMS parity. When we have an increase year after year in demand for 911 services, and we have staffing that is going in the other direction due to recruitment and retention challenges, that equation will lead to increased response times. Now, there are other things that cause increased response times too. That's not the only thing that we can point to. There are things like, I know when I started, there were 20 additional hospitals within the 5 boroughs than there are right now. So as hospitals close, or our EMTs, our paramedics need to go further, they need to wait longer in the emergency rooms that need to absorb that additional call volume. There are lots of different things that go into this problem, things that we are taking very seriously, and any possible solutions that we can come up with to reduce response times, including, as Chief Miano was talking about a minute ago, moving units into areas of higher demand. And we watch the demand across the 5 boroughs all day, every day. So we see where there are areas that are really getting inundated with calls, or response times are higher, and we're able to shift some, but that doesn't mean that response times automatically go down altogether, right? So it may go down in that area, and we'll have to shift some resources around. But it is something that we watch very closely, because there are so many different factors that go into it.
Thank you. Maybe second round, I want to ask about rumbler sirens versus loud sirens. Thank you.
So do you have a preference? There are some people that really like the rumblers.
Yes, I like the rumblers. I live in between St. Luke's and Roosevelt.
Yeah.
And it's all day and all night. And so I have complaints all day and all night. So I'm just wondering that when I talk to the union, they like the loud sound. But I think we should think about sirens. I mean, I feel like bringing them all to City Hall Park and just blasting them all day long. Because then somebody might do something about it. I have bills to do it, but I could use some help in thinking about sirens because we got a quality of life issue that is, if you don't live near a hospital, you don't hear it. I got 2 hospitals right next in the middle.
Understood. Yeah.
So I would love siren discussion.
We would love to have siren discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Banks, and then we're going to go back to Chair Ariel.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Commissioner. Thank you for coming today. One of the concerns I frequently hear from residents in my district, particularly those living in the southern portion of the district, is the perception that the fire and EMS resources are located too far away from where they live. And I want to know, how does the FDNY evaluate potential coverage gaps and determine whether a neighborhood is being adequately served? And what role do community feedback, call volume, response times, and pollution growth play in that analysis?
There are definitely some areas in the city that have stations that are further away, EMS stations we're talking about, right? But with the call volume that we're experiencing, those stations aren't really having a significant impact on where they are because our ambulances are out serving the public 24 hours, 7 days a week. So what generally happens is when an ambulance has a run and they take that person to the hospital, they become available.
Right.
So they automatically now become available for the area that they're in as the closest resource. So
and what about fire trucks or firehouses?
So firehouses are more distributed across the city. There are far more firehouses than there are EMS stations. EMS stations, I think we have about 40 EMS stations and over 200 firehouses. So there tend to be a more equal distribution of firehouses than there are EMS.
Right. Particularly, let me go to some other questions. When it comes to NYCHA emergency response challenges, there was a recent study done by the Elevator Advocates, and this was relegated particularly dealing with the 42nd Council District, which stated that there were close to 5 buildings in my district which had chronic elevator outages. So I want to know, particularly with these elevator outages that have taken place, has that been a barrier or has that played in the response time, particularly when it comes to NYCHA developments?
So the fire department, we have an elevator task force, and we work closely with NYCHA and the NYCHA elevator team.
Right.
So we have a pilot program that we've expanded that when the fire department receives a call for a defective elevator or somebody stuck in an elevator, at the same time, we will also notify the NYCHA elevator team. And at times, we could have an elevator mechanic meet us at the scene and resolve that problem sooner.
What about just general response times to someone who may be calling 911 for some type of help? What is the has that been a barrier? Has there been situations where there's been an elevator outage that has blocked or prevented access to that particular call?
So you're asking about emergency operations in a building when there's an elevator out of service? And that's entirely something that can happen and does on occasion.
Right.
I don't have the specific stats on that.
So that goes to my broader point on response time, particularly when it comes to NYCHA residents. When it's been reported in my district that we have 5 buildings that have chronic elevator outages. And I just want to hone in on what's being done as far as is there any coordination with NYCHA and with some of these private developers that are now managing these developments?
So specifically with NYCHA, we do have coordination about the elevators. We report when we operate there and have an elevator out of service, we do report that to NYCHA. and it becomes their responsibility to repair it.
So, has the FDNY observed situations where elevator outages have created barrier delays of responding to emergencies within NYCHA, to be more specific?
Yes, that happens occasionally, but I don't have the stats for how many.
And if so, what coordination exists between the FDNY and NYCHA to address these challenges to ensure that residents can receive timely emergency assistance, particularly seniors or individuals with disabilities and residents living on the upper floors?
We would notify NYCHA when we discover an out-of-service elevator.
And when it's not per se NYCHA, and what's the coordination when it comes to a RAD PAC converted development?
We would deal with the managing agent then.
Okay. Has the FDNY identified any developments that consistently present operational challenges due to chronic elevator outages? And if so, are there any proactive measures being taken to mitigate those risks before the emergency occurs?
In those new complexes or with the new managing agents, we have not identified that at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Ariola.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss the 5th firefighter, and the deployment of the 5th firefighter on engine companies has long been a priority for labor and a point of ongoing discussion between the council and the administration. The operational case is straightforward. More personnel on scene means faster knockdown times, fewer injuries, and better outcomes for New Yorkers. So what does the data show about the 5th firefighter's effects on fire suppression outcomes, including time to knock down a fire, firefighter injuries, and civilian casualties?
Thank you for that question. We do not have specific data that shows the difference of operations with 4 firefighter engines and 5 firefighter engines. Right, when we break down our fire reports that talk about civilian injuries and firefighter injuries, we don't have the ability to differentiate between the two. While we certainly welcome additional resources, the ability to stretch and operate hose lines is increased and better and more effective with 5 firefighters than with 4.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that if a fire happens and the first due arrives and they have only 4 members on that rig and that fire is out of control, they have to wait for the next second due to come, which would have the 5th firefighter on it, before they get water on a fire? Is that correct to say?
The 5th firefighter speeds up the stretching of the hose lines and putting water on the fire.
Right, water doesn't get on that fire until that second rig arrives. Is that true?
Not necessarily, but it's
Now, is it true?
not if that first engine stretches the hose line and they're ready to operate, they're going to operate. It happens faster with the 5th firefighter.
Right, so if it happens faster, what does that mean? Does that mean that the fire doesn't spread more quickly?
We would theoretically put the fire out quicker, yes.
It would mean that lives would be in less danger.
Yes, we'd put the fire out
Okay,
quicker.
all right, good. So I think that's a pretty good analysis. So have you conducted any internal analysis or pilot of the 5th firefighter deployment? And if so, what were the results internally? Have you discussed?
We don't have any formal studies done with it, but anecdotally, it would lead to quicker hose line stretches and quicker extinguishment of the fire.
Thank you. And what is the current average response time by borough, and does the data show meaningful disparities between boroughs that a targeted 5th firefighter deployment could address?
So we do have the average response time to structural fires so far this year. For Manhattan, 4 minutes, 39 seconds. Bronx, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Brooklyn, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Queens, 5 minutes, 2 seconds. And Staten Island, 5 minutes, 5 seconds. And what was the second part of that question?
It was, what is the current average response time per borough, and does the data show a meaningful disparity between boroughs that a targeted 5th firefighter deployment could address?
That's one of our points of discussion about the 5th firefighter. We don't know what impact it would have on response times, because it's putting another firefighter on the seat of an engine that's already responding.
But it does put water on a fire sooner if the first responding rig has a 5th firefighter, correct?
Correct, but that
Right.
apparatus would theoretically arrive at the same time.
Correct. So the more apparatuses that have a 5th firefighter on it, the quicker water gets on a fire, and the ability to cause that fire to not spread reduces, and lives can be saved.
I would agree with that.
Geographical need, is there a targeted deployment? I think you just gave us kind of what the percentages were per
The
borough.
discussion about the 5th firefighter is in the Bronx, is in engine companies in the Bronx.
Okay, and can you provide a breakdown of fire incidences by borough and by engine company over the past 3 fiscal years?
Yes, I have, for all engine companies throughout the city, we have the breakdown for fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 of the number of structural and non-structural fires they've responded to. And, you know, as you can imagine, it's not evenly distributed. We have some very, very busy companies, and we have some not-so-busy companies.
Right, so right now, the 5th firefighter is in what areas?
So currently we have 20 engine companies that have 5 firefighters, and that is distributed throughout the city in areas that have the types of buildings that generally require longer hose line stretches.
So what are the specific concentrated areas right now?
Well, they're not, with the 5th firefighter, they're spread throughout the city. Every borough has some engines with 5 firefighters.
So do you think that the 5th firefighter should be in concentrated areas? Do you think it works better? Does that model work better than having them sporadically placed unevenly throughout the boroughs?
But they're placed in areas where their building stock requires those longer hose line stretches.
Okay. So let's just talk about it. The Bronx consistently has among the highest rates of structural fires and fire-related fatalities in the city. Does the FDNY's internal data support a targeted 5th firefighter deployment in high-incident boroughs like the Bronx and, secondly, Queens, as you mentioned?
We would certainly welcome any additional resources, and it could have an impact on putting out those fires quicker. But you know, the fires that we're seeing in the Bronx, putting them out quicker or the 5th firefighter is only not necessarily a silver bullet to solve all of those problems, right? Stopping and preventing the fire in the first place, sharing the message about closing the door so that the fire doesn't spread before we get there. It's a comprehensive approach to deal with this fire problem.
And isn't the 5th firefighter very, very important, especially in vertical fires, in getting the hose up and buildings and more into the outer boroughs, not just Manhattan or in the Bronx, but in the outer boroughs, we're having more and more vertical buildings that are being built. Doesn't that help in putting fires out?
The taller the building, the longer the hose line stretch.
Correct.
The more impactful that 5th firefighter.
So the more we build and the more we have, larger buildings in areas that didn't necessarily have them, the more we need the 5th firefighter. And that's why this council is fighting for that. Are there specific engine companies that are statistically overburdened relative to their current staffing based on call volume, run frequency, or simultaneous incident rates? And can you provide data to the committee?
And those are the engine companies that historically, in those 20 that we provide the 5th firefighter to, the ones that have heavier fire duty in those areas that have the bigger buildings.
Would you support a pilot program in the Bronx with a fifth firefighter in 20 of their busiest, 20 of their busiest firehouses? Would you support that?
We would
as an agency?
welcome additional resources.
Is that something that you're willing to fight with this council for, with the Mamdani administration, to fund?
We would welcome additional resources to deal with this fire problem that we have.
Rather than a binary choice between full citywide development and no deployment and no deployment, has the FDNY evaluated a tiered or phased approach that prioritizes the highest need companies first? And if you have, how would you prioritize that and the deployment of a firefighter?
Those fires in the Bronx that we're seeing, generally in 6- and 7-story buildings, that are over 100 years old building stock. The potential for spread in those buildings is high. Some of these fires, the fire raced up through the stairway, so it's long hose line stretches. And you can compare that to Queens, that in some parts have smaller buildings, shorter hose line stretches. So that fifth firefighter would be much better off in areas with larger buildings, longer hose line stretches.
And does the fire department track instances where a company is committed to an active call and a second call comes in requiring a delayed or cross-district response?
That's something that we don't currently track. So we know, though, that in those areas, those busier areas with the companies that are doing, responding to more incidents, that there are times they're on one and then another company has to come over and respond to an incident because that original company's not available.
And when that other company comes over, doesn't that leave a gap in coverage for a large portion of that particular area that the second apparatus would be covering?
Our dispatchers in the communications office are able to manage and move resources around the city. So if they do see a gap in that coverage, then they'll move another company over as well.
So kind of someone is always without coverage. Like if you keep moving them, somebody's always without coverage. If you keep moving them
We
along.
continually assess and
Yes.
move resources around.
All right, at this point, I'd like to go over to my panel for questions on fifth firefighter.
Oh, your panel.
Yeah, well, we have, anybody who's the next up.
Oh, okay, yes. Sorry, yes.
And if
Councilmember.
anybody wants to talk about fifth firefighter and you already spoke, just please sign up for second round.
Got it. Councilmember Wong, followed by Councilmember Palladino.
Okay, thank you, chairs. I read the testimony here that the head count is under budgeted by 190 people. My question is, how many of them are EMS positions, and what does the FY27 budget doing to close that gap?
So overall, the department is under budgeted headcount, total agency, by 706 positions. 316 of that is on the uniform side, driven by firefighters and lieutenants. 290 of that is EMS, and about 100 of that is civilian, largely because we just got positions added. So on the EMS side, unfortunately, because of the ongoing promotions to firefighter, although we are trying to staff up as much as possible and are aiming to hire large classes and continue to recruit folks to fill those vacancies, we do anticipate that it will take us quite some time to achieve budgeted headcount.
Okay, thank you. Regarding 600 ambulances in the field with 30% of them out of service, that is a very high number. Can you talk about what's being done? What's going on? You're waiting for parts? Is it a budget problem? That's 180 ambulances out of 600 that's out of service.
So the maximum amount of ambulances that we have in the field at any given time, and during the 2 tours that we run during the day, is 340. So that is distributed throughout the city. Although we have a fleet of 600, that's in case any ambulances, like the ones that are off service, we can replace those ambulances with spares.
I see. Okay, thank you. My final question is on lithium-ion battery fires. I've never seen so many homes, 5-alarm fires in homes involving lithium batteries. How much funding is dedicated specifically to lithium battery enforcement, inspections, public education and specialized firefighting equipment. Can you please talk about it?
There isn't really a separate funding pot tied to lithium-ion batteries. It's just something that's incorporated into everything. So when, say, our public safety or our fire safety education teams go out and do public education, this is one of the topics they cover. Similarly, on the fire prevention side, there are a number of staff that work on that. Chief Correo may have more to add.
Good afternoon, everybody. So as Commissioner Kristoff had said, it's really a comprehensive approach. It's fire safety. It is tied to Local Law 40, working with other agencies to make sure that that we don't have unregulated batteries that are being sold out there. It is addressing it as part of after post-fire investigation. We work very, very closely with the Bureau of Fire Investigation. So it's a really comprehensive approach to be able to deal with that. And of course, the most important is education, right? And which has made a marked difference in, I think, raising the level of awareness that folks understand that they have to, it's really important to make sure that they have batteries that are UL rated, that it's a complete system, the battery charger, not, basic safety things, not charging it unattended, not charging it by means of egress. So it's really a holistic approach to get to the best safety outcome.
Do you think these vehicles should be stored indoors, or they're safer for them to be stored outside?
Are you talking about electric vehicles?
Yes, electric bikes or e-scooters, yes.
So what we do is we make sure, in terms of electric vehicles, like cars, we don't regulate that. In terms of micromobility devices, what we do is make sure that the charging devices, the bike itself, the battery is up to the UL standards. We find that's the safest way to approach to make sure that when those are implemented, those are charged, whether they're outside or inside, or the battery charging cabinets, we make sure that they are at a very high level of safety standard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Palladino, followed by Ressler.
Thank you very much. I want to go back, if I could, please, just for a moment, and then I'll move on. The 5th firefighter. I expected to see and hear a lot more enthusiasm about the 5th firefighter, because there was such an uproar when Bloomberg let when the 5th firefighter was let go. I thought today I would hear a lot more enthusiasm. And as the chair asked about it, I saw a very laid-back approach as to the importance of the 5th firefighter. I was a little surprised by that.
So, thank you, Council Member. The 5th firefighter and the staffing is currently part of the UFA contract with the city that talks about the number and a medical leave level. But what we are trying to do, the priority in the fire department, is we're trying to stabilize EMS. And the 5th firefighter is an important issue, but we're really focused more on stabilizing EMS, the staffing levels, the ambulance availability, the response times, making sure that we're able to fill our EMS recruit classes so that we can have ambulances arrive on scene in a timely manner.
Okay, good enough. Also, I'm going to circle back to a question I had asked a while back when we first started these hearings. I'm curious, I'm just one council member. And as for one council member, I've given close to $1 million of our money to the fire department. And that went for generators and other very important vehicles and such. I'm wondering, where is that money? And when is the fire department and EMS going to see the 2 vehicles that I did fund fully and the generators that I'm sure just not myself, like I said, I'm just one of 50. I'm sure other council members have done the same.
We can follow up on those specific projects and get back to you.
That's the third time I've heard that. It's okay, but please get back to me because it's a lot of money, and like I said, I'm one of 50, so I'm sure there's a lot of money floating out there in the millions of dollars that we need to know. Also, your budget, it says that, we have achieved savings without harming our ability to carry out our mission of protecting life and property, and we strive to provide the best possible service to the people of New York, and you certainly, most certainly have done that, and I thank you for all of that. I understand that we're all working under somewhat of a tight shoestring budget this year. I want to know how much of a shoestring budget is our FDNY, who should not be working with a shoestring budget at all. How much is your budget so far for this year? Overall budget? Do you know?
Hi, my name is Paul. I just want to.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Oh, got to turn it on? No, sorry. I just want to double back on your generator question.
Sure, go right
ahead. So we have that generator. That generator is for Engine Company 295 specifically.
Oh, good.
Yes, yes.
I heard from them, yes.
Yes, that project is the design is currently complete, and we are rolling right into construction at the beginning of FY27.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
FY27, which means July 1 is FY27.
yeah.
So we can expect to see movement, I'll be paying attention, right after July 1
Yeah.
for 285.
Yeah, so we've
Okay.
already reached out to all of our vendors and obtained their proposals and everything.
Thank
So
you for
once-
that. I appreciate
once we
it.
could submit.
As far as the overall budget goes, I mean, we are in the process of signing a budget on June the 30th of $124.7 billion. And anybody who knows me knows I'm in a bit of an uproar about that because I like to see where the money's going. And you guys are certainly entitled to major upgrades to your firehouses, structurally your vehicles. All around, you guys are entitled to pretty big. If we're going to increase the budget by $14 billion total, if we're going to be increasing the budget to that kind of money, I just am curious, before I vote on the 30th, where's our money going?
So our FY27 expense budget is about $2.7 billion. And our capital budget going from 26 through 35 is about $1.9 billion.
Okay, so let's add up those two numbers, shall we? 9 plus 7 is 16, carry it over, 3, 4. So that's $4.6 billion for the fire department out of $124.7 billion. I think that's outrageous. That's all I'll say about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wrestler followed by Jay Sanchez.
Not in a good way.
Tough act to follow. I'll do my best. Thank you to the chairs, and congratulations, Commissioner. Really excited to have you in this role, and somebody who brings EMS expertise to the agency right now, I think is urgently needed. And I also just want to take a second to congratulate the promotion of my friend and most importantly constituent, Jason Shelley, Deputy Commissioner, very well deserved. He's been such an anchor in the fire department now for a decade plus. We're really lucky to have him there. So just a few questions. I've been deeply concerned by the fires that we've been seeing across our city. I know we've had a concentration of them in the Bronx that have been fatal, and it's terribly scary, and grateful for all the work that the members of FDNY do every day to keep us safe, but also want to make sure that we're smartly investing resources that can make the greatest difference to prevent fires from taking lives and ruining property. So just to confirm, Chief, I believe that I heard in your testimony that we've got 20 engines right now that have a 5th firefighter that are deployed?
Yes, there are 20 engines.
And there's no data that we have whatsoever to show that a 5th firefighter improves or doesn't improve outcomes one way or the other, response times? No? Just to confirm, this is what you testified to earlier. I just want to get this clear.
Not response times, but we know that they stretch and operate hose lines quicker.
They stretch and operate hose lines quicker, but no impact on getting fires under control faster with the 5th person or not? We have no data to back this up. I mean, other than your anecdotal expertise.
Because we don't have that many firefighter engines to see that.
Well, we have 20, but understood, if there's no data, there's no data. What would the cost be, Deputy Commissioner Christoph, to adding a 5th firefighter citywide?
So we are currently in conversations with OMB on that point.
But it's an estimate that you should be able to come up with pretty directly. Could you give us a ballpark?
We would defer to the budget director, who I believe is testifying.
You can't give us an estimate of what it would cost? We know how many firehouses there are, we know how many engines there are, there know how many, right? Adding a 5th firefighter, what would that cost us? Ballpark.
I think
You know this number.
The council has cost estimates that are not out of line.
What are
with
those
the order
estimates that the
of
council
order
has
of
said?
magnitude.
Could you get those to us just for the purpose of the conversation? What are the council's cost estimates?
We can follow up.
No, come on. We're at a hearing. We're asking basic questions. You know the answers to them. You should share them on the record. What are the council's cost estimates? I'm not even asking you to give the cost estimate. What's the cost estimate?
A council member has asked a direct question, and he deserves an answer. So if you don't have it now, we have plenty of time to sit and wait, and then you can get that answer for him. It is rude to sit there and not answer a direct question from an elected official who came here today to represent his constituency, whether you like the question or not. So let's work on getting that information for Councilmember Ressler. I know you've signed up for a second round, Councilmember Ressler, but if you have other questions,
do a third round
please
too,
proceed.
Okay. Councilmember Jay Sanchez.
I have lots of other questions to ask. I just am waiting because I really do want an answer here. But we'll come back to it on the second round.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I don't mean
go
to.
for it.
I'll shift gears and I'll come back to my questions on the 5th firefighter later. Commissioner, we've had some challenges with FDNY and DOT coordination on bike lanes. Does the fire department support protected bike lanes?
Yeah. So we are a life-saving agency. That's our mission, our core mission, save lives. And we appreciate the fact that bike lanes put people in a safer place and they save lives. So, yeah, the
Great.
fire department has no problem with bike lanes.
Thank you.
There are going to be these situations where maneuvering around them are an issue. And in those circumstances, as we have already started having conversations with the DOT to resolve those issues together.
And we sent you a letter to this effect, and I don't think we got a commitment on a time frame, but Councilmember Ariola passed legislation requiring coordination between DOT and FDNY on bike lanes. There's been some litigation around this as well. Can we get a commitment from the fire department that barring extraordinary circumstances, the feedback can be provided to DOT within 30 days?
We are going to try our very, very best. Having these additional heads are definitely going to help speed things along. But sometimes they're just, it's not only the process, it's not only the fire department, I would say, that kind of slows things down. It may be a more complex thing that needs to be reviewed. It takes a little longer, but we certainly will commit that we'll do our best to get them a timely response.
Okay.
And we're working very well together. I mean, we are talking together and solving problems together, and we actually have seen, I could have Chief Correo talk to you about it if you wish, but we have seen some reduction in turnaround times.
The chair asked me to be brief in this round, and I've already gone over, but I'll just say, appreciate the improved coordination. I think having a timeframe commitment that barring extraordinary circumstances or a really complex project that FDNY is getting back to DOT in a certain timeframe really matters for planning and execution, because there's a set timeframe in the year, about 6 months that DOT can install these projects, and we lose the windows and lose a year of safety that we can otherwise get if we're getting tight responsiveness from the fire department. So I hope we can work together to have some real accountability there.
Yeah, I can assure you we're working well together.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Ressler, I have you on for round 2, so don't worry.
Okay, so just quickly, we can agree that it is your job and your mission to put out fires, right? And you acknowledge that fires go out faster with the additional staffing. Do we agree on that? Yes or no?
Yes, as a general statement,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember J. Sanchez, followed by P. Sanchez.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all of the firefighters for all of the work that you do day in and day out. Also, happy Pride Month. I know nothing has to deal with sexuality, but representation matters, and there are people all over the city and this country that get to see someone like you and feel represented. So thank you for the work that you do as well. Aside from that, back to the 5th Firefighters. Representing the South Bronx and a proud co-chair of the Bronx delegation, this is truly important to us. We sent over a letter on February 10th in partnership with Councilmember Ariola and the Bronx Borough President. But I want to dive deeper. You said there are already 20 fire stations that have this 5th firefighter, but they are dependent on the higher the buildings, the more firefighters. So is it safe to say that these 20 fire stations are located in downtown Brooklyn and Midtown Manhattan?
Some of them are, but it's not necessarily high-rise buildings, right? It's buildings that have longer hose line stretches. In high-rise buildings, we operate off a standpipe, which is generally a shorter stretch than stretching off the apparatus.
Is there any way to identify where these 20 firehouses are? And
yes, we have them. We can provide that for you.
How many of those are currently in the Bronx?
I'm not. Do we have that, Kevin? Currently, four of the engine companies in the Bronx have 5 firefighters.
And how many engine companies are in the Bronx in total?
I think we have 30.
How many fires have happened in these areas that have the 5th fire already during the course of this past year?
I'll have to get that for you. So you're asking the number of fires that the engines where there are 5 firefighters, the number of fires they've gone to?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have to get that for you.
Thank you.
Can we have that by the second round? We need that information. We need the information answered. We asked you to come prepared, so saying we'll get the information is not going to be tolerated. Find the information, answer in the second round.
We have the breakdown of the engines and the fires they've had the last 3 fiscal years.
Basically,
is that what you're asking for?
What I'm trying to get to with my line of questioning is, have there been enough fires in where these 5th firefighters are to justify them being there? You said earlier that based on gaps in coverage that you would move the firefighters over to cover different things, and so
we would move the fire companies around.
So based on the data that you already have based on the fires, has there been any indication that would suggest that moving some of the stations that have a 5th firefighter to other stations in the Bronx that are experiencing higher fires, would there be any type of movement from the stations that are not experiencing fires versus the ones that are?
I guess we could have that discussion, but they're all going to fires.
Okay. But it's just, if the 5th firefighter is reducing times and reducing the ability, I completely understand that, you know, the cause for the fire and the prevention is not a 5th firefighter. That's not what we're saying. The housing stock and the infrastructure, but we're not going to change the housing stock overnight. It's physically and literally impossible. But what we can do is cut down response times to what we actually do with the fires.
And I understand that question. But then you also have to see the reality that there's other council members here that if we take one of the 5 firefighter engines from their area, we're going to get the same issue.
Well, I think just showing from Staten Island to Brooklyn to the Bronx, we're seeing a concerned unifying voice about the fact of everyone's recognizing the number of fires that the Bronx is going through. And we have been on this since the very beginning. I mean, I know this fight has been happening now for 15 years, but from when we started as the Bronx delegation co-chair, this has been a major fight. So understanding that combating fire times in the Bronx is our top priority, and making sure that if there are other places that are not having a single fire or minimal fires compared to what we're experiencing every day. I get the notices every day on my email multiple times a day. If we're able to move those firefighters around, that also does tremendous things for the ability to take care of our fellow Bronxites. So thank you.
Thank you. P. Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you, cousin. It won't get old, maybe in a couple years. But thank you, Chair, for the unrelenting questions on the 5th firefighter. I have to join Chief, I have to join Commissioner. But before I do that, I just want to echo my colleagues in thanking the FDNY, the firefighters who jump at the flames, who are there. I feel like I live right next to a battalion, and I feel like the sirens are just nonstop. So I thank you to our firefighters, I thank you to our EMS, but it does feel like the Bronx is burning. It feels like the Bronx is burning again, and I uplift the 50 New Yorkers who almost 50 New Yorkers who we've already lost this year, and highlighting, Chief, and I'd love some clarity here during this hearing, that in a private briefing with the Bronx delegation some weeks ago, you shared that the fires have nearly doubled over the last 3 years in the Bronx and Queens for the time period that we were in. So I'd love to just get updated numbers on that. And then specifically just want to, and I should highlight for you, I'm going to do the thing where I ask all my questions and then hopefully leave you 5 seconds to respond. But I just want to make sure to get them all in, and I'm sure you'll be able to capture them. We had a fatal fire at 226 West Tremont last weekend. A 1-year-old passed away on Bainbridge Avenue, on the block where I grew up. And so it really feels in the Bronx, and it feels like in my neighborhood, that it's just relentless. It's just relentless. In my view, I want to complicate our conversation also on the 5th firefighter. My view is that we need a 3-pronged approach. We need to first make sure, yes, that our first responders have the resources for the fastest response to put out the fires as fast as possible. We have to address things like the blocked fire hydrants that you keep raising with us in conversations. But second, we need to also expand public education immediately. Right, the things that you raised during the press conferences, the closing the doors that weren't closed behind. We need to, make sure we're highlighting that and reaching the audiences in the Bronx, in Queens, in the neighborhoods that are really impacted. But third, and this is where I am the chair of the Housing Committee on the Council, we have to make sure we're having a conversation that also puts the onus on the owners of these old properties to address the failing systems leading to these fires. At 226 West Tremont, it's an old building. That owner is the 4th worst in the city of New York. And in the last year, the building had 13 violations for defective and missing smoke detectors, which means that the city was, that the residents were calling it in. And in the last 2 weeks, there were violations for self-closing doors. So the second question, the first question was about data. The second question is about the interagency coordination. How is FDNY sharing everything in real time that you're seeing about fires and causes? How are you talking about that with the Department of Buildings, with HPD, and crafting new policies and new interventions to address the root causes? And finally, as we talk about the infrastructure in these buildings, I just want to make sure that that is also a part of the conversation. And I think I mentioned this to you, Commissioner and Chief, in some of the Zooms we had. When FDNY has all the press in front of you because there's been a fatal fire and there's been a tragedy, just making sure that the agency does not then only talk about the self-closing doors and the smoke detectors, the interventions that the tenants are responsible for, because that feels like blaming the victims. It feels like you're blaming, by only focusing on those causes, it feels like a blame on our people in the Bronx. And I want to make sure that, one, we are doing, right? We are HPD, DOB, FDNY are collaborating on solutions, but we're also talking about what owners can do. So 1, data. 2, now I am forgetting what my second question was, but I'm sure you captured it, and I'll bring it back around if you didn't.
So I'll just take a couple, and then the Chief could jump in here. So one, the collaboration, right, between DOB, HPD, FDNY. We are collaborating, and there is no strategy that we won't, try to get this message out there. We have done collaborative PSAs. I've done PSAs with the Commissioner of Aging. I've done PSAs with the DOB Commissioner. The mayor himself put out PSAs for us. We had him do a PSA because he has a large following. So he's done a PSA for us. We have life safety pamphlets and different things out there. We're working together to try to solve a problem because we know that lives are attached to this, right? We know that people are going to die if we don't get this message out, if they don't understand how to behave if they actually get into a fire situation. Now, we don't want them to get into a fire situation, which is why we talk about things like overloading outlets, overloading power strips. We talk about not putting your space heater too close to things that are combustible. And, you know, I can appreciate what you're saying as far as how do we talk about this when we're in the press. When we're in the press, there are a couple of things we have to hit, right? We have to give them strategies, give the people strategies so that they can share that information amongst themselves if they get into a place where they're in an emergent situation. And it's not intended to put blame on anybody, but if we have these situations where these violations exist and our fire prevention folks go in there and they write those violations too, right? But if those places exist and those violations exist already, telling the owners is not necessarily going to solve the problem in the press. Telling the people what they should be getting, informing them of how your door should work, how your apartment, how you're supposed to have fire smoke alarms. That is the stuff that gets them calling 311, gets them reporting the building, reporting their issues to the supers and the landlords. We want them to be as educated as possible, and we will do anything we can to try to keep these folks safe. We give smoke alarms, we install smoke alarms. We want people to know that if you need smoke alarms, we can do that for you. You can call 311 and say, I need smoke alarms, and we can come and make that happen. We want people to know that their doors are supposed to close behind them. And a lot of people rig it so it doesn't because they don't want to get locked out if they walk out into the hallway. We want them to know these things because these are the things that keep them safe. So we certainly don't want to put blame on the victim, but we want to educate the victim and give them as much information so that they can share it with their families and friends and be safe if, God forbid, they end up in a position where they're trying to survive in a fire situation. As far as the data, you can give the data.
So for multiple alarm fires in the Bronx, at this time, as of May 13th this year, we've had 27 multiple alarm fires. On May 13th, 2025, we were at 16, and May 13th, 2024, we were at 12. So a significant increase, as we've said before.
Thank you. Chair, may I just ask a quick follow-up? We're on the same team here. We want, we want New Yorkers to be safe and avoid these situations. On that vein, FDNY, you folks throw yourselves at the hardship. You throw yourself at the emergency. So let me take it to a different place, which is what information does FDNY share with buildings and HPD? And are you actively, at the FDNY executive level, are you actively talking about, hey, buildings are having electrical shorts all over the place. You all should really have this in your scopes of work when you're putting out preservation grants or tax incentives. Are you having that conversation with your sister agencies? Because as the housing chair, it does not feel like what we're getting on the council, what we're approving, the scopes of work that we're approving for tax incentives are not covering these electrical causes of fires. So I just want to understand what the conversation is.
Thank you for your question. We recently met with the Commissioner of DOB and discussed those issues. Electrical fires have been consistently the leading cause of fire within the city. And our buildings continue to get older and older, and we continue to see these electrical fires. We are working on developing new technologies that may potentially alert us to these fires prior to them occurring. There are some hopeful items out there that we're going to work on and work with some national laboratories. We've already consulted with Underwriters Laboratory to try to develop some of these products for use within the city. Obviously, we are a huge city with a complicated set of buildings here. We're one of the oldest cities in the nation. So we do work with other agencies as well and make sure that we address these problems prior to them starting. And as to the Commissioner's point, we never want to blame anybody for any actions that cause these fires, but we do want to make sure we take that risk with the idea that somebody else won't die. And fire prevention does a tremendous job to issue violations prior to the fire as well as after the fire. So we do a post-fire inspection, and all of those violations do go to the owner of the building. And a lot of those issues that we addressed at the press conference, those are directly related to the fire that just occurred right before that press conference occurred. So we want to strike while the iron's hot. And some of those things we don't know at the time of the press conference either. Like we have our marshals go out and they investigate whether the smoke detectors were installed properly. That's not information we may have at the time of those press conferences. So we want to make sure that we get the information out to the building residents immediately so that doesn't occur again.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs, for the time.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councilmember Maloney, followed by Councilmember Gennaro.
My question is just high-rise buildings, because there are a lot. I'm not a big fan.
Oh, wait, Maloney, sorry. Councilmember Maloney. No,
I'm
Maloney.
sorry, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for being here. I wanted to return to the question about EMS retention and the career pipeline there. One of the challenges you've already alluded to is significant workforce turnover and difficulties with both recruitment and retention for EMS. What % of EMS are leaving each year, and what % of those leaving are heading to the FDN or to fire?
Yes, so the attrition rate last year was about 10.9%, and the annualized attrition rate for this year is about 14.3%. That's much higher than it would be in a year in which there weren't firefighter promos. So in years without firefighter promos, the attrition rate is closer to 7 or 8%.
Okay, so roughly what % would you say is converting to FDNY roles? 7?
Converting to FDNY to firefighter? During a promotion cycle, which is multiple classes, they're all coming from a promo list, so they go consecutively. We will shift about 25% of the EMS workforce from EMS into fire.
And what % of the incoming firefighter academy class then would be from EMT or EMS?
It'll be a promotion. It'll be a promotion class for the most part. So that entire group of people who left EMS will end up being the probationary class in the fire academy.
And is the training different or the same for those two roles?
Well, there are different focuses, right? But so where the people coming from EMS have been certified as EMTs or paramedics, and they're required to recertify their EMT and paramedics every 4 years in order to maintain their positions. Once they go into the fire academy, then they're taught firematics, and they're taught firefighting, curriculum. You could talk a little bit more about what you're teaching them, but it is specific to the job that they're doing. But when it comes to an operational perspective, once they've moved over from EMS to fire, outside of the CFR engine, they are no longer doing EMT level or paramedic level work. They're doing firefighting work, which is the stuff that they learned in the fire academy.
The current Proby class that we have in the fire academy is all EMS promotions. Later in the year, we'll hire another class that 60 to 70% will be EMS promotions. And then what they learn in the fire academy, whether you came from EMS or not, the curriculum is the same, and it's all about firefighting. operations that EMS does not currently have and do.
And just so we're clear, once those folks become firefighters, they're no longer working on an ambulance in any way. So they're not able to go across from fire to EMS.
So asking both questions together, one is, have you considered if it'd be more cost-effective to close that promotional pathway if the training is different? And then the other is what role EMS compensation and increasing that compensation plays, and if that would be more cost-effective than continuously investing in recruiting and trying to retrain or train new people if you're cycling out 10 to 14%.
Right. So there has been lots of discussion about the promotion pathway from EMS to fire, because it does take such a large chunk of EMS at one date range and put them into another area of the department. However, because of that promotion process, people come to EMS. So in order to be eligible for a promotion, you have to work at EMS for 4 years. So what generally happens is somebody who wants to be a firefighter will come in through EMS, spend their 4 years at EMS, and then look to promote into fire. So if I were to close that promotion process, that segment of people that come to EMS to become firefighters would no longer have a reason to come to EMS to become firefighters. So without there being some significant compensation, so that if you were an EMT or a paramedic, you can make the choice as to whether you want to stay in EMS or become a firefighter. That's the pay parity part, right? If the money was in place so that people didn't have to leave EMS to go to fire to make more money, then the expectation is those people would stay in EMS, and we would have to train far fewer people, because right now we're training constantly, and it's pretty costly to continue to train, to move people from one area of the department to the other area of the department.
And just to close out, I know I'm out of time, but do you have an estimate of what those costs are on recruiting and training?
Yeah, so for EMT, it costs $41,000 to train coming in the door, a new employee, EMT. For a paramedic, it costs $130,000. And we train our EMTs to be paramedics. So they're people that work for us who are being upgraded to paramedic. That's $130,000. For refresher training, which is what happens every 4 years, for an EMT, it's $6.3 thousand, and for a medic, it's $9,000. So essentially, we would save money if we were able to keep people longer than having to keep bringing them in at the entry level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So round two, we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Wong.
Sorry for the mistake earlier. My question is just tall buildings. Some of your previous commissioners would bring to my attention, because on the Upper West Side, there are developers who just want to build to the sky. And the comment was, we just don't have enough capacity to deal with these super talls. And obviously, we want development, or some people want a lot of development. I want lower development. And yet, I really have no concept whether or not what was said in the past is true. Is this something you're thinking about? Is there something that you're concerned about with these super talls, which seem to be proliferating? So I'm just wondering about your opinion on that. And then I didn't say earlier, I don't think that in participatory budgeting, we got a new HVAC system on ladder 25 on 77th Street. So West Siders just love your members. Just want to let you know.
Well, thank you.
But in terms of the super talls.
You want to talk about super talls?
So since the turn of this century, the building materials and building technology has allowed us to build smaller buildings, but much taller than historically, than we've been able to. And one of the issues that we face with that is it could take us longer to get from the sidewalk upstairs than it does to get from the EMS station or the firehouse to the scene. So we do look at response times, but these are newer built buildings. They have auxiliary fire protection systems. They're generally more fire safe than the older buildings that we're talking about, and generally have less fire instances in them. You might have more emergencies, and the same with EMS and their response time to be able to get upstairs to provide life-saving care. So
you're saying that in terms of the fire, not the emergency heart attack or whatever, the fire, that you're feeling that they're somewhat safe, is what you're saying?
they're more fire safe than some of the older buildings that we have.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I wish you had said the opposite, because I can't stand them, but thank you very much.
Councilmember Wong, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chairs. Okay. Do you have figures on how many EMTs left to become firefighter versus how many EMTs left to become paramedics for the past year? And is pay gap the reason, or what can we do to improve the retention rate? Thank you.
So I think I have those numbers, although I might have to look up some of them. So just in terms of how many EMS members have left to become firefighters, over the last 3 firefighter classes, we've lost 506 members.
Okay.
And I just want to, EMTs don't leave the job to become paramedics. They promote to paramedic after going through rigorous training. So they still stay on EMS. Each paramedic class, we run approximately 2 a year. And we graduate about 70 from each one of those classes.
Okay. We've been talking about this since the last hearing. How do we fix this retention rate? Is that being considered in the current budget year, or is still something that's not solved?
I think the commissioner has said it multiple times that one of the things that that would help us with retention is the EMS pay being increased. Right, like we have members who are out there dedicated every single day that deserve to be compensated for the work that they do. Right here in the room, we just looking around, we have an incentive program every single month. We have what we call a unit of the month program. That unit of the month, for the first time ever this month, the same unit from the Bronx has won that title 2 months in a row. And just 2 of those members happen to be sitting right here. I wish your counterpart was here, because they actually are from his district. All right, so we need to recognize the work that our EMTs and our paramedics do. And they should be compensated for it.
But in the current budget, the EMS pay levels remain the same. Is that right?
Yes. So as of this point, these conversations are still happening between OLR, OMB, and the FDNY unions. They're in the contract negotiations now, and I don't have a seat at that table. So it's an ongoing conversation. It's a conversation we continue to bring light to, because we do believe it's step 1 to stabilizing the EMS system, which, as the chief spoke about and Chief Miano has spoken about, is a real thing. Like, I think at this point, we need to stabilize our EMS system, and the pay is going to be one of those things that set us on the right path to get that done. And possibly then we can look at promotion processes, right? So if there is an option to stay in EMS, somebody may take that. But right now, we have a 17,000 person department who are willing to do just about anything to keep New Yorkers safe. They'll do it in good weather and bad weather. They'll do it in any time of year. And as you've seen over the last, the last winter we had, which is extraordinarily cold, which caused a lot of the fires we're seeing now, or you see it during a pandemic, which was incredibly challenging. The fire department never turns their back on New Yorkers. So at this point, we're saying we have to prepare ourselves and build this department in a way that provides these services for the next 5 decades for New York. And that's what this conversation is about, trying to make sure that we can have a robust and sustained EMS system to provide those cares.
Yeah, but we have a budget process that's due in 30 days, and what you're saying is that we don't know how to fix this pay gap until the until the contract negotiations have like definite terms, and that's going to take a lot longer than the 30 days that I'm putting together the budget. Is that right?
Well, I will say that those conversations are ongoing, and we've been, EMS has been part of the fire department for 30 years, and this has been unresolved. So I'm guessing in the next 30 days, it probably will not be resolved, but I do hope that we get to a point where we resolve it sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So let's try again. For fresh take 2. Approximately how much would a 5th firefighter cost if we were to be implemented citywide?
So the city council has released an estimated number of 92 million for 86 companies. That's about half of the companies. It would be 173 if you were to expand it citywide.
And
So
you
have
think
to
those
double the
estimates
number.
were roughly accurate based on your assessment?
For order of magnitude purposes.
So roughly, we're talking about $180 million to go citywide. 5th firefighter.
That would be the city council estimate.
And no independent perspective from the fire department? You think that that's roughly broad strokes? That seems like a reasonable estimate.
I think order of magnitude, that's about right. I mean, we're in conversation with OMB about the estimate. We have some differences that we're working through.
You know, I've really appreciated, and I don't mean to cut you off. You're one of the best finance directors at any agency in the city, so I know you know the answers to all these questions, and I will push because there are some folks that could sit up on this panel and wouldn't be able to answer questions. You are not one of them, so I appreciate you coming back to us. And I really appreciate, Commissioner, you coming in with a very forceful position on supporting EMS workers. Any orders of magnitude? There have been a range of approaches on pay equity. I know that it's subject to negotiations, but can you speak to the range of costs that have been discussed to improve compensation for EMS?
So this is not speaking to the range, but I know that we have deferred to OLR on what it would cost, maybe just to put some context around what the scale is. The average EMT salary, looking at base salary and additions to gross, but not including overtime, is $57,494. The average firefighter salary, base salary, additions to gross, no overtime, is $109,930. So it's almost double. It's 91% higher.
And so if we were to double the salary of every EMS worker, which is, if I don't think is the likely outcome, but something along those, how much would that cost us? Do you have a broad sense of? I mean, I've seen estimates that have ranged that EMTs is advocating for increases in wages from $80 million up to $200 million or even more, potentially over a multi-year period. Comparable numbers that are in a similar ballpark to what we could be talking about for a 5th firefighter. Considering how dire the situation is with EMT worker retention, in a world of limited resources, I really do hope that we focus on fixing this crisis that we have at EMT. The fact that after 5 years an EMT can't make more than $59,000 is disgraceful. And the starting salary in my office is north of that. And frankly, these are kids coming out of college who are great and bright and amazing, and I'm lucky to have them. But a person who's spent 5 years saving lives across the city of New York deserves more and deserves better. And then coming back, if we were to add a 5th firefighter at a cost of approximately $180 million citywide, I'll ask Commissioner or Chief, if you were handed a bucket of $180 million in cash and were told that you could do anything in your power to reduce fire fatalities in the city of New York, is hiring a 5th firefighter at the top of your list? Do you think that would have the greatest impact?
And that's what we're looking at. We're trying to figure out what would have the greatest impact. It would have an impact. I don't know if that would be the greatest impact in every company around the city.
I'd imagine that we could look at a lot.
If I had that bucket of money,
yeah,
right, certainly EMS pay would be the top of the list.
I certainly appreciate that too. I share that priority. We're on the same page. for the narrower question of how do we address what we have as a crisis of fires in the Bronx and situations that need to be resolved, fire prevention investments to address the most concerning housing stock. There are a variety of different targeted ways that we could probably smartly spend a whole lot less resources that could have a bigger impact in reducing fatalities from fire than a fifth firefighter and an extraordinary cost of $180 million citywide. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
So recognizing that, and also recognizing that you said that the fifth firefighter, the thing where they have the greatest impact is getting the hose out and getting water out. Fire stock in the Bronx, 6, 7-story buildings. Is that the height of buildings that we need to get that fifth firefighter in place? Are those the areas that you would prioritize it having the greatest impact?
As a general statement, yes, right? It's a longer hose line stretch, 75 feet, 75 feet tall is the height of a building. Above that, you need a standpipe in it, which is different from stretching off the apparatus.
And then, just to make sure I got this right on the record, you said that the response times in Queens and Staten Island are slower than in the Bronx? You had 5 minutes and 10 seconds in Queens and 5 minutes and 2 seconds, 5 minutes and 10 seconds in Queens, 5 minutes and 5 seconds in Queens, 5 minutes and 2 seconds in Staten Island. Did I have those right? That the Bronx was ranked 3rd in terms of response time citywide?
So Bronx was 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Queens was 5 minutes, 2 seconds. Staten Island, 5 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay, so all
And
about the
that's
same?
Year to date, average response time to structural fires.
Okay. I really appreciate the responses. I'm sorry to get frustrated earlier. I just think in a world where we have limited resources, we want to invest them in the places that are going to make the greatest difference in saving lives. And we do have a crisis in the Bronx that I'm very committed to advocating for with my colleagues. I've seen Councilmember Purina Sanchez in particular out on site with the men and women of the FDNY just in dire situations. We do need to do more up there. I just want to make sure we're spending our money smartly, and that's an extraordinary expense that we don't have data to back up the difference that it would make. And so I hope we can be smart about how we prioritize things from here. Thank you.
Chair Ariola?
Thank you. So I know that you said that you don't have any real data about the fifth firefighter and whether or not the fifth firefighter helps. We have opinions that we've been sharing back and forth. But there have been independent studies done, and I do have one here where it notes that the fifth firefighter makes a difference by eliminating kinks and drag, which you guys know the lingo, enables the hose shuffle, frees the pump operator, puts water faster on the fire, and reduces firefighter fatigue. Would you agree with that?
I think that's an accurate statement.
So getting more staffing in the busiest companies will put a line in a place quicker, limit the spread of a fire and the loss of life and the displacement of residents, at the same time reduce the strain on firefighters operating on that fire. Would you agree with that?
As a general statement, yes.
Okay. We're going to move on to, well, does the fire department have a platform that tracks and prioritizes work order requests, assessments, and resolution?
Yes, we do. We have an asset management
I'm sorry,
program.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes, we do. We have an EAM. It's an asset management program.
Okay, and you use the Niederman systems as well, or?
Yes, we have Niederman systems.
Niederman system, and how many systems are inoperable right now?
0.
0, they're all operable?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Let's see, the FDNY has publicly cited a substantial backlog of capital projects. Yet the financial plan pushes the vast majority of the facilities funding to the out years. Meanwhile, we have identified a list of firehouses with severely deteriorating roofs, of which only 6 projects have been funded to date. We have serious concerns about deferred maintenance, the adequacy of near-term capital funding, and the administration's reliance on council member allocations to fund what could be core infrastructure. Do you have an amount needed to repair all capital projects, and have you requested that from the administration?
So to talk about facilities funding in general, so our current capital plan includes $994 million for facilities across FY26 through FY35. The funding is split pretty evenly between the first 5 years and the last 5 years. It's actually slightly front-loaded. So FY26 through FY30 is $553 million, whereas FY31 through FY35 is $441 million. But even with that, I mean, we have many facilities. We have over 400 buildings, and they are old. So the average age of our firehouses is approaching 100 years old, and so our state of good repair needs have exceeded our budget. I think we are seeing the budget move in the right direction. So this plan includes an additional $24 million for roofs. And, you know, we have also seen that our capital funding for facilities over the last 5 years has nearly doubled. We've seen significant adds to our budget over the last 5 years.
Yet many firehouses remain in disrepair, a few of which, and a number of you, our commissioner, our chief, and certainly Paul, we were out there looking at them. So how can you take this pool of funding that is pushed into the out years and encourage the administration to bring that funding forward?
So we do have conversations with OMB about project accelerations, and the executive budget did include some funding accelerations on the facilities side. It included accelerating $11.7 million into next year for renovations at one of our fleet maintenance buildings, which will expand capacity. It included accelerations of $1.7 million into 27 and $10.1 million into 28 for multi-component renovations at EMS Station 4. It included $10.5 million into FY27 to replace the apparatus floor at Engine Company 163, and $6.8 million into FY27 to replace air compressors at our mask services unit. I think there are lots of projects that we're looking at to see if there's a potential for acceleration. Bandwidth is a part of this too. So the additional civilian headcount that was added in this plan will be incredibly beneficial towards getting more projects done. So that will allow us to hire more trade staff and facilities to make repairs, will help with our project management capability, will help with procurement. So we've lost a lot of procurement staff, and adding back some of those folks will help get those design and construction contracts that we need to get that capital work moving done faster.
Okay, so realistically, we're not going to see any of this money anytime soon, because once it goes into the far out years, like 35, it oftentimes evaporates, as you know, because we have a lot of firehouses, you said, are nearing 100 years old, and there hasn't been a nickel put into them in 100 years, and we've seen the result of that, which is complete deterioration. We have work orders in for 25 years that have not been fulfilled, and we'll get into that later on. We've identified a list of firehouses with severely deteriorating roofs, totaling approximately $80.9 million in estimated need as of 2024, with costs now escalating further. So that's the other problem. As we push further into the out years, the cost of fixing that firehouse, that issue, that EMS station is much larger, so we don't have the money to cover it fully. And a lot of it gets eaten up in the design process. And that's what we're trying to stop. So 6 of those projects have since been funded, right? Engine 62, 96, 156, 264, 304, and 329. That's right? Okay, what is the status of the remaining underfunded roof projects by the list that my office gave to the fire department, and when does the department expect to address them?
So first, we just want to express our appreciation because one of those roofs was funded by you, Councilmember Ariola. Actually, several of those roofs were funded by council members. So there was funding provided by Councilmember Riley, Farias, and Carr. And you were also instrumental in getting some of that roof funding added for the big house, which was another one of the roofs on the list. So for the remaining roofs, that's what the funding that was added for the 6 roofs will go towards. It will help us prioritize the next 6 roofs that are unfunded. We do have some roof projects already underway, which I will defer to Commissioner Durakis to talk about.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you.
We definitely do have some roofs that are underway. Some are already completed or nearing completion. That would be Engine 325, Engine 161, Engine Company 54, Engine 74, and Engine 301. And we are constantly assessing the conditions of our roofs with our trade staff. And we do as much of the repairs as we possibly can while we are constantly working with the OMB to accelerate that funding forwards, if possible.
Okay, and as you mentioned, a lot of those roofs that are already funded came from council members that were funding in their own districts. And the big house, Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers advocated for that. I advocated for that, and we saw the disrepair there, but the funding is fully there. But why is it always on the city council? Why doesn't the administration take care of their buildings? When we visited buildings throughout the 5 boroughs, the condition of those buildings, if visited by the fire department or the DOB, no one would be able to inhabitate them. And that's a problem. So many of the buildings on this list that we provided for you, which I'm looking to see here. Okay, none of which made your list, but okay. Were constructed between 1895 and 1929. That, the fire department has to advocate for these projects, not just rely on the city council. So how many of these projects were sent by the fire department to the admin asking for funding to complete them? Was it just the 6?
So we have had conversations with OMB and City Hall on all of our capital needs. And so they are certainly aware of the condition of our facilities and the broad needs that we've identified for them. But we do operate under funding constraints. And so the 6 are sort of the priority ones that have been identified and funded.
Right, but they won't be even addressed until 2035, is that correct?
The funding is currently in fiscal 31, and we're currently assessing to see if it's possible to accelerate.
All right, and of the list that the office provided you, how many of those projects did you send to council members when you were asking for budget priority requests?
We can double check, but probably quite a few of them.
Anybody here get a request? Okay, none of us. Okay. I see that Councilmember Hudson has come back into the room, and I'm going to defer to her right now for her to ask her questions.
Thank you so much, chairs, and I appreciate it. I had to run to another meeting, so apologies. And please do tell me if these questions have been asked. But I do want to just jump in on the capital piece. I don't know all of the questions that Chair Ariola has already asked, but just want to say that in your testimony you referenced some capital dollars in this fiscal year as well as the out years. And by my count, the funding would go towards the renovations of about 8 buildings or so. And I was just curious to know what percentage that represents of your entire physical infrastructure that needs repair, stations, firehouses, any other properties?
So I think the things that were mentioned in the testimony were probably the roofs that were just funded.
Yeah,
six.
6 roofs,
And
I think,
Then there
and
were a
then
few
2
projects that were accelerated, but those are not the only projects funded. There are many more projects actually funded. Those were just the ones that were
Many more that are
changed.
funded.
Yes, many more.
Many more capital improvements that are funded already?
Yes.
So of your total capital needs, how many of the projects would you say are funded? Like 50%, 80%? 10%?
I mean, our capital needs are significant.
Are great, I know, that's
Yes.
what I'm getting at. I'm trying to help you.
But we do have, as I said, $994 million across the 10-year plan for capital, and $553 million of that is in the first 5 years of the plan.
So almost half,
Yes,
roughly.
about half.
So if that 994 was the number?
Yes.
994 million is completed, then all your capital needs are taken care of?
No, I mean, there are, as I said before, given the number of our facilities and their current state of repair, our capital needs, go beyond our existing funding.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what, of the existing funding that's been allocated to address capital needs, what percentage is that of the total capital needs you have?
I would have to say it's about 25 to 30%.
25 to 30%, okay. So I'm not going to attempt to do quick math in my head, but $100 million, roughly speaking, or 994 million, you said, is about 25 to 30% of your total needs? Or is it the 500 million?
I believe it's the 500 million.
The 500 million is 25 to 30% of your total capital needs? Okay.
I don't think we have it quantified that way. I think, we have 400 or so buildings. Many of these buildings are a century-year-old.
Yep.
Those capital projects will continue to pop up as we go forward. I don't think there's any place where we could say all our capital needs will be secured and done if you give us this amount of money, because it's a rotating thing. It's, as the buildings age,
Yeah.
more and more things pop up. So I think that's why you're seeing why we're struggling to try to give you an actual percentage. The money that we have is the money that's going to go towards the capital, the most needed capital projects. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add for context, I mentioned this earlier, but I don't know if it was when you were out. So we have seen our capital funding for facilities increase pretty substantially in the last 5 years. If you looked 5 years ago, so in 2021, our facilities funding was only about 37% of our capital budget, and now it's more than half. It's 52% of our capital budget. It's grown by nearly $500 million.
Okay,
so
that's great.
There's still a lot of state of good repair needs
Yeah.
that we have to address, but we are seeing the budget move in the right direction towards funding those state of good repair needs. And another component of this is really having the bandwidth in terms of civilian staff to actually execute those projects. And so the 84 civilian positions that we got in this budget are instrumental towards doing that, both staff for facilities and for procurement to execute on those design and construction contracts that we
Okay.
made.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I'm, not trying to be difficult, just I'm trying to get down to the fact that I would argue you could use far more capital dollars to address the needs at all of your buildings. And so I think you could probably agree with that sentiment, perhaps.
More money would solve more problems.
There you go. Okay, great. And then I just did anyone ask about cold weather events yet?
No.
Okay, if I can just ask a couple questions. What percentage increase in EMS calls occurs during extreme cold weather events compared to normal conditions?
I don't know if we have the exact number. Do you have the exact number? I don't think we have the exact number of what percentage, but certainly this last winter, that was
Yeah.
way colder than any other winter we remember, and for a longer period of time, we saw a significant number increase in call volume. And as part of the city's engagement with the folks that were out in the field, we were right front center stage on that. So anytime that we see stretches of bad weather, whether it be cold or hot, the call volume goes up for us. And it goes up both on fire and EMS.
Right. Maybe you can follow up with the specifics.
Yeah, we can get back to you with that.
Okay, thank you. And then what additional budget allocations have been designated for extreme cold weather operations?
You get like reimbursement?
We haven't had any specific budget adjustments tied to extreme cold weather. I mean,
Okay.
to the extent that, we've incurred additional overtime costs, that's been part of the adjustments that were made in the last budget for our PS budget.
I mean, I would suggest that just given where we're going globally in terms of climate change and all of that, and like you mentioned, Commissioner, the winters are going to get colder and longer, the summers are going to get hotter and longer. I would strongly advocate for more funding or adjusted funding to accommodate, over time and the needs as they grow during those extreme weather conditions. And then just one last question, chairs. What's the demographic breakdown of applicants versus hires as far as percentages by race and gender?
We'll let Commissioner Noonan talk to you about that.
Are you referring to our firefighter applicants?
Both, if you have it.
I would have it for the fire applicants.
Okay, I'll take what you have.
Okay. Do all my paperwork. So, our most recent exam, we had about 20,607 passers. 22% of those passers were Black, 28% Hispanic, 40% white, and 6% Asian. 7% were women.
Are passers hired?
They're not hired. We haven't actually hired any of these candidates yet. They're just now going through the first step, which is passing the physical exam. So that will continue through the end of June, and then they'll start the background process.
Do you have any of those statistics for previous fiscal years?
I probably do. So for our previous firefighter exam, give me a moment. Where did I put it? If you give me a second, I'll
Sure.
identify where I put it. I know I have. So for the last exam, we had in terms of our test takers, we had 28% Black, 27% Hispanic, and 40. No, I'm sorry. I need glasses. 25% Black. Our previous exam, 7001, which was held in 2016-2017, 25% Black, 27% Hispanic, and 44% white.
Those are for the applicants?
Those are for the test takers.
The test takers, and then how many were hired? Was the demographic breakdown similar?
The demographic breakdown is similar for those that were reachable. 18% Black.
Sorry, what do you mean by reachable?
Reachable meaning they scored high enough on exam to be reached, to be
Okay.
processed.
So does that mean hired?
And not specifically, not necessarily. The higher
Do you
number
have-
would be different.
Do you have the hiring numbers?
I don't have that on me. I don't
Okay.
have the numbers of those that were hired from the last exam, but we can very.
Can you follow up with that?
Absolutely, very easily
Okay,
get that for you.
great. Thank you so much. And also just want to express my gratitude for the entire department for everything that you do to keep New Yorkers safe. And we greatly appreciate it. And I would love to see more resources and more money and pay parity for the EMS division. So thank you. And thank you, chairs.
I just want to note that I was just given another list that actually the fire department gave our office in 2025 that were priority engine companies and EMS stations that they were in terrible disrepair. And again, the engine companies that you gave, 325, 161, 54, 74, and 301, they're not even on your own priority list. You didn't take anyone off your own priority list. Is there a reason for that?
Because those projects that were referred to were already funded. So they would have been higher priorities, but because we were able to allocate funding to them, they weren't on the unfunded list. And so as projects get funded, they will move off that unfunded priority list.
So the list that I have here, are they in priority? It's engine 60, 91, 162, 236, 251, 257, 258, 259, 284, 290, 295, engine company 318, 332, EMS station 45, FT 400S, RI number 7, and S228. Are they in priority order in this chart? When the funding is available?
I don't think that they are in priority order, but we could follow up.
Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Councilmember Ressler has one follow-up question.
Just one question. I'm really sorry. Commissioner, remind me how many years you worked as an in EMS?
I worked 31 years before I retired.
So one of the things that we hear a lot about, just like Councilmember Brewer, is the extreme impacts of the noise from ambulances. We, of course, want ambulances to get where they need to go as quickly as possible. But I have long worried about the impact it has on workers. Have you ever thought about the impact of the sirens has on the hearing of EMS workers? Is this something that you're concerned about at all?
Yeah, that's a common concern for all first responders because we spend our lives underneath the sirens. If you ask my family, they will probably tell you that I've suffered from that problem. But yeah, it's definitely something we look at, and it's something that the entire EMS community looks at.
Yeah.
And that's where these conversations about rumblers versus sirens versus wailing versus intermittent, like all those conversations come out of that concern. But that would be the same for all first responders.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just worth remembering. We banned smoking in restaurants because of the safety of Gail. Thank you, Gail Brewer. Yes, good. We should just premise most statements. Thank you, Gail Brewer. But preface most statements. Excuse me. But we banned smoking in restaurants because of the safety of the workers in the restaurants and the health impacts they suffered from secondhand smoke. I think it's worth thinking about, do we need to devise a safer siren for the workers that are dealing with that noise, throughout all day long, every single day?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, we're happy to continue those conversations. I think, these sirens need to be safer for the people who sit under them all day long. They're exposed to so many things. The siren is one aspect of that. But they also need to be functional in a way that
Yes, 100%.
people in a city this size can hear us good.
Recently, we've added an EMS division chief to our safety battalion, and just last year during the summer, we actually did do a decibel pilot in which we monitored, or we tested the levels of the siren inside the cab, and we expanded that to our Gator and ASAP units, which some of the council members have been so gracious to be able to purchase for us. And these are the units that operate on the beach during the summer because they're in an open compartment rather than a closed compartment. And we had those decibel levels tested, and we tried out different types of hearing protection that also allowed them to be able to hear the radio transmissions and pedestrians, and that it wasn't very conclusive that the hearing protection changed. The decibel level wasn't above the OSHA amount inside, and the hearing protection was more of a hindrance to the members than it was through their own. Through what they stated, it was more of a hindrance to them hearing the radio, hearing pedestrians. So we are looking at that.
Thank you both for the response. And thank you, chairs, for the latitude.
Okay, I'd like to ask you to take a look at the screen. The chart on the screen shows a list of fire apparatus. The ones highlighted in yellow are restricted from relocation under any circumstances until further notice. 2 questions. Are the replacement rigs funded, and what happens when one of those rigs goes out of service for repair? Is the first due area left unprotected? Are you able to make out the screen, or?
Maybe make it bigger.
You know what, we're gonna bring you a copy.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you see the highlighted in yellow shows that these rigs are restricted from relocation
Right,
under
so-
any circumstances.
Yeah, so this deals with a contract provision with the Fire Officers Union about the age of frontline apparatus. And due to delays, the global supply chain and delays during COVID, our manufacturer, Seagrave, which is in Wisconsin, is still backlogged on some of these. I had visited the factory in November. They had to lay off a significant number of their workers during COVID. They went to hire them back, and most of them did not come back. They are now up and running, and they have been for a couple of years. They continue to produce and deliver our apparatus, but they are custom-made. Nobody else in the country, no other fire department in the country orders apparatus to our specifications because of the heavy-duty use we have, the roads that we have, and they are all effectively custom-made. We are continuing to receive them. They are being delivered. On this list, you have ladder 111, which we have, which will be going into service soon. So, in accordance with the contract, and we went through a grievance with the union on this, the grievance and the arbitration, the arbitrator decided that a relocation was not an emergency. The department's position was opposite that relocations are emergencies. So these apparatus are not able to be used to relocate to cover other areas. That does handicap the department at times because there are times we would like to use these to relocate.
So it's fair to say that the first due area is left unprotected if one of these rigs that are unable to be used are in that engine company?
No, it's other areas that they have to stay in their area. They cannot be sent to relocate somewhere else. So if they're operating at a fire, we can send another company to cover them. We cannot use any of these to be sent to relocate somewhere else.
And besides ladder 111, how many others are funded? Are they all fully
Oh,
funded?
they're all funded and they've all been ordered on schedule.
Yeah.
All of the highlighted?
So just to, add to that, this hasn't been a funding issue. We've put in the orders for the replacement apparatus on what would have been on time. In fact, we've been putting in the orders earlier and earlier, but because of the manufacturing delays, it has been taking longer for us to receive the vehicles. But we do track the companies that are in outdated apparatus, and in terms of when they're going to be resolved. So there's about 51 outdated apparatus in the field right now. There are 4 pumpers. We're expecting that we'll have received those and they'll be in service later this calendar year. There are 7 squads, 7 high-pressure pumpers, and 4 75-foot tower ladders that we expect to be delivered and in service by the end of 2026. There are 2 95-foot tower ladders that we expect to be in service by the end of summer. There are 8 tractor-drawn aerials that we expect to be in service by early 2027, and the most backlogged are 23 rear mounts that we anticipate are about a year out.
Okay. All right, now, again, on the screen, we're going to put up a series of photos, many of which you have seen before, and a few new ones. The photos show water damage at engine 59, ladder 30 in Manhattan. The picture shows water damage that has corroded the ceilings and walls of the firehouse. There is a pipe that clearly shows the water has been leaking out of it. The water has damaged the steps inside the firehouse from the constant leak, and we see steps with stains and buildup. Were these conditions remedied? That's engine 59, ladder 30.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we've been working with our trade staff to address all these issues and to try and work on correcting them until we could get funding later on.
So you're working with the firefighters that are in there? Is that what you mean?
No, with our trade staff.
Oh, the trade, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Next, we're up. A roof leak at engine 262 in Astoria, Queens, that has at least 5 work orders reported, 125 of 23, 429 of 23, 1125 of 25, 17 of 26, 215 of 26. In the pictures, we see a drop ceiling that is missing tiles from what looks like a leak. The tiles are filled with heavy water stains. There is another picture of a ceiling covered with tiles that seem to be missing. There is a picture of a blue wall surrounding a window air conditioning unit with what appears to be the outlet of the unit left out of it. What is the status of these repairs?
Again, our trade staff has responded and repaired the roof on building 262, as well as replace the ceiling tiles, and I believe they're currently working on the walls as we speak. Well,
Okay. The next photo is of the first floor of engine 4, ladder 15. The first picture shows the crumbled support wall of the firehouse between the 2 apparatus doors. Was that repaired?
yes, following the last budget hearing, we quickly went out there to assess it to determine that it's not a structural wall. Our vendor was there, and we completed that wall restoration, I believe, on May 15th.
Okay. The picture we're looking at now is the rear wall of the apparatus floor, which we also see crumbling. This is the same location. There are also many areas with ceiling tiles missing around the light fixtures, with either water-stained tiles surrounding the missing tiles, so we can assume the tiles were missing due to water damage from the leak. Were these conditions corrected?
Correct. The same vendor who fixed the wall in between the apparatus doors also corrected that wall there, and the ceiling tiles have been repaired.
Okay.
And or replaced.
That is not my photo. That's the previous photo, and he said it was corrected. Should be engine 229. Okay. This is the roof of engine 229 ladder 146 in Brooklyn. The photo shows ceiling damage, and the roof has sunk from its proper place. The roof should be in line with the metal rail on the exterior wall. The picture shows the roof about 1 foot below the metal rail. This was reported on 10/22 of 25. The next picture shows water damage happening inside the firehouse above a cooling and heating unit. The last time we were here, we also discussed the various work orders submitted for the Niederman system. For those who do not know, the Niederman is the vacuum they attach to the apparatus to the exhaust system to capture exhaust and diesel fumes. The orders were submitted on 2/11/26, 2/18/26, and 2/26/26. You said earlier that all Niederman systems have been repaired. Is this one repaired?
That is correct.
Okay.
I would also like to talk about the roof.
Yes, please.
If you could show it again. So the roof has also been repaired. The interior damage, the ceilings has been repaired, and we are working on the walls. But I would like to explain a little bit about what you refer to as the roof sinking and that metal rail.
Okay, great.
That detail is the proper detail. It does not show that the roof is sinking. That piece of aluminum flashing that you see right there exactly, that's called through wall flashing. And right below that, you see kind of like the roof member kind of curves up. That's an entire roof parapet waterproofing detail that we try to mimic. Actually, we install at every one of our new roofing projects. That roof never sank, although the roof did need repair, and it has been repaired. I believe I showed a very similar situation, the roof of engine 329 on Friday to Phyllis when we were up on the roof. So that is our standard condition that we try to, well, actually, that we do build at all of our facilities that have masonry parapet wall, similar to that.
Okay, for the record, Phyllis Incerillo is my chief of staff and senior advisor. Okay, now we're going to our next photo, ladder 78. Ladder 78 has put in for an unstable front parapet wall of the firehouse numerous times. In June of 2023, buildings unit subcontracted out a company to put a protective netting over the unstable parapet wall. No repairs have been done since the netting has been put on the parapet. Previous work orders were submitted on 6/21 of 22, 3/11 of 22, 12/6 of 21, and 1/25 of 2020. Was this repair completed?
So that is engine company 155, and yes, we did stabilize the condition
Yes.
with that netting there. Okay. This facility was also submitted as part of the roofing package that we had submitted. We do believe that 6 of these projects have been funded. We're not sure exactly which 6, is that correct?
We can prioritize which 6.
Okay, so we could definitely prioritize which of these 6 have funding, and while we could prioritize that, we also have an outside vendor who's our engineering team working with us on the best approach.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. The next picture is from Squad 288 in Maspeth. The apparatus floor is buckling, patched with concrete. The following picture shows how it is being held up by hoists that were installed in 2001, which are now also buckling and unsteady. The apparatus floor holds rigs that weigh several tons. There is sometimes flooding in the basement, which also compromises the hoists. What is the status of the repairs here?
So for Squad 288, those are what we refer to as floor jacks. They are supporting the apparatus floor because the apparatus floor is in need of a replacement and an overall multi-component project. Currently, we have funding to do windows at Squad 288, which we are moving forwards with once the funding is registered. And the funding for the multi-component aspect of it, which would be the apparatus floor, that funding is in the outer years, which we are working with OMB while we're doing the windows to try to accelerate that funding forwards so we could get them as close to simultaneous as possible.
Good. Okay. This slide is the rest area for firefighters at Engine 290, Ladder 103 in Brooklyn. We see a red wall with a large gaping hole that exposes the brick of the building structure. There are pipes exposed as well. There is also water damage all along the wall, and there is a bed to the side. How do you think that this damage should be repaired? That's how it was repaired. How do you think it should be repaired?
Well, I believe that that hole was made for us to access some of the piping behind the wall to address a leak. Although Engine Company 290 is definitely one of those buildings that needs a complete roof restoration and building envelope restoration. Again, this is one of those that is on the list where we received 6 of the funding for, and we will continue to prioritize this, and hopefully we could get this one in there too.
Right, I just for the record have to note that the slide we're looking at is the current condition of the same red wall with the hole in it, but we now see a metal plate that has been placed by facilities over the hole. The water is now pooling to the left of the metal plates, and that is evident in the photo, and you can see the paint bubbling directly above the powered outlet. Okay, our video. We'll get there. Okay, in this video, we see a pipe along the ceiling of Engine 290, Ladder 103 in Brooklyn. The pipe has water pouring from it, and when the camera pans down, you can see the water is leaking directly onto the oil burner. Why has this gone unrepaired?
It's hard to say that it's gone unrepaired. Whenever something like that happens, a work order is called in immediately to our resource center. And depending on what the issue is, on an order like that, we would have our plumbers respond, as well as maybe our oilers, which would be the HVAC guys, to make sure that that boiler is operational. So I wouldn't say it's going unrepaired if it's an active leak like that. I'm not exactly sure what type of pipe that specifically is, but the water does look pretty clean. So I'm not going to say it's a sewer pipe. I just don't know from that picture.
Have you received a work order for that particular engine and ladder company and that particular leak?
With 300 work orders a week, it's pretty difficult for me to answer that question specifically.
You were asked to bring a computer today so that you could look up.
Do not have it.
Why would you not have it when a specific request was made for facilities to bring a computer so that you could look up the work orders?
I just do not have it with me. I could definitely let you know about this work order.
Commissioner, we let Jason know very pointedly that we needed for facilities to have a computer with them so that they could look it up, so that we could know what's been done and if they had received a work order. And the fact that that request from this committee was completely disregarded is unacceptable and disrespectful.
Can I just add? The request was not disregarded. I just didn't have the computer readily available to bring today.
Come on now.
No,
No, I'm not going to
But I
accept
do
that.
have a staffer back at the office who unfortunately is not there at the moment. This might be her texting me right now. No, she unfortunately had to leave the office for a family emergency. So I do not have that specific information for you yet.
We're happy to get you the information that you need. We can't change, unfortunately, we can't change the fact we don't have the computer. We did have somebody at the office that could have answered it, but they're gone.
Well, that was
So-
the reason for the computer. That's
I
why the S
understand.
was made in
Yeah.
advance.
I
And
understand.
it was made to Jason Shelley. And Jason, you know, you've been around long enough to understand that when I ask for something for this committee, I expect it to be provided. And if it cannot be provided, I need to know ahead of time. But in situations like this where it's expected, you know, I don't have it because there was not a computer available to me is not an answer. On that note, we'll be checking on each of the slides that we saw to make sure that the work is being done. But I think anybody with eyes can see that the work being done is just a Band-Aid. It's just a Band-Aid, and the facilities are falling apart, and our firefighters and our EMS workers are working in substandard conditions. They are living there. The better part of their days and nights are spent at the EMS stations and at the fire stations, and they are living in worse conditions than we would allow anyone to live in. And as I said earlier, if you, as the fire department, were called to inspect those buildings, or the DOB went down to inspect those buildings, they would be closed. So shame on this administration. Commissioner, I know that you are new and you are doing everything you can to try and remedy this, but shame on anyone who's been here for a long time and has let this go by year after year after year without fixing the locations where your firefighters, you as firefighters, have let it go this far. That 100-year-old buildings have not had a nickel put into it unless a council member provided it. And then even then, money is held up with OMB. It's totally unacceptable, and we will bring that up at the OMB hearing. If no one, if you have anything to add, Councilman Chair Lee?
No, I just wanted to thank you all for extending your time, because I know that we are past the time, and thank you for sticking around and answering all of our questions. And I admire Chair Ariola's passion, and I hope you understand that it's, as someone who's been through the capital process before with the city on the nonprofit side, I understand it's a horrible process that's very slow. There's a lot of regulations, tons of regulations, but you know, Chair Ariola, myself, and I think all the other council members, we do want to make sure that we understand your priorities, that we're able to support it where we can, and that we are partners with you, because we do care, as you obviously just heard from Chair Ariola, about the firefighters that are serving our city and keeping us safe. And so just wanted to thank you for being here today and for the hearing. And I think if there's nothing else, I think we are done for the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lee, for your partnership.